Scott chatted with his friends through the magic mirror for a while. Then after breakfast in the Great Hall, he left Beauxbatons and returned to their tower. In the common room, he connected the magic mirror to the large mirror hanging on the wall. Soon the image of the Hogwarts Great Hall appeared. Students occasionally walked past the camera to wave to the members of their delegation. Scott and the others spent most of the day like that. That evening, when they returned to the Great Hall, the decorations had changed again. The bright, opulent atmosphere was gone. Opaque black drapes hung along the walls. The dazzling crystal chandeliers had been replaced by dim yellow pumpkin lanterns and black candles. White skeletons and terrifying pumpkin-headed scarecrows dotted the hall. Even the sparkling fairies were gone, replaced by a swarm of pitch-black, red-eyed bats. Everything was Halloween-themed, and the effect was unmistakably festive. The teachers and students of Beauxbatons had clearly put a lot of thought into it. Fred held the magic mirror up so the Hogwarts teachers and students could see the scene on their side, and the image in the mirror also showed Hogwarts' Halloween feast. After the feast, the champions of the 3 schools will be chosen, Fred announced into the mirror as they sat down. Lucio ran over and sat with Scott. This time, he finally noticed the magic mirror in Fred's hand, his eyes fixed on it. "This doesn't look like a two-way mirror. This is the magic mirror, my alchemy creation," Scott said. "I simplified the runic circuit after consulting the Knowledge Bank Core Alchemy Section Construction Record. You should know that book." Lucio's eyes widened. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you talking about the book Nicholas Flamel left in the Knowledge Bank, the one you can get for just 1 credit?" "That's the one." Scott nodded. Lucio looked stunned. "You understand that book?" "No, wait, that shouldn't be. I know your alchemy level, but you don't have alchemy classes at Hogwarts, and there aren't famous alchemists there." "Who said Hogwarts doesn't have famous alchemists?" Scott interrupted. "Don't forget our headmaster once collaborated with Nicholas Flamel and even invented a dozen uses for dragon blood. He couldn't reveal the Ravenclaw mentor, so he credited Dumbledore for the interpretation." Lucio stared toward Dumbledore and Madame Maxime at the teacher's table, his eyes alight. "Tell me, can I go ask Professor Dumbledore for guidance? I'm from Beauxbatons, but will he answer me?" He turned back to Scott, burning with excitement. "You're incredibly lucky. What do you think? Should I try to transfer to Hogwarts? Could it work?" Scott was taken aback by the reaction. Fred put the mirror down and looked at Lucio in surprise. "Oh, transfer? No need," Scott said. "You can ask Professor Dumbledore for guidance. He's very happy to answer questions for promising young wizards." Lucio brightened. "Really? That would be wonderful." Scott changed the subject. "Weren't you going to give me a surprise before I arrived?" "Oh," Lucio's tone went flat. "The surprise was the stone pedestal the Goblet of Fire sits on. You already bypassed it." Madame Maxime stood at the head table and raised her voice. "Before the Halloween feast begins, I must explain 2 things." She waved, and a small booklet appeared before all the Hogwarts and Durmstrang students. "Because the Triwizard Tournament will last the school year, so as not to hinder your studies, you are free to audit any class at Beauxbatons. All course introductions and detailed timetables are in the booklet in front of you." Scott picked up the finely printed booklet. The cover read, "Welcome to Beauxbatons Magic School for guests of Hogwarts and Durmstrang, a guide to your studies and life at Beauxbatons." He flipped through it. Inside was a comprehensive introduction to Beauxbatons. History, maps, courses, professors, illustrated and detailed. The estate map even had an automatic navigation function. "I helped make it," Lucio said. "It took a lot of work." "Thanks, that's thoughtful," Scott said. Dumbledore and Professor Hartman glanced through the booklet and, on behalf of their schools, thanked Madame Maxime. She nodded modestly. "It's what we should do." She raised her voice again. "Also, the results of the champion selection will be announced publicly after the feast." With that, she declared the Halloween feast open. Tonight's dishes were gorgeously eerie, meats arranged to look bloody and like organs, puddings shaped like brains, fruit juices that looked like cups of fresh blood. Taste-wise, they weren't bad, but the mood in the hall was subdued. No one wanted to eat much. Everyone was waiting for the 3 champions to be chosen. When the plates were cleared and replaced with piles of pumpkin lanterns and candies, Madame Maxime ascended the stone pedestal where the goblet of fire rested. The hall fell silent, tense, and expectant. "The goblet of fire will make its decision," Madame Maxime announced, spreading her hands. "The name of each champion will be born in the flames. Let us await it." Candles winked out one by one. The hall grew darker. Only the blue-white flames in the goblet burned brighter. Sparks burst, and with a loud crack, the blue-white flames flared red. A tongue of fire shot into the air, and a piece of scorched parchment flew from the flame into Madame Maxime's hand. She pinched it between two thick fingers and narrowed her eyes. The flames returned to blue-white. Everyone held their breath. "First, the champion from Durmstrang," Madame Maxime said, voice low then rising. "Victor Krum." Cheers and applause rolled through the great hall. Madame Maxime beckoned. Krum stood and walked forward to the pedestal. As the flames flared red again, another piece of parchment spit out. "Second, the champion from Beaubatuns." Madame Maxime paused, smiling, and read proudly, "Fleur Delacour." Fleur rose to thunderous applause, shook her silver hair as she approached, bowed to Madame Maxime, and stood beside Krum. The third parchment flew from the flames. Madame Maxime picked it up and her expression flickered with surprise before she composed herself and read it aloud. "Third, the champion from Hogwarts, Scott Trollope." "Oh, me." Scott stood. "Oh, it's you, Scott." "Well done, Scott." Fred and Roger leapt up and hugged him, more excited than Scott himself. Cheers and applause came through the magic mirror from Hogwarts. Lucio clapped as well. Scott nodded and moved forward. Cedric gave him an approving nod. "Go on," he mouthed. Scott smiled, bowed politely to Madame Maxime, and then took his place beside Fleur. "The three champions representing the schools have been chosen," Madame Maxime announced. "Let us congratulate them." Another round of applause followed. Madame Maxime stepped down. "Next, the champions will go to the side lounge for preliminary guidance." She looked at Fleur. "Fleur, lead the two gentlemen to the lounge. You know where it is?" "Yes, Madame Maxime." Fleur was perfectly composed. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Scott and Krum followed Fleur through layers of black drapes into a corridor and then into a lounge furnished with light blue sofas. A fire crackled in the hearth. Once away from the crowd, Fleur grew a touch livelier. "Please sit. May I call you by your first names?" "Of course," Scott replied. Krum merely nodded and sat at some distance, taciturn and reserved. Fleur glanced at him, then back at Scott. "Scott, I didn't expect you to succeed. How long until you turn 17? Her question was probing, gauging him. "More than 6 months," Scott said. Fleur abandoned her earlier hauteur and chattily asked more questions, clearly trying to gather information. Scott gave nothing useful, and impatience flitted across her face before she smoothed it away. Two officials from the French Ministry of Magic entered. Monsieur Lefebvre, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Monsieur Joly, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Lefebvre, immaculately dressed, greeted them and sat off to the side. Joly was more outgoing. "First, congratulations to the three of you," Joly said, all gestures and smiles. "Now we'll give you some necessary guidance." He glanced to Lefebvre. Lefebvre stood. "You tell them, Antoine." Joly cleared his throat. "The first task will test your daring. I won't disclose the specific contents of the task. We believe the courage to face the unknown is essential for a wizard. The first task is on November 24th. There will be many spectators. The judges will score your performance. During the task, you must not ask for or accept help from anyone. Your only tool will be your wand. You will not learn the second task until after the first is complete. Oh, one more thing. None of you will have to sit your school's end-of-year exams." "Anything more, Antoine?" Joly asked. "No," Lefebvre said. "We must return to the ministry." "Ah, dull work never ends," Joly complained, then left with Lefebvre. Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Professor Hartman came in after they had gone. "Now it's time for individual celebrations," Madame Maxime said, smiling at Fleur. "Go on, Fleur. Your friends await." Professor Hartman embraced Krum enthusiastically. Scott saw Krum's expression darken under the heavy hug. He looked even gloomier afterward. Scott walked over to Dumbledore. "Come now, my boy," Dumbledore chuckled. "Tonight, you may revel and make as much noise as you like." They left the castle together and crossed the lawn toward the tower. "I heard you breached Beaubaton's obstacle using exquisite human transfiguration," Dumbledore said. I think Minerva will be very proud. I should thank Professor McGonagall for her guidance, Scott said, then told Dumbledore about his earlier conversation with Lucio. Dumbledore shook his head, amused. What can I do? I might be baffled by Beauxbaton's little alchemy genius. Although Nicholas Flamel is a friend, I'm not an expert in alchemy, not compared to the likes of Rowena Ravenclaw. Scott doubted him. Your not good is probably relative. I'll bet even your weaker alchemy outstrips many wizards. A challenge for me, Dumbledore said wryly. Back in the Great Hall, the Hogwarts delegation had gathered. House elves served food and drinks. The large magic mirror was mounted on the wall, and Fred was enthusiastically entertaining the crowd on the other side. When Scott entered, everyone applauded. "Welcome, Scott, Hogwarts champion," Fred shouted. The mirror showed the same applause on the other side. Dumbledore stepped forward and raised a finger for silence. Only after everyone, including those watching through the mirror, had quieted did he speak. "I will say just one thing. Do not relax your studies simply because your familiar professors are not here. Beauxbaton's courses are different. Some are unique. Some Beauxbaton's professors even require prerequisites and will turn away their own students if they do not meet the standards. During the tournament, Beauxbaton's has waived those thresholds for our visiting students. This is a rare opportunity. Do not miss it." He clapped. "That's all. Now, your celebration." He vanished in a twinkling. Fred's shout launched the revelry. Scott stood and accepted congratulations from everyone, including classmates across the mirror, and listened to their expectations that he would win. The Ravenclaws were particularly thrilled. Not everyone at Hogwarts supported him, but his demonstrated strength kept dissent quiet. After the party, Scott and Fred returned to their dormitory to plan their Beauxbaton studies. Roger had vanished during the celebration. Scott didn't pursue him. "We can start classes tomorrow," Scott said. "We better make our timetable." At Hogwarts, Scott's year included Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Ancient Runes, and Arithmancy. He chose the same subjects to audit at Beauxbaton's, and he wouldn't miss their distinctive alchemy course. "I want to take alchemy," Fred said. "It could be useful for our inventions." Scott consulted Lucio through the Book of Prometheus. Lucio replied quickly, "Choose the Roussel Alchemy Classroom. Professor Roussel is my mentor. He's the best alchemist at Beauxbaton's." Scott agreed. Using Lucio's advice in the booklet schedule, he selected the other courses and made a timetable. Fred asked, "Since we're auditing, do we have to do homework?" He looked at Scott with envy. "Champions don't have to take end-of-year exams. Did you know that, and that's why you aim to be champion?" "Not at all," Scott said calmly. Exams weren't a problem for him in any case. Roger returned, looking a little off. "What's wrong?" Scott waved the timetable. "We've picked our courses. You should choose yours." "Don't remind me," Roger covered his face. When Scott raised an eyebrow, Roger admitted, "I was approached by Fleur Delacour." "Rejected," Scott teased. "Something like that," Roger said. "She came to ask about you. She thinks you're a tough opponent and wanted information." "I already saw her try to pry me in the common room," Scott said. "I didn't give her anything." "Fortunately, she came to me," Roger said with a puff of pride. "I'm attracted to her, but I won't betray a friend." Scott laughed. "Experience helps. You're less likely to be fooled by a pretty face." Roger agreed. "We should warn others so they don't reveal things." Scott wasn't worried. "Even if they learn how I perform at Hogwarts, I don't think there are exploitable weaknesses." From the next day, they began classes. Roger quickly moved on from Fleur. He admitted she was the most beautiful girl he'd seen, but not a good romantic choice. "I want romance without misery," he said. "There are plenty of other beautiful girls here." A few days in, they'd sampled all the courses that paralleled Hogwarts. Most Hogwarts students struggled. The language barrier was the main obstacle. Beauxbaton taught in French. The school had thoughtfully prepared alchemical items, earpiece translators, that offered simultaneous translation for visiting students, but they weren't perfect. They translated everyday speech and common written language well, but specialized academic jargon would cause them to stall. Scott, who didn't speak French, put the earphone-like translator in Lucio's hand. "Can you expand its vocabulary? It's useless for lectures as it is." Lucio examined the earpiece. "This isn't from Roussel's workshop. See the G? It's from Gerard's." Scott shrugged. Gerard, Roussel, what's the difference? They're both Beauxbaton. He clapped Lucio on the shoulder. Fix it for the honor of Beauxbatons, Lucio bristled. Roussel and Gerard are not the same. Fine, Scott said, but many are complaining, probably Durmstrang students too. Lucio sneered. This is Gerard's fault. Then, with a deadpan flourish, he declared, I'll go do it right now. Not for reward, not to prove Roussel superior. Everything is for the honor of Beauxbatons. Scott gave him a thumbs up. Lucio hurried off, and Scott smiled at their classmates. Praise followed. Good job. I hope they fix it soon. If this continues, I'll lose confidence in attending class. A Beauxbatons girl in uniform ran up, breathless. Mr. Trollope, you're Scott? She flushed. Madame Maxime asked me to tell you that all champions must have their wands tested. Please go to the classroom on the right on the 3rd floor. Thank you, Scott said. She ran off, still red-faced. Scott headed to the 3rd floor alone and saw Dumbledore waiting. Over here, Scott, Dumbledore waved. They need to test your wand, Dumbledore said as they entered. Mr. Jolly poked his head out of the door. We must check your wands are in full working order. Your wand will be your most important equipment in the tournament. The other 2 champions were already in the room. Along with the judging panel, a tall, thin wizard stood in the classroom. Immaculately dressed, and Scott noticed, obsessively symmetrical. His hat sat perfectly straight, identical white feathers on each side, a crisp robe without a wrinkle, matching brooches on both lapels, identical rings on each hand. Even the moles at the corners of his eyes were perfectly mirrored. Scott suspected one had been drawn on. If you measured, he thought, the 2 mustaches would be identical too. This is Monsieur Mauriac, Jolly introduced, pointing to the symmetry man. France's most famous wand maker. The majority of French wands are made by his hand. 462. Roselle's advanced alchemy classroom. I am Francois Wallin Moliere. Mr. Moliere bowed with exaggerated elegance. Now I need to inspect your wands. Who will go first? He turned, smiling brightly. Ah, Miss Delacour, let us begin with you, shall we? Of course, Mr. Moliere. Fleur smiled faintly, drew her wand and offered it to him with both hands. Here. Oh. Mr. Moliere took it with both of his unusually long, slender fingers. Ah, yes, this is my work. You commissioned it from me about 7 years ago, did you not? He ran his fingers along the shaft. 24.13 centimeters, maple, with a Vila hair core. Yes, Fleur replied. It's my grandmother's hair. Indeed, Mr. Moliere's excitement showed. A most unique combination, something I had never attempted before, and yet it suits you perfectly. I am very fond of it, Fleur said. Your satisfaction is my honor, Miss Delacour. He waved the wand lightly. Pink and gold sparks erupted from the tip. He murmured, Orchideus. A bouquet of fresh flowers bloomed where the wand pointed. Inspection complete. No faults. He snapped his fingers and the flowers vanished. Holding the wand with both hands, he returned it to Fleur. You have kept it very well. Fleur accepted it gracefully and sat back down beside Madame Maxime. Next, Mr. Moliere raised his hands and turned, his smile fixed on the next student. Ah, Krum, bring your wand here, my boy. Victor Krum rose, shoulders rounded, feet turned outward, and took 2 heavy steps forward. He handed his wand over, somewhat listlessly, with one hand. Oh no, one does not hand me a wand with one hand, Mr. Moliere protested as if affronted. My name is Victor Krum, Krum said, frowning at being called boy. Mr. Moliere gave a little toss of a smile. Do not mistake me, calling you that takes effort, believe me. Krum set the wand down and extended both hands. Mr. Moliere took it and gave the Bulgarian a sympathetic, almost pitying look. Really, you look far older than you are, 17, yet you have the look of a man of 30. Krum's expression tightened, making him look even older, but he said nothing. Mr. Moliere, getting no reply, turned his attention to the wand. Oh, his face creased with disgust. This ugly primitive design, Grigorovich's work, surely. He shook his head. But it suits you. Clumsy, thick, rather stiff. 26 centimeters, hornbeam, containing a dragon heartstring. He tapped the wand and waved it. Flock of birds. The wand snapped like a pistol, and a flock of small birds burst out of the tip, wings beating as they streamed toward the open window. No faults. He handed the wand back with both hands. Krum took it, turned, and walked off briskly, as though escaping some contagion. Mr. Moliere, unconcerned, turned to the last student. Ah, Only the British boy from Hogwarts remains. Scott stepped forward and presented his wand with both hands. Good day, Mr. Moliere. Very polite, bravo. Mr. Moliere nodded approvingly. You at least look your age, 17. Charming, much like I was at that age. Scott gave a wry twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now then, let us see. He examined the wand carefully. Ah, this is the work of that old Ollivander. He smiled. A comfort. Ollivander understands aesthetics in a way Grigorovich never did. He stroked the ebony shaft. Ebony, with dragon nerve. A sensible combination. He checked the length. 31.115 centimeters, longer than most. He gave a quick lumos, and a ball of white light gleamed at the tip. Good condition, no faults. He returned it, and Scott took it with both hands. My work here is complete, so I must take my leave. Mr. Moliere's gaze swept the room and settled on several asymmetrical items with undisguised horror. For the sake of my delicate nerves, I cannot remain in an unaesthetic place for long. Farewell. With that, he swept out, brisk and officious, his steps deliberately measured. He had clearly rankled Madame Maxime. The rest of the room endured the oversized woman's low-voiced displeasure in awkward silence. Oh, do not mind him. Moliere is simply eccentric, Mr. Jolly said, trying to smooth things over. Next, interviews and photographs. He clapped and 2 reporters entered, one carrying a magical camera. Good morning. We are from the Furstenberg Daily. I am Alain Martin, interviewer, and this is Palmason, photographer. They made no attempt to hide where their interest lay. Fleur. When they questioned the champions, Scott and Crumb were asked only a few perfunctory things. Fleur was the one besieged with questions and photographed from every flattering angle. Scott watched with a mix of amusement and impatience as Fleur handled the reporter's endless attention with grace. He expected Crumb to be media-savvy, but the dour Bulgarian seemed uncomfortable under the lights. When the photographer insisted Fleur take center stage for a group shot, Crumb visibly relaxed. At breakfast the next morning, Lucio held the Furstenberg Daily. Too bad, he said, dark circles under his eyes as he handed the paper to Scott. They hardly gave you or Crumb any space. Scott didn't look at the paper right away. Didn't you sleep well last night? What do you think? Lucio yawned and produced a small leather pouch, dumping a handful of translation earphones onto the table. Optimized versions. My classmates and I made them overnight. Oh, Scott smiled and handed an earbud to each of his Hogwarts companions. Nicely done, Lucio. Lucio beamed with a tired pride. You try them. We'll tweak anything that's off. Scott inspected the earphones and noted the little R logo. No problem. Produced by the Roussel Alchemy Classroom. Better than the previous models. That satisfied Lucio's weary smile, but it also caught the attention of a passing group of students who stopped and stared with hostility. How dare you, the tall leader snapped. You insult our Gerard Alchemy Classroom. Who do you think you are, a Hogwarts boy? Before Scott could reply, Lucio was already standing. The fatigue fell from his face. He was all swagger. Insult? The fact is your Gerard-made earphones have angered the guests, so Roussel stepped in to fix your mistakes. The leader's face darkened. Don't lay it on thick, Lucio. They can attend lessons without paying. Why should they be dissatisfied? That's a favor. Waldo, don't be an idiot, Lucio shot back. Your team sabotaged the earphones. Gerard's alchemy isn't bad, but this was deliberate. How could such a basic flaw happen by accident? The further Lucio spoke, the paler Waldo and his cronies grew. Abruptly inspired, Waldo gave a curt order and they fled down the corridor. Fleur, who had overheard, walked over and regarded the retreating backs with a small frown before turning to Lucio. Lucio, I thought you understood better. At the very least, you should not do this in front of guests. You should see what they did, Lucio replied, and explained the sabotage. Fleur's expression hardened. Do not worry, she said coldly. I will tell Madame Maxime. Lucio nodded gratefully. I'm too lazy to deal with it. Fleur smiled apologetically to Scott and his friends. Sorry you had to witness such a farce. We will handle it. Enjoy your breakfast. Her retreating figure left most of the table staring after her, spellbound. Scott finally scanned the newspaper. Apart from one group photograph, every image was of Fleur alone. The article lavished praise on her beauty and talent and barely mentioned Scott or Crumb. He felt oddly relieved. Excessive attention had never appealed to him. Better that the spotlight landed elsewhere. A Triwizard tournament held away from Hogwarts had its advantages. After breakfast, Scott, Fred, and Cedric followed Lucio to the Roussel alchemy classroom. Of the Hogwarts contingent, only the three of them had chosen alchemy. On the walk, Lucio filled them in. Opening the Beauxbatons courses during the tournament had been Madame Maxime's idea, but not everyone agreed. Professor Veronique Girard, head of the Girard alchemy classroom, and her supporters had opposed opening such central courses. Alchemy was Girard's pride, a mark of the school's identity. With backing from other professors, and especially from Professor Auguste Roussel, Mom's decision carried. The result: competition, bad blood, and the petty protests they'd witnessed. "I'm sure Professor Girard didn't condone her students' sabotage," Lucio said. "If she had known, she'd be angrier than Madame Maxime." "Someone must be stupid enough to do all this on their own," Lucio added with a smug grin. "Waldo's her nephew, so even if he's dim-witted, the others listen to him." He went on. The Roussel and Girard families had run Beauxbatons' two alchemy classrooms for centuries, squabbling over prestige, each with its own style. Roussel's family were open, inclined to share. Girard's were conservative, secretive, admitting only close or friendly kin. Professor Girard is brilliant, of course, but not popular. She keeps very few apprentices, mostly her family's friends. Waldo is her favorite. "And this will give Madame Maxime the excuse to push Girard into letting in more students," Lucio cackled. "Even if she spoils Waldo, she won't let him off lightly." Cedric, thoughtful, asked, "If they don't like admitting students, why do they teach at all?" "For status, prestige, and the give and take with other families," Lucio said without thinking. The three boys listened, making no judgments. This was gossip and background, not their concern. "Besides," Lucio added, smirking, "what harm is there in a Spaniard discussing French affairs with a couple of Brits?" "No harm at all," Scott and Fred assured him with thumbs up, and they reached their destination. The door was a heavy metal slab, neither gold nor silver, covered in intricate patterns of ancient runes and set with several large gems. Above it hung a carved wooden plaque, "Professor Roussel Alchemy Classroom, established 1535. "This door is cast from Roussel alloy," Lucio said. "Alchemy made. No wizard can break it, and magic won't affect it." He touched the circular rune at its center. The gems thrummed. The door swung open. "You'll have to come with me from now on. You can't open this yourselves," he warned as they stepped inside. The classroom was immense, almost half the size of a Quidditch pitch, but cluttered rather than empty. Long workbenches, towering shelves filled with books and jars, odd specimens, and peculiar apparatus crammed into every corner. "Professor hasn't arrived yet. This is my bench," Lucio said, settling by the window. "Because you're auditing, you'll probably be borrowing our equipment. Everyone's rather protective, so don't break anything. And if you use materials, you will have to pay me in galleons." Scott, Fred, and Cedric exchanged glances and nodded. Other students filtered in. At first, some rushed to leer at Lucio, but they fell silent when they saw Scott and the others. Lucio explained the incident, and low laughter and whispers followed. They were smug, clearly taking pleasure in Waldo's comeuppance. Then the door opened again, and Professor Roussel entered. He was younger than Scott had expected, no more than 35, handsome, with dark hair, deep-set eyes, and a severe, composed manner. The apprentices straightened and greeted him. "Professor Roussel," Scott and the others echoed and bowed. He nodded briefly and eyed the three Hogwarts guests. "Only 3 guests chose my class, and they are Hogwarts students. Welcome." He stepped to the large bench at the front, removed his immaculate white gloves, and laid them aside. "Hogwarts does not offer alchemy as part of its curriculum, so you may find yourselves behind. I will not alter my syllabus on your account. I cannot guarantee you will gain much here." He paused, then added, "You may withdraw at any time without explanation. If you seek the basics, audit Professor Duran's class with the 3rd years. He starts from the ground up." Scott caught Lucio's eye. He had been the one to suggest they come here. Scott raised a hand. Professor Roussel's eyebrows lifted. "Yes, you are. Mr. Trollope, the Hogwarts champion?" "Yes, Professor," Scott answered. "May we consult you with questions and use the books in this classroom?" Roussel fixed him with a cool look, then nodded. "You may ask questions so long as you do not disrupt the class. The books, however, must remain in the room." "Thank you," Scott said politely, and Fred and Cedric bowed as well. The professor motioned them to seats and began. For today's theory, we will continue with Raymond Lully's The Book of the Secrets of Nature, The Fifth Element. Turn to page 236. They leaned over borrowed copies and tried to follow. Within minutes, Fred's attention wandered and Cedric's forehead creased. Scott realized quickly he was out of his depth. Alchemy, he thought, was fundamentally different from transfiguration. Alchemy is true material transformation, complex, exacting, and reliant on a vast base of knowledge, whereas transfiguration relies on will and magical energy to produce temporary changes. Alchemy's processes are slow, involving ritual, precise substances, and arcane symbolism. To change lead into gold takes more than force of will. For Scott, alchemy was useful background, not a field he'd ever studied deeply. Fred, bright but focused on Weasley family tinkering and inventive contraptions, approached magic items differently. Cedric had no prior exposure and admired transfiguration more than chemistry of materials. The three of them were mismatched in an advanced alchemy seminar. Lucio's suggestion had led them astray. At last the theory portion ended. Professor Roussel assigned practicals and everyone breathed easier. "I thought you had some foundation, Scott," Lucio said as he arranged instruments. "Looks like I overestimated." "My skill is in carving and activating runic circuits," Scott said tiredly. Lucio shrugged. "That's only part of making magic items, the rigid, mechanical part." "Ancient runes aren't simple," Fred protested. "I took that course seriously." "Ancient runes are a language," Scott said. "It contains magic, and mastering it is hard. But you can know runes and still not be a great alchemist unless you can design new circuits and understand material transformation." Lucio chimed in. "Alchemy covers material transmutation, ritual, elemental symbolism, and more. Material transformation is its heart. Making magical devices pays the bills, but alchemists pursue transformation, the thing that changes matter itself." He set a specialized crucible on a stone slab, added bits of differently colored metals, and arranged test tubes of liquids. He drew a neat, regular pattern on the stone and scattered colored powders along it. Most runic applications are repetitive, copying known circuits. That's the easiest part. The real thing is innovation. He returned the crucible to the center and held up his wand. "Step back." They did. Lucio touched his wand to the pattern. The powders ignited in small, colorful flames that crawled along the lines he'd drawn. Where the different flames met, they turned pure white, converging into the crucible. The white fire flared and began to heat the metal inside. Lucio murmured an incantation and stirred with a wand. The metals melted and swirled into a bright, colorful liquid. He grinned. "I am a genius," he murmured, pride shining on his face. Then the liquid went dark and sparks flew. "Oh no!" Lucio slapped a button on the bench. The crucible exploded in a controlled burst, smoke billowing out, but the blast was confined by a suddenly raised ward. Then, bang, bang, more small explosions rattled around the room, like a string of gunshots echoing through the workbenches. "Seems everyone failed," Lucio said with a grin. After a confusing but lively alchemy class, Scott, Fred, and Roger decisively changed their schedules as soon as they returned to the tower. Following Professor Roussel's advice, they switched to Professor Duran's alchemy class, which began with the basics. After experiencing it firsthand, they sighed with relief. Finally, they could understand. Sitting in class with Beauxbaton's third years was a little embarrassing, but Professor Duran was a kindly, round-faced man who welcomed them warmly as guests. He clearly enjoyed teaching students from other schools, just as Professor Roussel had suggested. By the time Scott and his companions had settled into life at Beauxbaton's, the day of the first task had quietly arrived. In the days leading up to it, Scott himself remained calm, but his friends grew anxious one by one. Fred and Roger tried every angle to befriend some Beauxbaton students, hoping to scout any hint of the task. Cedric hunted for information on past Triwizard tournaments, searching through century-old records for useful clues. Ethan and several others were constantly on edge, terrified Scott might be attacked before the task and eager to protect him. Even some Slytherins joined in those efforts. Angelina, Kakini, and a few other girls kept reminding Scott to be careful about what he ate in case someone tried to drug him. Eventually, they all agreed to eat food prepared by the Hogwarts house elves in the tower, rather than dining in the Beauxbatons hall. Scott, who'd been calm at first, was a little overwhelmed by their precautions but didn't refuse their help. The upshot was that the Hogwarts delegation, students from all four houses, truly pulled together. The unity was unexpected and heartening. Even Dumbledore seemed pleased. Whenever Scott walked the Beauxbatons grounds, he was trailed by a large, impressive posse of bodyguards, and students from the other schools began to organize their own protection details for their champions. The competition hadn't even started, and everyone was already in full swing. Friends back at Hogwarts were busy too. George sent a very long thesis to Scott via his enchanted phone, summarizing reports from previous Triwizard tournaments. Cedric was more excited about it than Scott was. George said many had helped. Eddie used his knack for digging up obscure facts and even camped out in Professor Binns's office for an afternoon. Hermione helped organize the material, and Harry and Ron spent half a day in the library. Milton had composed a piece to celebrate Scott's victory, and the Classical Music Club had started rehearsing for a performance when the champions returned. Luna claimed she'd learned a magical ritual that would bring Scott luck. Scott thanked them all personally. Their gestures meant a lot. On the night before the task, November 23rd, Scott and his friends gathered in the tower common room to chat. "It's a pity," Fred said. "The tasks are secret. I couldn't find anything useful." "Me neither," Roger added. "The Beauxbatons students don't know either. I asked Audrey and Anne from 7th year, Bertrand, Catherine, Sophie from 6th year, a bunch of folks." Caccini rolled her eyes. "All those names you rattled off are girls' names. Are you scouting for information or trying to pick up girls?" "Both," Roger said shamelessly. "Getting to know girls doesn't hinder information gathering. It is information gathering." "Based on past tradition," Scott said, "it'll be either a dangerous magical creature or some kind of challenge." "As long as you have a plan," Roger said. Thanksgiving, November 24th, arrived. Early that morning, Scott stepped out of his dormitory to find the rest of the Hogwarts delegation waiting in the common room. When he appeared, every eye turned to him. "Are you all right?" someone called. "Hope you're not nervous." "Will your family come?" "Don't worry, we'll cheer for you." Scott didn't know which question to answer. All right, Roger said, clapping his hands. "Let our champion eat properly before he goes." They went downstairs, laughing, to a sumptuous breakfast the house elves had prepared. During the meal, everyone urged Scott to eat more. No sooner had he finished than a knock sounded at the tower door. Fred opened it to find Lucio standing there. "Good morning, guests of Hogwarts," Lucio said with a smile. "Because I'm familiar with you all, Madame Maxime has appointed me your guide today. I'll lead you to the task site." "Has Dumbledore already gone to the site?" Fred asked. "Yes. Professor Dumbledore is on the judging panel. They've already gone ahead," Lucio said. "Then let's go." Scott stood and followed Lucio out of the tower. They crossed a small grassy rise and arrived at a broader plain where many wizards had already gathered. A row of pink and blue carriages stood in the center. The horses drew everyone's attention. They were enormous, each as large as an elephant, glittering gold with silver manes, fiery red eyes, and great snowy white wings. "These are Abraxan horses," Lucio explained. "Beauxbatons breeds a herd of them." "They're beautiful," Fred breathed. "So cool." "If only we could have one at home," the others murmured. Lucio shrugged. "Ordinary people can't afford them. They only drink single malt whiskey." He motioned them into a carriage. The interior was roomy enough for the whole group. Lucio signaled and rang a bell. The Abraxans pawed the ground, spread their wings, and lifted the carriage into the air. The students clung on as they rose and steadied. The weather was perfect. The Pyrenees looked magnificent, and the view calmed some of the tension. About 10 minutes later, they sighted a high peak. "Ahead is the main Pyrenees summit," Lucio called. "The task site is at the top." The carriage circled the peak and came to rest on a large platform at the summit. Scott stepped out and looked at an amphitheater-like building before him. "Was this here before?" he asked Lucio. "Of course it's new," Lucio said with pride. "Built for the Triwizard tournament." "Beauxbatons is really rich," Fred muttered. Lucio pointed to a staircase. "Students, you may enter and find the spectator stands that way. I need to take Scott to the champions' preparation room." Scott handed his enchanted mirror to Fred and patted his shoulder. The live broadcast is up to you. He followed Lucio through an underground corridor to a large stone room. Fleur and Victor Krum were already there. Someone will be with you shortly, Lucio said. Good luck. He left. Scott greeted Fleur and Krum and sank into a sofa by the roaring fireplace. Krum nodded. Fleur offered a faint, nervous smile. Their faces were pale. After a long silence, Fleur finally said, "You don't seem nervous at all." Scott met her eyes and smiled. "Because I trust Professor Dumbledore. With him here, I won't face life-threatening danger. Whatever happens, he can protect me." Fleur eyed him skeptically. "What about the task?" "It's a task," Scott said. "Participation matters most." The two champions looked surprised. "You represent Hogwarts' honor," Fleur protested. "Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years," Scott said, shrugging. "One Triwizard tournament won't ruin its reputation." Fleur scowled, but said nothing. They had hardly more time before Mr. Jolly arrived, light on his feet. "All three of you have arrived. Now I can tell you the task." The three looked up as he grinned. "You must break through the blockade of the two alchemy beasts, enter the control room, and press the switch that stops them." "Alchemy beasts?" Scott glanced at Fleur. Her face dropped. He immediately understood they were dangerous. Mr. Jolly continued, "Now we'll decide the order of the contestants." He took a die from his pocket. "Highest roll goes last. Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first," Krum said, standing and tossing the die. It rolled to a stop. "3, Mr. Jolly announced. Fleur's face lit briefly. She took the die and threw it. 1. Her face fell, and she sat down glumly. Scott stood, picked up the die, and let it fly. It landed on 5. 5 points, Mr. Jolly exclaimed. "Looks like I have good luck," Scott said, smiling as he sat back. Mr. Jolly declared the order. First Fleur Delacour, then Victor Krum, and finally Scott Trollope. "When the competition begins, you will be notified by the sound," Mr. Jolly added, and left the preparation room. Fleur began to pace again. Scott asked, "What are alchemy beasts? Can you tell us?" She explained impatiently but quickly, "Alchemy beasts are monsters created through alchemy. They are Beauxbaton's strongest defense. They aren't truly alive, but they're very powerful and dangerous. Few wizards could take them on alone." Scott and Krum thanked her. As Fleur resumed pacing, a clear, high voice boomed from the ceiling. The room had been enchanted to relay announcements. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Triwizard Tournament. Welcome to this grand event organized by the French Ministry of Magic, Beauxbatons, Hogwarts, and Durmstrang." Cheers and applause thudded even through the thick stone. Fleur gripped her chest and breathed quickly. "The competition is about to begin." Mr. Jolly's voice grew more excited. "Please welcome the renowned alchemist Professor Roussel, who will ensure the safety of our champions." Fleur's anxiety vanished at the name. "Professor Roussel?" she breathed, then smiled. "Now none of us need worry about safety." "You didn't know he'd be here?" Scott asked. "Of course not," Fleur said indignantly. "Professor Roussel doesn't usually take part in anything outside teaching. He wasn't at the welcome feast or the Halloween feast." Mr. Jolly's voice crackled again. "The arena is ready. Let us give a warm hand to our first contestant, the champion from Beauxbatons, Miss Fleur Delacour." "Oh, I must go." Fleur tossed her ponytail and left. "Good luck," Scott called after her. Applause erupted. Mr. Jolly's running commentary kept the crowd on edge. His remarks were dramatic and vague. "Oh, dangerous. Too dangerous. Excellent. So close. I'm not sure that's wise." Half an hour later, his voice rose to a shriek. "She did it. Congratulations to Miss Delacour." Krum stood, jaw clenched. "Good luck," Scott said to him. Krum nodded and then strode out. Mr. Jolly narrated Krum's effort with the same breathless hyperbole. Krum finished in about 20 minutes. Scott sat up, straightened his robes, and put his wand in hand. And now, the third contestant, the champion from Hogwarts, Scott Trollope. He walked through a dim corridor and climbed stairs into sunlight. The arena hit him with a wave of sound. Cheers and applause thundered all around. Looking out, he saw a field strewn with rocks, and opposite him, a stone platform with a large iron cage atop it. The cage door stood open, and a wooden sign hung on it. "Control Room," in French and English. That would be his destination. "Are you ready?" Mr. Jolly's voice came from the judge's platform. Scott nodded. "Very good. Professor Roussel, release your refurbished alchemy beast," came the command. With a grinding of stone and metal, a doorway cracked open in the arena wall. Heavy footsteps and an ominous clang rang out. Two enormous creatures crawled through, griffin-shaped constructs of steel. They spread vast wings and landed around the control room platform. "Go, Mr. Trollope. We look forward to your performance," Mr. Jolly called. Scott smiled, slipped his wand back into its holster, and ignored the stunned murmurs. Mr. Jolly gasped. "What is he doing?" He put his wand away. "Does the Hogwarts champion mean to forfeit?" Scott ignored the commentary and completed his animagus transformation. Mr. Jolly's tone flipped. "It's an animagus. He completed his animagus. My goodness, what a genius." Scott, now a peregrine falcon, shot into the sky and streaked toward the control room with terrifying speed. Before the steel griffins could react, he had reached the platform. Then they lunged. One blocked the control room door, while the other dove at him. The shadow and the sheer bulk of the constructs were overwhelming, far larger than his falcon form, but a peregrine is built for speed and agility. He dodged the lunge, banked past, and slipped below the platform. Mid-flight, he reverted to human form in a blink and landed on a large rock. The lunging griffin roared and charged after him. Scott drew his wand and, with a quick transfiguration spell aimed at a nearby boulder, called up a blazing giant raven. The rock shifted and burst into form. A fire raven, enormous and roaring with flames, rose to meet the steel beast. It cried out harshly and spat a blistering white-hot stream of fire. At the same time, Scott struck another rock with his wand. Water responded to the spell with a splash. A huge sailfish, wrapped in a globe of water, leapt high. The 5-meter-long fish arced toward the stone platform, thrashing its tail. Scott tucked his wand away, became a peregrine again, and flew up into the sky. A heat wave rolled across the arena, and a streak of fire lashed out at the attacking hippogriff. Sizzle. The fiendfire raven cocked its head, and a bright white line of flame scored a long red streak across the hippogriff's steel hide. Roar! The hippogriff opened its beak and bellowed. Glowing blue runes spread over its body in an instant, knitting the scar away. The scorching line had failed to breach the creature's defenses. Scott, in peregrine falcon form, did not hesitate. He climbed a little higher. A clicking sound came from below as the hippogriff tilted its head and hurled a spiraling storm of wind and dust toward him. Caw! The fiendfire raven beat its wings and surged forward, interposing itself between the storm and Scott. Its flaming feathers flared, warding the vortex off long enough for Scott to angle his flight and dive toward the sailfish. The sailfish, wrapped in a great globe of water, had swum to the edge of the stone platform. The floating water sphere rose up beside the hippogriff that guarded the control room entrance. The hippogriff landed on all fours, spread its wings, and roared a warning. The sailfish was silent, pushing forward, its head and tail thrashing. Scott dropped lower, trailing behind. Roar! The hippogriff guarding the door answered, its body ringed with those same blue runes. It unleashed a spiral of wind that struck the water globe with a thunderous boom. The perfect sphere buckled into an irregular shape, torrents sprayed outward like a sudden downpour. But the size of the globe did not diminish. Scott's sailfish kept replenishing it from within. Dodging the spray, Scott glanced back. His fiendfire raven was still desperately trying to keep the other hippogriff from returning to the platform, but it was only a hastily transfigured rock construct. It could not match the alchemically forged hippogriff in strength or resilience for long. The storm subsided. The deformed water sphere snapped back into a perfect orb, and the sailfish lunged like a bolt, its sharp upper jaw cleaving through the water like a sword and striking the steel chest of the hippogriff with a ringing clang. The creature staggered back. The sailfish retreated into its globe and released a narrow, pressurized jet of water that shaved along the hippogriff's breast, spraying sparks where water met metal. The jet did not penetrate the creature's outer defense, but it bought enough time to delay its return to the control room door. Scott, a shadow against the sky in his peregrine body, slipped through the opening and into the control room. Roar! Two roars answered from outside. One hippogriff raised its claws and tore at the metal frame. The other, having beaten the fiendfire raven, flew back toward the platform. Scott reverted to human form as fast as he could, slammed his hand down on the large red button fixed to a metal pillar, and heard the switch click. Drip, drip. The button flashed red. Both hippogriffs fell silent, collapsing to the floor and no longer moving. Incredible! Incredible! He did it! Mr. Jolly's excited commentary and the roar of the crowd cut through Scott's concentration. He didn't use any charms, only 3 transfigurations, and finished faster than anyone. He completed the objective in just 5 minutes. Yes, 5 minutes. Oh my goodness, this is Transfiguration at its finest. I don't think anyone's ever seen anything like it. Mr. Jolly suddenly brought up that nightmare of the Quidditch World Cup 3 months earlier, and the crowd hushed. Scott braced, thinking the French official meant to needle the British ministry, but Mr. Jolly's tone shifted. The young wizard who assisted Professor Dumbledore in opening a path of life for everyone was none other than this brave champion from Hogwarts, the mere 16-year-old Scott Trollope. Yes, according to Professor Dumbledore, this youngest champion played a crucial role that day. A ripple of surprise swept the stands. Scott stepped from the control room into the open and drew his wand, flicking it. The sailfish hardened back into rock and clattered to the floor. The water globe collapsed into a stream that ran away. At the judges' table, a flushed Mr. Jolly was already interviewing Dumbledore while craning to see the headmaster's reaction. "Professor Dumbledore, is Transfiguration taught at Hogwarts like this?" he asked loudly. Dumbledore only shook his head, clapped, and kept his counsel. "Oh, all right," Mr. Jolly said. "Now it's time to score the 3rd champion. Judges, please display your scores. I'll go first." He flicked his wand, and a huge 10 shot out from its tip and hung in the air. Mr. Lefebvre, sitting beside him, followed with a 10. Madame Maxime hesitated, glanced at Scott, and raised her wand, another 10. Professor Hartman from Durmstrang thought a moment and then sent an 8 into the sky. A chorus of boos erupted, mostly from the Hogwarts delegation. Fred and Roger stood and made rude gestures at Hartman, but the score stood. Finally, Dumbledore pressed his wand forward and gave Scott a decisive 10. "Oh, Scott Trollope from Hogwarts receives a total of 48 points in the first round of the competition." Cheering swelled again. Scott heard his friends' voices over the crowd, small in number but loud and fierce. He smiled and waved. "Scoreboard," Mr. Jolly called. A massive stone slab rose behind the judges' platform, and the results were carved into it for all to see. "First place, Scott Trollope, Hogwarts, 48 points," Mr. Jolly read. "Second, Victor Krum, Durmstrang, 45 points. Third, Fleur Delacour, Beauxbatons, 43 points." After the ceremony, Scott left the platform and slipped into a side passage beneath the stands. Fleur and Krum, both done with their tasks, met him there. "It seems what the papers said was true," Fleur said, watching him with complicated eyes. "You really are a genius." Scott gave her a puzzled look. Fleur explained, "There were reports here in France back then, but they didn't print your name. Everyone's attention was fixed on that terrifying dark wizard and on Dumbledore stepping forward to save people. They scarcely mentioned what you did." She turned to Krum. "You must have known. You were there, weren't you, Victor?" Krum nodded, then shook his head as if to dismiss it. Scott helped. All the players, including Victor, were busy saving people. Only those on flying brooms could get through the circle of fiendfire to rescue the children. "Oh, I didn't know," Fleur said, surprised, and apologized to Krum. He waved it off. Professor Roussel, still in his white robe, approached. Fleur greeted him with decorum. Roussel fixed his gaze on Scott. "Your performance truly impressed me, Mr. Trollope," he said. "Thank you," Scott replied. Roussel's eyes warmed. "There must be an extraordinary wizard teaching you. I'm sure it's neither Professor McGonagall nor your headmaster." Scott stared. Roussel's lips twitched. "Your transfiguration is not mere trickery. To achieve the core substance conversion typical of alchemy through transfiguration, while clever, cannot be done at random. There must be an alchemy master guiding you." Fleur and Krum looked startled. Scott could not deny it. Without his Ravenclaw mentor's help, his transfiguration would not have advanced so rapidly. "You're right," he admitted. "My mentor is indeed an extraordinary alchemy master." Roussel's face brightened. He pressed, eager. "I know of no such alchemy master at Hogwarts or elsewhere in Britain. Tell me, who is your mentor?" Scott paused. "I can't answer that on my own. Please ask Professor Dumbledore. If he approves, he will tell you." Roussel nodded. "I will ask him." He walked off toward the front of the passage. Mr. Jolly hurried over. Come with me, champions. There are important notes about the second task you must hear. They followed him to the rear of the arena, where a pink and blue carriage drawn by two Abraxan horses waited. Mr. Jolly climbed in, pulled back the curtain, and gestured them aboard. The judges were seated inside. Scott took a seat beside Dumbledore, and the Abraxans lifted them into the sky. "We're going to the Beauxbatons Abraxan Ranch," Jolly announced. "For the second task, 3 months from now, each of you will have a partner, an Abraxan horse." Scott blinked. "So we choose our partners now?" "Exactly, and you'll need time to build rapport with them over the next 3 months." Scott and Krum glanced at Fleur, who was sitting beside Madame Maxime, and suddenly looked even smaller. Fleur bristled. "I swear I haven't been secretly bonding with an Abraxan," she protested. Madame Maxime scowled. "We have upheld fairness in hosting this tournament." "Yes," Jolly piped. "Everything is fair and square." Dumbledore smiled. "Indeed, I trust the French ministry in Beauxbaton's preparations." Hartman grunted his assent. Scott and Krum kept their expressions guarded. They suspected that fairness would be interpreted in ways beneficial to the hosts. But at least Madame Maxime had been impartial in scoring. "One more thing," Jolly said with a wide grin. "You've probably guessed, the second task involves flying." Fleur and Krum's gazes snapped to Scott. His animagus form was a peregrine falcon. Flying was an advantage. Scott stayed calm. He knew Jolly had more to add. "Excuse me, Mr. Trollope, but at Professor Dumbledore's suggestion, we've decided to prohibit your animagus transformation for the second task." Scott looked to Dumbledore. The headmaster nodded, smiling. "This is better, more interesting, don't you think, Scott?" Before Scott could answer, Jolly continued. "Yes, it is a bit unfair, since animagus form demonstrates your skill, Mr. Trollope. If you object, you may lodge a protest to the judges." "I agree," Scott said. Denying him animagus form didn't bother him. There were other ways to fly. Jolly brightened. "Then it's settled." He turned to the other champions. "You are also prohibited from using flying brooms or similar devices. At altitude, you will rely only on your wands and your hippogriff partners." "High altitude," Scott filed the phrase away. He noticed Fleur visibly relax. Removing animagus and broom usage neutralized his and Krum's obvious advantages. Since Dumbledore and Hartman did not object, Scott and Krum said nothing further. The carriage descended into a broad pasture ringed by mountains. Though it was winter, the grass ran green and bright. A herd of golden hippogriffs cavorted across the field, their white wings flashing, neighing happily. After landing, Jolly led everyone to the stables on the pasture's edge. "Here are the choicest hippogriffs," he said, sweeping his arm toward 3 splendid beasts. A strong tang of alcohol hung in the air. These 3 had been drinking pure malt whiskey straight from barrels. Their names were displayed: Pergasus, Chrysor, and Hippocrene. Scott studied them. Without expert knowledge, he could only appreciate their size and power. "Begin choosing your partners," Jolly instructed. "The order follows the ranking. Mr. Trollope, you choose first." "I choose Pergasus," Scott said, picking the name after the legendary winged horse. "Mr. Krum?" "Krum chooses Chrysor," Victor replied, choosing Pergasus's brother. "Then Hippocrene will accompany Miss Delacour," Jolly announced. "What a coincidence. Hippocrene is a mare." Scott leaned forward. "What do we do now? Spend time with them? Build a rapport?" he asked. This task felt different from the usual underwater trial. The method wouldn't be a race. Jolly waved a hand. "Oh, don't rush. I'll explain." He led them back to the carriage, and the Abraxans took them toward the castle. Then Jolly's mouth curved into the grin Scott found cheeky. "For the next 3 months, you may have no contact with your partners." Scott blinked. Fleur's eyes widened. "No contact? How can we build rapport?" Jolly raised a finger. "That is the point of the test. Hippogriffs only drink pure malt whiskey. What you need to do is brew alcohol." "What?" Scott couldn't hide his surprise. Fleur and Krum were equally stunned. Jolly raised both hands to calm them. "The process has been approved by the judges," he said. Dumbledore, sitting beside Scott, merely winked. Scott closed his mouth and waited for the rest. They landed by a stand of trees and trailed into the woods to 3 small wooden cabins. The doors stood open, and inside were empty rooms. No equipment, nothing to brew with. Jolly clapped. "You must produce pure malt whiskey without any ready-made tools or natural advantages, including sunlight, using only your own magic," he announced. Whoever brews the better whiskey and pleases their horse will earn a partner more willing to cooperate during the task. He tossed a small deformation lizard skin bag into the air, flicked his wand, and 3 identical piles of wheat fell onto the cabin's floors. "We will provide identical ingredients," he said. "You may research brewing techniques or ask others for advice. For tools, you must gather materials from the forest and craft them yourselves. Remember, the wheat cannot leave the cabin until it has been successfully turned into whiskey. Any removal will be a foul. Each cabin is magically sealed to its assigned champion. You may bring only your wand inside. The enchantments will detect any contraband. You may not visit one another." He tapped his wand, the cabin doors creaked shut, and each name appeared on a panel. "That's all for the second task," Jolly said, turning to his colleague. "Any additions, Antoine?" Mr. Lefebvre shook his head. "All clear." Jolly clapped again. "We'll activate the enchantments now. Good luck." They left the woods and went their separate ways. Scott and Dumbledore walked back toward the tower together. "Any thoughts?" Dumbledore asked. Scott sighed. "I've never brewed whiskey. I don't even know the steps. If my whiskey tastes awful, Pergasus won't cooperate and might even cause trouble." Dumbledore chuckled. "That's part of the task's appeal. I asked for the animagus restriction so the competition would not be decided before it began." Scott smiled. "I suppose if I wanted to fly, there are other ways." Dumbledore winked. "Exactly. I trust in your resourcefulness, Scott. The contest would be dull without suspense." Scott hesitated. "But I'm not confident about brewing." "You won't be alone," Dumbledore said. "Everyone at Hogwarts would be glad to help you, just as they have before." "I'll do my best," Scott said. He welcomed any help with technique and theory, but the brewing itself was his responsibility, and he felt the weight of it. They reached the tower and were greeted by a boisterous group. Fred had already started the celebrations. "They're back!" he shouted, and the rest of Scott's friends spilled out to meet him with cheers, claps, and friendly jostling. "Don't worry about the second task today. Let's celebrate." Roger clapped Scott on the shoulder. Fred recorded the other champions' performances. Their acts were nowhere near yours. "I'll watch it later," Scott said, smiling. The great hall shimmered with a lavish feast set out along the long tables. For the moment, the contest and its strange second task could wait. "I'm so hungry I could eat a horse," someone joked. Laughter rose as they surged into the hall. They were done with the first task, and for tonight, that was enough. The celebration feast began, and Scott ate his fill before explaining the basic situation for the second task to the others. "High-altitude competition?" someone asked. "Partnering with a Pegasus? Cool." Everyone was curious about the format. Fred's eyes widened with envy. "Oh, that's going to be an amazing contest," he said. "Why didn't I think of something like that before?" Roger, however, was focused on something else. "They banned Scott's animagus form. That's not fair." Scott shrugged. "They also banned flying brooms." "Beauxbatons is scared," Angelina said. "They're afraid you and Crumb will easily beat Fleur with your strengths." "That's their trick," Caccini added. "Fleur's score is already behind." Everyone agreed and grumbled about the restrictions, but Ethan calmly pointed out, "Dumbledore agreed to those terms. We can't change them." Cedric reminded the group, "What matters now is helping Scott with the brewing." "Pure malt whiskey," Fred said, looking around. "Has anyone here ever drunk, let alone brewed, that stuff?" Glances were exchanged. "I've only had butterbeer." "Me too." "My dad drinks single malt sometimes, but I don't know how to brew it," another voice said. "I never even thought about trying." Everyone present was essentially unfamiliar with brewing. Angelina fretted, "What are we going to do? It doesn't look like anyone can help." "In that case, we'll have to ask for help," Fred said. He produced his magic mirror and tried to reach George on their enchanted phone. When George's face appeared in the glass, Fred quickly explained the situation. "Oh, leave this to me," George said instantly. "We'll get the best recipe." "Thanks, George," Scott said, leaning closer. "Don't worry." George flashed an okay sign. "By the way, Scott, you were incredible today. Professor McGonagall let classes slide this morning. Everyone watched your match." "Is that Scott?" A cluster of heads crowded into the mirror. "Scott, you're amazing." They all beamed and shouted at Scott. He chatted with them briefly. Finally, George grinned. "Scott, you should start thinking about an autograph." You're the most popular person at Hogwarts right now. The girls are all gaga over you. Scott quickly ended the call. Oh, are you shy, Scott? Roger teased, patting his shoulder. You're almost 17. Time for a little romance. That's none of your business? Scott snapped. Roger shrugged. I'm just saying, I've got the Beauxbatons girls fawning over me. Caccini shot Roger a look. You've had 2 French girlfriends already and dumped them. Now you want a third. If I remember correctly, Scott said, surprised, it's only been about 20 days since we came to Beauxbatons. I can't help it, Roger declared. Girls can't resist my charm. The few girls present made disgusted faces. Caccini turned to Angelina. Look at my ex. I must have been blind before. Angelina laughed. Maybe you were under a love potion, Caccini. My mistake must have been a really strong potion, Caccini said, helplessly amused. Everyone broke into laughter. Scott couldn't help smiling at how much Caccini had changed. She was more carefree now and could joke about her past relationship. Roger chimed in. Caccini, you're much more charming now than before. Thanks, she rolled her eyes, but you don't stand a chance. Roger winked. Who knows? You should grow your hair long first, though, or you'll both look like a couple of lesbians. Mind your own business, Caccini snapped, snatching up a hard baguette and hurling it at him. Roger ran, Caccini chasing after him, baguette in hand. Oh, Angelina watched them with a meaningful expression. Could it be? Rekindling old flames, another girl suggested. Or maybe not. Angelina's face looked like she'd eaten a vomit-flavored every flavor bean. Ignore them. Fred stepped up to Angelina, bent down and offered his hand. Christmas is coming. Maybe we can practice dancing. She looked at him, smiled, and placed her hand in his. All right, good idea. They left hand in hand. Someone watched them go. Where are they going to dance? Roger, dodging Caccini, called back. They just need a quiet corner to practice. Everyone laughed. Amid the chatter and jokes, the celebration broke up. The next morning, Scott received another piece of paper from George, details of the brewing method for pure malt whiskey the twins had collected. After sending it, George messaged again. That's all we could find. The rest is up to you. Thanks for the effort, Scott said. This should be enough. He had little confidence in his brewing skill, but felt confident about the competition itself. Even if his partner wasn't particularly cooperative, he believed he could still win. George, ever mischievous, suggested over the mirror, maybe you can tamper with the other champion's whiskey and make theirs worse than yours. Scott laughed. Good idea, but impossible. The brewing cabin is sealed. Only one person can enter. I couldn't even if I wanted to. After the call, Scott read the brewing guide the twins had gathered. Brewing single malt involved 4 big stages: malting, mashing, fermentation, and distillation, each with detailed steps. Malting itself had 5 parts: selection, steeping, germination, drying, and removing the rootlets. First, selection, Scott muttered. Fred and Roger bent over the paper with him. Pick the barley, remove impurities, then soak it to make it sprout. That takes a week or 2. After sprouting, you dry or smoke it with peat, then after cooling, store it for a month. Finally, remove the rootlets. That will take time, Scott said. Which charms will we need? Fred thought aloud. Oxio, aguamenti, incendio, drying charm, and maybe a severing charm. Scott shook his head. We'll need to experiment. But you've only got a fixed amount of barley, Roger warned. If you waste too much, you won't have enough product. That's a problem, Scott admitted. Still, he had to start. Let's go, I'll try it. Because he couldn't bring much into the enchanted brewing cabin inside the forest, Scott left his shape-shifting lizard skin bag in the dorm and took only his wand. Fred and Roger accompanied him to the forest's edge. Okay, I'll go in first. Scott waved and stepped into the trees. Fred followed. A few moments later, Fred stumbled back out, looking dazed. I'm out, he said, surprised, as if he'd spun around like a headless chicken and found himself back where he started. Scott shrugged. Jolly said the enchantments will record any rule breaking. Fred tossed a branch aside in annoyance. Scott waved again and walked deeper into the woods. At the wooden cabin, he found Fleur and Victor Krum already there. Both were using transfiguration and charms on felled trees, trying to fashion brewing tools. Good morning, Scott greeted. Have you started brewing? Fleur flicked her wand and turned a length of wood into a large barrel. Brewing? I don't know who suggested it, Those horses are so picky about the taste of whiskey, she complained. I have a feeling the judges didn't pair us with 3 perfect partners so much as 3 troublemakers. You don't know brewing either? Scott said. Looks like this contest is genuinely fair. I told you, Fleur snapped, glaring. Crumb was using a severing charm on planks. I'm not confident, he admitted when Scott asked. You don't drink? Scott joked. I thought Durmstrang people might be familiar with whiskey, being from cold regions. Crumb shook his head seriously. I don't drink. It affects my Quidditch. That's a shame. We're all beginners. Scott walked a few steps away, drew his wand, and used a severing charm to fell a large tree, then cleared away branches and leaves. He transfigured the trunk into a giant wooden barrel and, with the barrel floating behind him, pushed open the cabin door. Your barrel is too big, Fleur called. It won't fit through the door, and you can't take the grain outside the house. Shrink charm, Scott replied, and cast one. Fleur looked horrified. Using a charm on something transfigured? It'll explode. Under her surprised stare, the barrel shrank to a manageable size and was carried through the doorway. Scott restored it to full size once inside, then looked at the scattered barley on the floor. First, selection. Remove impurities, he said, and opened the back window. He pointed his wand and cast Accio. A small whirlwind of magic formed at the tip, picking up a portion of the barley. He guided it, letting lighter husks and debris fly out the window while the clean grains settled into the barrel. He checked the handful in his hand. Fairly clean, but not perfect. There were still small, imperfect grains. To make truly good whiskey, you needed the plumpest grains. Scott sprinkled his handful into the barrel and went back to work with Accio, but the precision required was exhausting. Halfway through, he came up with a better plan. He set up a Protego barrier in front of himself, then cast Accio on the rest of the barley. The grain surged forward, hit the transparent shield, and spilled onto the floor in a pile. Scott removed the barrier and used Accio to sweep the remaining debris out the window. Now came manual selection, picking out the plump grains. He couldn't think of a charm shortcut. This was a Muggle problem. Scott left the cabin, used Transfiguration to fashion a large sieve from a tree branch and a chair from a stump, then brought them back inside. He sat on the chair and used his wand to make the sieve rock automatically while he fed the grain through it. Hours of tedious, repetitive work followed. After sieving twice and checking the results, he finally yawned and stopped. That should be enough, he said, satisfied. He covered the selected barley in the barrel and began the steeping process, cleaning the grain and letting it soak. At noon, he leaned out the window to check the sun, looked at the soaking barley, then stretched and left the forest. Fleur and Crumb were still inside their cabins. Scott returned to the dormitory where everyone bombarded him with questions. What step are you on? Fred asked, holding the mirror. Are you following the instructions exactly? He handed Scott the mirror. Scott checked and nodded. No mistakes. It's soaked and waiting to sprout. And the others? How are Fleur and Crumb doing? Did Fleur practice in advance? They don't know brewing either, Scott said. He sighed. Malting was tedious but manageable. For the next week or two, he only needed to check on the sprouting barley between classes, and the others were just as anxious as he was. Fred reported back to George every day. 10 days later, Scott judged the barley to be sprouting well and began the drying stage. He'd planned to use a drying charm, but the endless, mechanical casting felt like being a soulless hairdryer. After a moment's thought, he chose to transfigure a few small fire crows to provide a steady heat source. As long as he kept them at the right distance so the flames didn't scorch the malt, it should work, he hoped. The little fire crows glowed and produced gentle heat, and Scott relaxed a bit, freeing himself from the constant charm work. So, how did it turn out? Someone asked. Not bad, Scott reported. At least it didn't burn. By the way, Cedric said, he'd memorized the brewing process. Drying isn't total dehydration. You want to reduce the malt's moisture from about 42% to around 4 to 5%. Should be fine, right? Scott said, thinking he'd done enough. He had no tools to measure actual moisture, but he reassured everyone anyway. They felt better hearing it, even if no one could say precisely what 42% or 5% looked like. For the next month, an obligatory resting period, Scott put brewing mostly out of his mind and focused on alchemy with Professor Duran. Unlike the Ravenclaw mentor's broad approach, Duran taught solid foundations and step-by-step instruction. Scott, Fred, and Cedric all made steady progress. "I can't wait to invent new things," Fred said excitedly, already correcting mistakes he'd made in earlier inventions. He bragged to George via the mirror that he was now the true master inventor in the twins' duo. Cedric also took to alchemy. "It's a pity Hogwarts doesn't have this class," he said. "We got the basics at Beauxbatons, but not the deeper stuff." Scott suggested you could self-study or ask Dumbledore. "It's better not to bother Dumbledore. He's busy," Cedric replied. It was true, Dumbledore appeared sporadically and sometimes vanished for days. Rumor, mainly from Eddie, said Dumbledore had been seen in Britain more than once, aiding ministry operations against Death Eaters. Under Minister for Magic Ms. Burns, the ministry had recently clashed with Death Eaters and made some arrests, though there had also been casualties. Lord Voldemort himself, after his public appearance at the World Cup final, had gone into hiding again. Even when his followers were arrested, he remained unseen. "I think he's planning something bigger," Eddie told Scott over the mirror. "Dumbledore keeps rushing back and forth because he's worried." Scott thought that was plausible. Being away from Britain, he had to rely on messages from friends for news and couldn't verify anything further. As December set in, the air grew colder, but Beauxbatons hummed with a different kind of warmth. With the Christmas ball approaching, every student's attention turned to one thing: finding a dance partner. Walk the halls, and you could see mini romantic dramas unfolding everywhere. "Mary, will you be my partner?" "David? Yes, of course. Oh, wonderful." "Mary, could you be my partner?" "Sorry, Henry, I already said yes to David." No problem." Adolescence painted the campus a rosy shade of romance. And of course, as Triwizard champions, Scott, Fleur, and Crumb were the center of gossip. Everyone wanted to know whether the three of them had picked partners and who they'd chosen. Scott found himself in the middle of that swirl. Girls crossed his path everywhere. Most didn't ask outright, but contrived accidental meetings, shy hellos, and winning smiles. A few were bolder and introduced themselves. They all wanted him to speak first. He never did. Some even confessed directly, but Scott declined politely each time. "What are you thinking?" Roger asked one day, puzzled. "Aren't you going to ask Fleur?" Scott stroked his chin. "As far as I know, Fleur hasn't chosen anyone yet. It could work." It was a tempting choice, easy and trouble-free. He was sure there was no spark between them, no messy expectations after the ball. So the next time he ran into Fleur near the brewing cabin, he tried his luck. "Miss Delacour." He bowed slightly, playing the gentleman. Fleur turned, surprised. Crumb, who had been with her, stopped and glanced aside. Scott went on confidently. "May I have the honor of asking you to be my dance partner for the ball?" "I refuse." The single word landed like a slap. Scott smiled, unruffled. "May I ask why?" Fleur lifted an eyebrow. "Because of your eyes." She studied him. "Your look is so calm. I can tell you don't have any extra feelings for me." Scott blinked. "I just want to invite you to be my partner, that's all." "I know." Fleur gave a very practiced, very faint smile. "Choosing you would save me a lot of trouble. Refusing amorous advances is tiring." "You invited me to avoid trouble?" Scott asked, surprised. "Why not ask Victor?" Fleur's face hardened. "Would you be happy to see two boys dancing together?" "I wouldn't agree." Crumb muttered from where he stood. Scott shrugged. "I thought we might be on the same page. Many have asked you, and you hadn't said yes to anyone yet." Fleur pinched the bridge of her nose. "You boys don't understand a girl's idea of romance." "You too?" Scott was shocked. "With so many admirers, I thought you'd be fed up." "Normally, yes." Fleur's composure slipped for a second. She sounded unexpectedly ordinary. "But this ball is because of the Triwizard tournament. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Don't you feel the mood?" Scott, who hadn't felt anything particularly special about this Christmas, suddenly changed his tone. "Then I hope you get the romantic moment you want. Before Christmas, of course." He started to walk back to his cabin, already thinking about his own partner, when Fleur suddenly turned back. "Fine," she said in a helpless voice. "I'll be your partner." Scott spun around. "Really?" Fleur sighed. "Choosing you will save me trouble." "And the romance?" Scott prompted. Fleur shook her head. "I've thought about it. There isn't a single boy here who makes my heart flutter. I'm done expecting romance. For a girl who usually carried herself like a porcelain swan, she dropped the aristocratic act. Both Scott and Crumb were surprised to see such a plain, even vulnerable side of her. Fleur seemed a little embarrassed. "What are you two staring at?" she asked. "Nothing," they answered together. Scott smiled. "I know what you're thinking." Fleur rolled her eyes. "I know I can be annoying, but it's necessary." "Understandable." Scott nodded, though inwardly he thought she was more than a little trying. Beauty like hers was a weapon. Had she also been unreservedly charming, she'd have even more admirers. Better to be a little prickly, he thought, than irresistible in every way. Fleur snapped back into her usual mode. "Anyway, for the ball, you're my partner, Scott." She flashed a mischievous smile. "I'll announce it soon. As for the consequences, you'll have to put up with them." Scott's face fell. He'd hoped using Fleur as a shield would reduce trouble. He hadn't counted on her admirers turning their attentions to him as a result. He blamed Roger, of course he did, and tried to negotiate. You regret it? Too late." Fleur cut him off. "You asked me. You're not an adult yet, but you're a man. A gentleman shouldn't do anything undignified." She flicked her silver hair, pushed open her cabin door, turned, and smiled at him. "Thank you, Scott. Too many have asked me. Refusing them all is a pain, especially a few particularly troublesome ones." She gave a look of disgust at the thought, then smiled brightly again. "So, thank you." With that, she disappeared inside, and the door slammed. Her nameplate swung gently on the wood. Scott turned to Crumb, who had watched the exchange in silence. Did she take advantage of me?" Crumb thought, then said gravely, "No, you offered yourself." Scott slapped his forehead. That explained everything. If he'd intended to use Fleur as a shield, he shouldn't be surprised she used him in return. Her admirers might be troublesome, but Scott figured he could handle them. Compared to fending off giggling, flirtatious girls, dealing with Fleur's persistent suitors might actually be easier. He comforted himself and felt better. "So why aren't you going in?" he asked Crumb. "I'm watching your reaction," Crumb said bluntly. "You and Fleur are quite entertaining." "You too," Scott grinned, then turned serious. "Have you invited someone?" "Yes," Crumb said. "Miss Strozzi from Hogwarts." "Kikini?" Scott's eyes widened. "That's right." Crumb's eyebrows knit. "You seem surprised? Do you think I shouldn't ask her because she once dated Davis?" Scott shook his head. "That was ages ago. It doesn't matter." Really, Scott was just astonished at Crumb's taste. That same knack had once led Crumb to choose Hermione in another telling of events, girls whom others overlooked, who transformed when seen differently. Kikini, in the right light, could be pretty. In her current look, she bordered on androgynous, flamboyant, and roguish. If Crumb danced with her, people might mistake his orientation unless she changed her style. Roger joked about wigs and hair growth potions, and the others erupted in teasing. Scott left them to it and returned to the dormitory. Back at the tower common room, the news had already spread. The moment he entered, every pair of eyes found him. "Did it work? Did she say yes?" Roger and Fred asked in chorus. Scott glared at Roger. Of course, the gossip had come from him. Roger only wiggled his eyebrows. "You went for the highest score, brother, conquered the hardest girl." Angelina leaned in. "You actually asked Fleur?" Scott nodded. "I don't know why everyone loves her so much." "Are there no decent girls at Hogwarts?" Angelina sniffed. The other girls murmured agreement, and Scott explained, "Both Fleur and I didn't want the hassle of being chased, so we made a deal." Angelina was aghast. "She agreed to you, and there's no romance?" "She said no one makes her heart flutter, and she wanted someone to fend off pestering suitors. I volunteered." A chorus of disappointment washed the room. "Oh, Merlin," Angelina said, hands over her face. "You've ruined my fantasies about the ball." "Me too," echoed several others. Scott shrugged and tried to change the subject. "By the way, Victor asked Kikini, and she said yes." All eyes swung to Kikini. "He asked me?" She admitted with an embarrassed smile. The girls squealed. "Crumb invited you." "Well done, Kikini." Roger, always ready for mischief, teased about Crumb's eyesight and how he'd ever spot a golden snitch if he couldn't see properly. Kikini chased him out of the common room, shrieking, and they ran off together. Laughter followed in their wake. That evening, with Roger nowhere to be found, Scott and Fred lingered in their dormitory, tinkering with little projects learned in alchemy class. Fred clutched a tiny bottle. "This is my treasure. I nicked it right under Professor Kettleburn's nose." "Don't be stingy," Scott said, taking it from him. He poured the salamander blood onto a piece of blue metal to harden an alloy. The mixture smoked and stank. Fred rushed to open a window. Cedric arrived just then, wrinkling his nose. "We're making a magical dagger," Scott said. "Self-defense." "Why not a wand?" Cedric sat and asked. "It could break or be lost," Scott shrugged. "Besides, it's tradition. Gryffindor's swords and all that." Fred, eyes gleaming, pretended he was a shadowy assassin. He pulled his hood up and spoke in a mock whisper, then admitted he wasn't actually going to assassinate anyone. Cedric laughed. Cedric had another reason to visit. He wanted to borrow Scott's magic mirror. Scott teased him. "You're blushing. Telling Cho something?" Cedric blushed harder. "Yes." Scott tapped the mirror, and Eddie's face popped up. Eddie, ever the gossip boy, connected them immediately to Cho. Scott kept talking to Cho while holding the mirror out. Cedric stared, handed the mirror over, then panicked and bolted, clutching it to his chest. "I'll bring it back," he mumbled as he fled. Scott expected Fleur's decision to cause him trouble. He just hadn't thought it would happen so fast. The next morning, he left the tower ahead of schedule and ran into Lucio halfway to the castle. Lucio pulled him into an alcove and lowered his voice. "You should be careful these next few days," Lucio warned. "What's up?" Scott asked. "Fleur is very popular. She announced last night that she accepted your invitation. It spread fast." "So people will bother me?" "I don't know about everyone, but Waldo will." Lucio spat the name. "He's from the Gerard family. Loud, reckless, thinks his status covers for everything." Waldo Gerard was infamous for getting involved in mischief. Lucio explained how he'd once embarrassed people with petty tricks and only escaped expulsion thanks to Madame Maxime and Professor Gerard's influence. "He's got followers," Lucio said, "and he may have powerful items because of his family." Scott wasn't worried about raw power. He knew he could handle Waldo's magic level, but Lucio's warning rang true. Messing with Waldo could bring consequences. "If I teach him a lesson, what then?" Scott asked. "Could the Gerard family retaliate?" "They could try to pressure the ministry or the school." Lucio's voice was sober. "They have clout." Scott thought of Dumbledore's responsibilities and the ministry's preoccupations back in Britain. He didn't want to drag more trouble into other people's laps. "I'll try to keep things in check," he said. "If he provokes me, I'll deal with it, just not make things worse for everyone else." "Fine. Do what you want," Lucio conceded. They had barely finished speaking when Waldo and a group of his cronies appeared and closed off their path. Waldo glared at Lucio. "You've been whispering to your friends, haven't you?" Lucio scanned the circle of boys and cursed under his breath. "Yes, I warned him, because you ignore Madame Maxime's warnings and stir up trouble," Waldo sneered. "You meddle too much, and you spare us, you mudblood from Spain. Be grateful you're even here." Scott had had enough. He stepped forward. "Hey, I heard that." Waldo smirked and went on, loud and cruel. "I found out you're a mudblood too, like a Trax-like." Lucio stiffened beside him. Scott's face went cold. He thought of all the times people had used that word against him. The decision that had long been building inside him settled into steel. "Lucio," he said quietly, "forget the tournament. I'm going to teach this one a proper lesson." Lucio looked alarmed. "You're sure?" Scott's smile was small and hard. "I decided long ago I'd make anyone who uses that word afraid to look me in the eye. Happy Valentine's Day." I meant to write something more romantic for the season, but the story took its own course. It seems Scott is fated to be without romance, at least for now. 467. Pain. Happy Lantern Festival. When Scott spoke, Lucio froze, stunned. Waldo, however, exploded into laughter. "Ha ha!" He jabbed a finger at Scott. "What nonsense are you talking? A mudblood is a mudblood. Nothing can change that." His expression soured as he looked at Scott and Lucio with open disgust. "I've been trying to be tolerant, but you filthy mudbloods keep turning up and breathing the same air as me." He clutched his throat theatrically. "All I feel is disgust." His cronies laughed and jeered. They looked at Scott and Lucio with contempt. "Waldo, what are you after?" Lucio demanded loudly. Waldo sneered back. "What do I want to do? You really need me to tell you?" One of the boys next to him spoke for the group, condescending. Be clear, Lucio. This Hogwarts lad owes Waldo a proper apology. Swear never to talk to Miss Delacour again, and don't show off in the tournament. If you agree, maybe we'll let you walk away." "Well said," Waldo added. "Otherwise—" He leveled his wand at Scott. "You'll suffer a little." Lucio protested. "Are you serious? Do you know the consequences of this? Madame Maxime won't always cover for your Girard family. Don't you dare threaten that woman. She's nothing but Waldo." Waldo was about to let loose another insult at Madame Maxime when someone cut him off. A tall, thin black boy stepped from behind a nearby pillar. He was lanky as a reed, but when he emerged, everyone fell quiet. He spoke calmly. "It's fine to rile people up, Waldo. With the Girard family behind you, some things can be smoothed over. But if you cross certain lines, the Girards won't protect you." Waldo's face tightened, but he held himself. "Carrie, you're here too?" Lucio demanded. "Why didn't you stop him?" Carrie's voice remained measured. "Jealous squabbles like this are not worth my involvement. Lucio, do what I do. Stand back and watch. Don't worry for your friend. If they go too far, I'll step in." Waldo glared. "You want me to let Lucio go?" Carrie didn't pander. "You'd best not touch him, unless you want to offend Professor Roussel." Waldo waved him off. "Move aside, Lucio. For Professor Roussel's sake, I'll let you go." Scott stepped forward abruptly. "Lucio, you'd better do as he says and step away." Lucio hesitated, worried, but Scott smiled. "I'll be fine," Waldo signaled, and two burly boys seized Lucio and dragged him aside. "Let go of me." Lucio struggled, but his time steeped in alchemy had left him physically weaker. Scott sensed their movements and did nothing. He preferred Lucio out of the way when the fight began. The two men muttered that they wouldn't let him run to a professor, then cast Petrificus Totalis. Lucio slumped, frozen, and they placed him next to Shire before returning, grinning, to stand around Scott. Waldo laughed triumphantly. "Stunned, aren't you, Mudblood? No animagus trick will get you out of this now." From the circle, 4 boys tossed small metal spheres to the ground. Each sphere shot a beam of light up, the beam spreading to form a massive magical barrier. Thanks to the devices at the corners, the barrier was a perfect cube, enclosing Scott and the group, while Lucio and Shire remained outside. Waldo crowed, "Now you can't fly away when you turn into a bird." Scott examined the spheres with interest. "Alchemical devices that build large barriers," he mused, testing the magic's strength. "Not bad." "A mudblood like you has probably never seen anything this good," Waldo sneered. Then, more maliciously, "Even if you apologize now, you'll still learn a lesson." They all pointed their wands at Scott. "I have no intention of apologizing," he said. "Oh, you plan to beat more than a dozen of us with a couple of transfiguration spells?" Waldo boasted. Scott shook his head. "It's not transfiguration. I'm afraid I might not be careful and end up killing you." He meant it. The fire raven's fire lines or the sailfish's water blades could maim or kill. His shield charm held only for a few seconds. Waldo and his friends assumed he was blustering and erupted into more laughter. Scott grinned. "Fine, I'll show you something entertaining." He snapped his fingers. Instant, absolute darkness fell. Everyone's vision vanished into pure black. Panic rose in the enclosed cube. "What's happening? I can't see. What charm is that? Stay calm. Defend yourselves. Don't attack blindly, you'll hit your own people." Protego. Spells and magical defenses flared in the dark. Scott's voice cut through, amused. "Interesting, isn't it? Something I've been working on privately. First proper use in combat." He added, almost conversationally, "Thanks for setting up the barrier. Made it easy to trap you like dogs." "Kari, help turn off those spheres," Waldo shouted. Kari's reply was cool. "I told you I wouldn't take part." "You coward," Waldo bellowed. More screams rose from the dark. "Ah, what is this? I'm tangled. Let go of me." Scott's voice came close. "I remember clearly that word you said. You said it 8 times. "Let go of me, Mudblood," Waldo roared. 9 times, Scott answered calmly. "I will make you feel 9 times of unforgettable pain." "Crucio, how dare you?" someone cried. "Oh, Waldo, I wouldn't dare use Cruciatus, but Crucio isn't the only thing that makes one feel pain," Scott said. "You can't do it. I have items that will trigger defenses automatically. You can grab me, but you can't harm me with ordinary charms." "Is that so? I don't believe it." Scott didn't relent. "If you touch me, I swear I won't let you leave France alive, but before that, you'll taste pain." Suddenly Waldo screamed in piercing agony. "Damn Mudblood, I'll kill you." 10 times, Scott said. Ah, Waldo's cry continued. Carrie, who had hoped to stay out of it, finally interjected. Wait! Scott ignored him. Waldo kept howling. Stop! Carrie pleaded. I'll remove the barrier if you stop. This is getting out of hand. But Scott kept counting. 5 more times. The subdued attackers were silent now, apparently completely at his mercy. Scott felt the barrier disengage, yet the darkness still clung to them. 4 more times. Mr. Trollope, this is a crime. Waldo is a juror. You'll face the worst consequences, Kari warned, losing his composure. Scott sneered inwardly. So much for disinterest. Kari had pretended not to care, but Waldo's cries had drawn him in. Scott disliked people who performed virtue while privately judging. He sped up his actions. 3 more times. Ah, I'm going to die. 2 more times. Let me go. Ah, 1 more time. Waldo's voice dwindled to whimpers. When Scott finished, he stopped. 10 times. No more, no less. He wanted this to be a lesson Waldo wouldn't forget. Remember, he said quietly, never say that word in front of me again. Woo, I understand. Woo, Waldo whimpered. Scott, Lucio's voice came. Kari had released the Petrificus Totalis from him. Calm down. Scott, it's not worth putting yourself in prison for a guy like him. Thanks for your concern, Lucio, Scott said, smiling. But who said I'm going to prison? He snapped his fingers again. The darkness lifted. Lucio and Kari stared, stunned. The dozen or so attackers, Waldo among them, lay bound hand and foot with iron chains that rose up from the earth, holding them suspended but unharmed. Their mouths were gagged with cloth strips. Scott stood beside Waldo, who was still bound. Tears streaked his face even though he had no injury. Scott patted Waldo's cheek gently. I didn't hurt him. Look, not a scratch. That was what shocked Lucio and Kari most, a boy crying his eyes out while his body was unmarked. Lucio hesitated. That's not what I expected. A bloody mess? Scott asked, stepping closer. Is that what you imagined? Lucio forced an awkward laugh. Scott waved his wand, and the iron chains turned to dirt and fell away. Waldo collapsed to the ground, tottering and whimpering, curling into a ball of fearful tears. The others, cowed, didn't dare move or meet Scott's gaze. Scott picked up the 4 small metal spheres that had made the barrier. Consider this an apology gift, he said, slipping them into his pocket. He passed Kari, who stared at him, and stood before Lucio. I'll be leaving now. To Kari he added, I didn't hurt anyone, merely subdued them and gave them a scare. A jealous squabble like that won't land me in prison. He walked away. Kari made no move to stop him. Wait up! Lucio ran after him. How did you do that? No injuries, yet he was crying. And what was that darkness? Remember the Mariner's astrolabe we bought at Zugramudi's second-hand shop that summer? Scott asked. The one with the hidden ice illusion. Yes, the astrolabe contains an ice illusion so lifelike you can feel the cold. So the darkness and the pain were an illusion pulled from the astrolabe. Lucio's face lit up with excitement. Why did I go junk hunting with you if you find all the good stuff? Luck's something you're born with, Scott said dryly. Can the astrolabe's illusion be projected into reality? Lucio asked. No, it only draws a person's consciousness into the illusion. Scott kept the specifics of his setup to himself. That's a secret. They stopped by the fountain plaza. Scott, amused at Lucio's curiosity, let it be. I should go back to the tower. Until Professor Dumbledore arrives, my classmates and I won't leave. Lucio calmed. You're right. I'll tell Madame Maxime and Professor Roussel what happened. Thanks. Oh, be careful with Kari. He's pure blood, only a few know he's harsher than Waldo, beneath that composed exterior. Scott understood. A barking dog might not bite, but the quiet ones could be dangerous. He wasn't worried. He felt confident he could handle himself now. After parting, Scott returned to the tower and locked the main door. Down in the Great Hall, the Hogwarts delegation ate breakfast. Scott, why are you locking up? Fred asked, mouth full. Perfect, everyone's here. Scott walked to the long table. I want to apologize. I caused trouble. I'd prefer everyone stay in our tower for now. What happened? Fred asked. Scott sat. I had a run-in. I taught Walderar a lesson. Awesome. Fred's eyes lit up. Why didn't you call me? Shut up, Angelina scolded. Waldo, is he the one who tampered with the translation headphones? Yes, Scott nodded. Terrence Higgs added, Adrian and I asked around. He's related to Professor Girard of the Girard Alchemy classroom. The family is influential in France. That's why he came snooping, because of Fleur, Scott said. Oh, several girls murmured. So you fought for Fleur? Caccini teased. No, Scott said. I hit him back because he called me a mudblood 10 times. Roger bristled. That bastard! You should have called us. Well done, Scott, Fred cheered. That scoundrel deserved it. Cedric's jaw tightened. Humiliating you was humiliating all of us. Scott explained calmly what had happened. Will they come after you? Ethan fretted. Dumbledore's not here. To be safe, stay in the tower until Dumbledore returns. Don't go anywhere, Scott advised. The house elves can secure the tower, Fred said. If someone breaches it, we'll go back to Hogwarts. Everyone felt reassured. Scott revealed another precaution. He'd recorded the whole incident. Before it started, he'd conjured a monitoring bat and hidden it nearby. He pulled out the magic mirror and replayed the footage for the group in the common room. They watched Waldo's arrogance, the darkness, and Scott's actions. They watched Waldo's screams and Scott leaving with the spheres. How did you do that? Cedric asked, incredulous. I've never seen that charm, Ethan added. Fred slung an arm around Scott. Is it your invention? Why didn't you tell us? It's a magic rune circuit analysis. I adapted it from an item, Scott said briefly, and the others let it be. Scott then contacted Professor Flitwick using the mirror. 10 minutes later, Flitwick appeared on the screen. He had already been informed and had shown the footage to Professor McGonagall. Flitwick's tone was kind. Oh, hello. I'm glad you're all safe, Scott apologized. Professor, sorry for the trouble. Flitwick, I've seen what happened. You went a bit far, but it's understandable. No, he didn't go too far, Fred objected. They humiliated him, but Scott hurt no one. Flitwick smiled. This is ultimately for Dumbledore to decide. You can explain in person. Scott resent the message and video to Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall appeared on the mirror, grave. Stay in the tower and don't wander out, especially you, Mr. Trollope. I'll inform Dumbledore. No need, Minerva. I already know, Dumbledore said pleasantly, stepping into the frame himself. Relief rippled through the students. McGonagall was frostier. This might be difficult to handle. It could affect the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore was unperturbed. I will handle it. She softened when she looked at Scott. I hope you remember you represent Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Professor. Scott said, I'll tell the truth. McGonagall softened, but reminded him, there's nothing wrong with defending your dignity, but please be more rational next time. I understand, Scott agreed. Dumbledore chuckled. Don't be too harsh on him, Minerva. Boys will compete for a dance partner, such as youth. Scott lowered his head, and his companions muffled a few laughs. When the call ended, Dumbledore asked Scott to come with him to see Madame Maxime. Don't be nervous. Tell the truth, he advised as they left the tower. He praised Scott's ingenuity. The dark illusion had been used cleverly and combined well with Scott's perception. Scott credited a Ravenclaw mentor with guidance. Dumbledore continued, I understand your anger. I too would be upset hearing that slur aimed at you and your friend. But remember your purpose. Protect dignity and friends. Inflicting pain should never be the aim. Scott promised to avoid using such methods again. They entered Beauxbaton's castle and were met by many curious, wary looks. News had spread. Even girls who had shown earlier interest now averted their eyes. Only Fleur approached. I'm sorry, Scott. I didn't expect it to end like this. It's not your fault, Scott said. She smiled weakly. Madame Maxime is waiting. Please come. Dumbledore nodded. As they walked, Fleur leaned in quietly. Be careful. Professor Gerard is in the headmaster's office. She's very angry. Thank you, Scott said. Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. On the way to Beauxbaton's headmaster's office, Fleur said nothing, simply leading the way. Scott and Professor Dumbledore followed behind her and soon stood beneath a tall tower. It was roughly the size of Ravenclaw Tower at Hogwarts, but it showed none of the wear of age. Inside, there was no spiral staircase. There was an elevator, like those in the British Ministry of Magic, only far more ornate. When the doors closed and the lift rose, Scott felt no movement and heard no sound. Expanding his magical perception slightly, he saw at once that the elevator was an alchemical construction, its motion produced entirely by magic. Places of great enchantment, Hogwarts and Beauxbatons alike, didn't rely on Muggle electricity. The doors slid open to a rush of floral scent. Scott blinked. At the top of the tower was an aerial garden full of exotic plants and blossoms. The space was clearly larger inside than the tower appeared from without, the undetectable extension charm at work. A glass dome let thin winter sunlight fall in, turning the scene almost spring-like. Every path was lined with neatly pruned vegetation. Flowers of impossible colors vied for attention, and tiny, glittering fairies flitted among the beds, here unusually industrious, tending the plants. Most startling of all was the scale. Even the simplest rose had blooms several times larger than any Scot had ever seen. Walking through it felt like being shrunk. They wound along the flowered path to the headmaster's office set at the garden's center. A circular glass chamber, like a giant birdcage, draped with vines and silk curtains that hid its interior. Fleur climbed a few gleaming white steps, tapped the floral ornamented door, and it opened on its own. Madame Maxime, Professor Dumbledore, and Mr. Trollope, Fleur announced with a bow. Please bring them in, came a deep, refined voice. Do come. Fleur ushered them in. The room was also under an extension charm, vast and furnished for Madame Maxime's stature. In here she appeared the size a civilized person might expect, but for everyone else the furniture was gargantuan. Stepping inside intensified Scott's feeling of smallness. Madame Olympe Maxime sat behind a great desk, sipping tea and looking pleased. Opposite her, on a huge satin sofa, lounged a woman Scott now recognized from whispers around Beauxbaton, Professor Veronique Girard. She was beautiful in the conventional sense. Long, pale blonde curls, strong brows, large eyes, a sharply arched nose, and vivid red lips matched to an embroidered robe. But her face was hard with anger. Her feet dangled comically from the enormous sofa, making her appear childlike by contrast. Standing nearby was Kari Kama, the black-beaded youth who had witnessed the morning's events. "Thank you, Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said politely. He moved awkwardly and, with a funny little scramble, climbed onto the opposite sofa and settled into a cushion the size of a mattress. "I must compliment you. The sofa is indescribably comfortable." Scott remained standing by the armrest, facing Carrie. The two exchanged a cool, inscrutable look. Madame Maxime smiled and waved her wand. A teacup the size of a large bowl flew into Dumbledore's hands. He cradled it like a chalice and took a sip. "A bit more sugar," he said. The sugar dish sailed over as if obeying the thought. A scoop the size of a ladle filled his cup. He stirred with a spoon fit for a soup tureen and sighed, delighted. "Perfect." "Whatever pleases you," Madame Maxime replied with a small smile. "Olympe," she called to someone unseen, and the sugar dish returned to its shelf. It was Professor Girard who could not be contained any longer. "We didn't invite them here for tea," she snapped, voice sharp. Madame Maxime frowned pleasantly. "Calm yourself, Veronique. No, I did not invite Professor Dumbledore just for refreshment." "Then inform this esteemed guest of the punishment I demand for his misbehaving pupil," Girard insisted. "That is not for you to decide," Madame Maxime said, her displeasure evident. "This involves a Triwizard champion. The judges must discuss it." She looked toward the door. "We are still waiting for a few other guests." "They are unnecessary," Girard said hotly. "This is not about the tournament. A Hogwarts pupil assaulted a Beauxbaton's pupil and injured him grievously." Madame Maxime regarded her coolly. "I am the headmistress of this school, Professor, and I will not have my authority usurped." Girard's chest heaved. For a few moments, the two women glared at each other until Girard, breathless, softened. "You are right, Olympe. I apologize. I lost my temper." "Very well," Madame Maxime said smoothly. "Please, let us wait a little longer. I am sure we can reach a decision that will satisfy everyone." At that, Fleur announced from the doorway, "Madame Maxime, your other guests have arrived. Bring them in, Fleur." Delegates filed through, Mr. Lefebvre and Mr. Jolly from the French Ministry of Magic, Professor Hartmann, newly appointed head of Durmstrang, and Professor Auguste Roussel, followed by his student Lucio Gonzalez. As Roussel entered, Girard slid down off her sofa in a single movement and demanded, "Why are you here, Professor Roussel?" "He is my student as well," Roussel said calmly, indicating Lucio. Girard opened her mouth to protest, but Madame Maxime intervened. "Professor Roussel and his pupil were invited by me. Please, everyone, take a seat. Fleur, do close the door." Everyone settled, awkwardly, in furniture built for giants. But respect for Madame Maxime was plain, even if the motions of mounting armchairs were ungainly. Madame Maxime took her place last, and, with a graceful sweep, offered tea. Only Dumbledore and Mr. Jolly accepted, the others leaving the cups untouched. "I believe you are all broadly aware of what occurred," she said. I invited you here to find a result everyone can accept. She paused, then continued, for fairness, let the students involved recount the details here before us all. Mr. Jolly agreed. However, one of the principal parties is absent. Gerard answered at once, voice ice cold. Poor Waldo. He's still in the infirmary, unconscious. He has suffered immeasurably. I will not put him through more. She shot a poisonous look at Scott and then at Carrie. This is my student, Carrie, He witnessed everything. Waldo entrusted him to tell the truth. Very well, Mr. Jolly said. Mr. Please begin. Carrie bowed. Good afternoon. I am Carrie, of the family, he began, and then told the story in careful, damning detail. He painted Waldo Gerard as possessive and entitled, the boy who claimed Fleur as his, who would not allow other boys near her. Carrie narrated the confrontation, stressing Waldo's threats and making Scott out to have been the aggressor who answered with humiliation and merciless cruelty. He rearranged the chronology, omitted Lucio's actions, and turned the whole affair into Waldo's impulsive romance, crushed by a violent and cold-hearted opponent. Carrie ended by saying, I have told the truth. Professor Gerard jabbed a manicured finger at Scott. This Scott Trollope is dangerous, cunning and cruel enough to be a dark wizard. He must be disqualified from the tournament and imprisoned. The French officials and Professor Hartman exchanged uncertain glances. Dumbledore cleared his throat to speak when Professor Roussel smoothly interrupted. That is one account, but I must ask my pupil to tell his. Madame Maxime nodded, and Lucio stepped forward. Carrie is lying, he said simply. Gerard turned on Lucio. Lucio Gonzalez, words must be accounted for. You will face consequences. Roussel cut in, protectively. As his mentor, I will stand by him. Continue, Lucio. Lucio recounted events from his perspective. Waldo had hurled the insult mudblood at Scott. Scott called him an idiot in reply. It was Waldo and his group who made the first hostile move, and after the incident, Waldo had no lasting injuries. That is all, Lucio concluded. The accounts do not match, Madame Maxime observed. We must ascertain the truth. Gerard insisted Lucio was covering for his friend and should be expelled. Roussel refused to be bullied by family politics. If we want the reputation of Beauxbatons preserved, we should remove stains, not repeatedly protect them for the sake of convenience, he said, calmly and deliberately. Gerard's face reddened in fury. What did you say? Roussel did not answer the provocation directly. Instead, he turned to Dumbledore. We need more than words. Professor, my colleague has mentioned you might have evidence. Dumbledore smiled, then produced a flat, rectangular device from his robes. 2 points, he said. First, decisions about how to punish Mr. Trollope are for Hogwarts to make. The judges can only decide matters relating to the Triwizard Tournament. Second, my student is fond of making interesting little devices. This one recorded the event. We can see the facts as they happened. He tapped the device with his wand, and a moving image projected onto the pale curtain. Scott watched as the scene unfolded, Waldo and his cronies swaggering, his haughty shouts of mudblood, the unfinished insult about Madame Maxime, his rising threats. The footage captured the whole encounter, including Waldo's screams as Scott applied his method of teaching restraint. Scott noted, from the corner of his eye, Madame Maxime's face tightening as Waldo's contempt for her was shown. Professor Gerard's expression hardened with every frame until she finally cried, Enough! Stop it! But the footage continued to its end, and every observer saw the truth of the morning. Gerard scoffed. This is not real. With Professor Dumbledore's magic, he could fabricate anything. Her refusal drew sharp looks. Dumbledore said nothing in reply. Scott stepped forward. If needed, I can extract my memories in a pensieve for all to see. I can too, Lucio said immediately. Faced with the evidence and 2 willing pensieves, Gerard fell strangely quiet. Professor Roussel filled the silence with a controlled, hard speech that left everyone startled. He addressed Gerard directly, pointing out that Waldo had been coddled, given privileges, shielded from hardship, personally shepherded through learning dangerous arts like apparition until he was comfortable. His lawlessness and inability to tolerate pain are not nature, they are nurture, Roussel said. If he is fragile now, it is because you and your family have prevented him from ever having to be otherwise. He added that the level of pain Waldo experienced could be compared to a single stabbing sensation in the illusion, serious, but not of the sort that leaves others broken. He argued that many young wizards had been hurt by Quidditch falls, alchemy accidents, or faulty apparition, and yet continued their lives. Only Waldo seemed irreparably damaged because he had never been allowed to learn resilience. Then Roussel rose. "My position is stated. I will not take part in the rest of this matter." With a curt nod to the others, he left the room with Lucio. The firmness and dignity of his departing words left Gerard fuming, helpless to respond. She could neither lash out at Dumbledore, that would be indecorous, nor at Scott, which would be mortifying. She stared at the now closed door and panted with frustration. Madame Maxime collected herself. The judging panel should decide consequences that do not unduly affect the Triwizard Tournament, she said. The opinions of outside parties will be considered, of course, as counsel. Mr. Jolly spoke first. He should be disqualified. "That is appropriate punishment for both him and Hogwarts," Gerard snapped. "This year, the champion must be chosen between Beauxbatons and Durmstrang." Mr. Lefebvre and Hartman exchanged glances. Hartman's face betrayed his private hope for such an outcome, but he waited. Mr. Jolly considered and shook his head. "No, that would make a mockery of the tournament. The Triwizard requires 3 competitors." "Then Hogwarts must provide a replacement champion," Mr. Lefebvre added. "There must be punishment," Jolly insisted. "I propose a deduction of 5 points from Mr. Trollop's tournament score." Scott did a quick mental calculation. His score stood at 48, Crumb at 45, Fleur at 43. 5 points would swing the leaderboard. Professor Hartman was the quickest to agree, plainly pleased. "Agree." "I agree," Mr. Lefebvre said. Madame Maxime nodded her assent. Even Dumbledore, after glancing at Scott, said quietly, "I have no objection." "Then 5 points it is," Jolly confirmed. Scott thought the deduction petty. The incident had little to do with the tournament, but Dumbledore's lack of objection meant it would stand. In any case, he was not overly concerned about 5 points. With the matter concluded, Scott and Dumbledore left Beauxbatons and returned to their tower. "They're back!" someone cried. "Professor Dumbledore!" "Scott!" a dozen voices chimed, the students clustering round, eager. "How did it go?" "What did they decide?" Scott told them. Fred Weasley whistled. "Just 5 points?" Roger Weasley, pouting, added, "That's fine, only 5 points. Makes things easier for that Crumb boy, at least." "No, this is not like losing house points for pranks at Hogwarts." Fred's expression hardened. "You fought that Frenchman. What does that have to do with the Triwizard Tournament? Those French lot did it on purpose. You were in first place before. They wanted to pull you down." "They certainly did it on purpose," Scott said. "Why not protest?" Fred looked at Dumbledore. "Well, losing 5 points doesn't sound like much at first glance. It even seems like the punishment isn't severe." Roger stroked his chin. "But if you think about it carefully, they're tying 2 unrelated things together." The others listened, and then turned to Dumbledore, waiting for him to speak. He walked to the head of the long table and sat, smiling gently. "Yes, you are right," he said, "but the deduction of points is not entirely unnecessary." Most faces registered confusion. Dumbledore smiled and addressed Scott. "Scott, you tell them. If it were you, I believe you would understand." Scott nodded, stepped to Dumbledore's side, faced the others, and bowed. "First, I want to apologize. The competition points reflect Hogwarts' honor, and because of my actions, points were deducted." "What nonsense," Fred said loudly. "Those points were what you earned in the competition." "I don't think you did anything wrong," Roger put in. Others chimed in. "Fred and Roger are right. You don't need to apologize to us, Scott. This whole thing is those Frenchmen's fault. You were just unlucky." Hearing everyone's attempts to comfort him, Scott laughed. He didn't feel guilty. He wouldn't be affected if someone blamed him, but it was good to know his friends stood by him. He went on to explain. The deduction was enforced by Mr. Jolly from the French Ministry of Magic. He was taking advantage of the situation, yes, but I don't think he had real ill intent. To some extent, he actually helped me. "Why do you say that?" Fred asked, surprised. "It's a bit counterintuitive," Scott said. "Waldo's family can cause trouble for me at any time, and Professor Gerard is watching. In short, the deduction of points can at least shut her up." He paused and let the others think. A few Slytherins present understood immediately and began to explain, one sentence at a time. "As you know, the Gerard family's influence in France should not be underestimated." As a pure-blood family that has held sway in the French magical world for centuries, they can influence the ministry through certain channels. The current situation in Britain isn't ideal. Their reach here is limited. Not everyone in the British ministry will step in. There are old connections between pure-blood families. These Slytherins weren't the sort to mince words. If the Girards decided to fully retaliate against Scott, they could do a lot of harm. If they were willing to pay the price, they might even try to change things legally to bind Scott. That's hypothetical, and they may not succeed, but they can cause massive trouble. Compared to that, deducting 5 points is the least damaging option. A point deduction signals that the judges representing various opinions have reached a consensus. It officially closes and classifies the incident. In other words, it's defined as a student scuffle, disciplinary, not criminal. Mr. Jolly and Mr. Lefebvre confirmed the result, and they represent the French ministry. That removes the Girards' public justification for retaliation. Scott gave a grateful thumbs up. Slytherins were quick judges in this sort of matter. Roger asked, but could the Girards still retaliate secretly? They all nodded. So for now, Scott should avoid being alone and shouldn't leave Beauxbatons. Don't eat anywhere alone outside the tower. There are several months until the tournament ends. Don't relax. Always be vigilant. Their solemn warnings made everyone uneasy. Dumbledore's kind voice cut through it. Don't worry, children, and don't be overly anxious. I will be staying here for a while. He looked around the hall calmly. Until the tournament ends? Fred asked hopefully. Yes, barring unforeseen circumstances, Dumbledore nodded. That's excellent. They definitely won't dare do more while you're here, the students cheered. With Dumbledore present, confidence returned. You're free to move about now. You don't have to stay confined to the tower, he added more casually. He rose. Scott, come with me. They went to the top floor, to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore sank into his chair, and Scott noticed a wariness in him that hadn't been apparent among the crowds. I apologize, Scott, Dumbledore said. Forgive me. I have too many cares. At my age, over 100, my energy is limited. There were better ways to handle your matter, including the earlier animagus ban, Dumbledore murmured, but I always chose the most time and effort-saving approach. Scott shook his head. This isn't your fault. I caused the trouble, and you've done more than enough. He understood that Dumbledore hadn't thrown everything into defending him. That was understandable. Dumbledore had the future of the British magical world to consider, and he was only one man. Scott wouldn't blame him. Dumbledore relaxed into a small smile. It's good you understand. Don't worry about what comes next. Someone will help you. Scott had a sudden thought. Is it Professor Roussel? Dumbledore nodded. It seems you noticed from his attitude. In Madame Maxime's office, he helped me in a way that wasn't subtle, Scott said. I didn't understand why. Do you not know why he would help? Dumbledore asked. You'll know very soon, Dumbledore said. A sharp pop sounded behind them. Scott turned to see a house elf in a Hogwarts tea towel appear, holding Professor Roussel's hand. Esteemed Principal, Lulu has brought your distinguished guest. The house elf released Roussel's hand, bowed, and vanished. Dumbledore stood and shook hands. You may call me Auguste, Professor Dumbledore, Roussel said politely. Very well, Auguste. And of course you may call me Albus. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please, have a seat. Thank you. After they sat, Scott greeted Professor Roussel politely. Good afternoon, Professor Roussel. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, Mr. Trollope, Roussel replied calmly. He removed his immaculate white gloves and accepted the hot tea Dumbledore offered. As agreed, I will provide assistance and protect your safety while you are at Beauxbatons. Agreement? Scott looked between them. An agreement with the great Rowena Ravenclaw? Roussel nodded. Ravenclaw's portrait? Scott thought back. He had spoken with the Ravenclaw portrait a few times while at Beauxbatons, but the portrait had not mentioned any such arrangement. Roussel explained, after the first round of the tournament, I spoke with Albus and learned of Rowena Ravenclaw's portrait. Dumbledore added, Auguste wanted to discuss alchemy with Rowena Ravenclaw. To seek guidance, Roussel said. According to records in my family, Rowena Ravenclaw ventured further into alchemy than most alchemists. Dumbledore did not contradict him. I told Rowena Ravenclaw of Auguste's request, he said, and she proposed the condition that he provide you with help. Scott finally understood, so that was why Roussel, usually so reserved, had intervened. Even if Lucio, Roussel's favored student, had been involved, Roussel's stance now made sense. Scott thanked him. "Thank you very much, Professor Roussel." Roussel inclined his head. "I am here to consult with Rowena Ravenclaw." "Of course," Dumbledore said. Scott reached into the lizard-skin satchel at his waist and pulled out the small picture frame. He tapped it with his wand and called to Rowena. The blank frame filled with color, and the dignified portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw appeared. "Mentor," Scott said, placing the frame on the table and quietly explaining the situation. "I understand," Rowena nodded without commenting on Scott's actions and turned her attention to Professor Roussel. Roussel rose from the sofa. His composed expression shifted into one of obvious respect as he addressed the portrait. "Hello, esteemed Rowena Ravenclaw. I am Auguste Roussel." "Hello, Roussel," Rowena said with a slight smile. "Thank you for looking after my apprentice." "It is my honor," Roussel replied. Pleasantries over, he immediately began discussing alchemy. "Esteemed lady, there are a few alchemical questions that have long troubled me. I hope to hear your answers." Scott listened at first with curiosity, but as the conversation deepened, it became impenetrable. They spoke fast, with technical terms and alchemical abbreviations, words that sounded like an undecipherable code to him. Not wanting to interrupt, he stepped back and watched from the side. Dumbledore, though, listened with obvious interest. Scott marveled silently that Dumbledore was a true master of alchemy. Their discussion went on a very long time, finally ending after nightfall, with Roussel reluctant to leave. Rowena said, "Roussel, you are a rare alchemical talent. During Scott's stay at Beauxbaton, you are welcome to consult with me any time." "Thank you, esteemed Rowena Ravenclaw. In return, I will ensure the safety of your apprentice here." Roussel left with a satisfied smile. When the portrait faded, Scott thanked Rowena solemnly. "That was merely a small favor," she said. "Grow quickly, my apprentice." Over the next few days, Scott and his friends returned to their routines. Christmas had arrived, signaling the end of the first semester. Because of the Christmas ball, many students remained on campus, and Beauxbaton stayed lively. But the incident had left its mark. Waldo did not reappear, but his followers were terrified of Scott and were quietly spreading rumors about his brutality. Scott had performed best in the first round and had been popular. Many students used to greet him, but his popularity had plummeted. Fewer people greeted him now, and some Beauxbaton students had given him a nickname, the England Impaler. When Lucio told Scott the nickname in secret, Scott couldn't help but laugh. "They say you shackled Waldo with thorned iron chains so he bled everywhere. Then you made him be impaled on a wooden stake 10 times. They say it was unbearable." Scott only managed a blank stare. Those people thought far too highly of Waldo. If Scott had actually done that, would the man still be alive? Lucio continued, pretending sympathy. "Everyone thinks you're copying Vlad III, more terrifying than Vlad III. Lucio clapped Scott on the shoulder. "Don't worry, mate. Rumors are ridiculous." Scott looked at him like a wet fish. If Lucio hadn't been laughing himself, Scott might have believed the attempt at consolation. Before Christmas, Scott's brewing had reached the mashing stage. He had to crush malt into powder, mix it with warm water, and let it sit in the mash tun. Controlling temperature and time was critical. The wrong conditions would ruin the wort. While brewing, Scott still found time to prepare Christmas gifts. He borrowed a mail-order catalog from Lucio and ordered uniquely French presents to be sent directly to his friends. The shop packed and dispatched them according to the addresses he provided, for a small fee. The other Hogwarts delegates copied his method. On the day before Christmas, a surprise arrived. Professor Flitwick had come to Beauxbatons personally with Scott's most precious gift, the completed potion of magic enhancement. He told Scott, "This potion's production is extremely difficult. Even a potion master like Damocles Belby didn't succeed on his first attempt." They were in Dumbledore's office. Scott held the tiny crystal vial between his fingers. The potion inside was blood red, shining with a ruby luster. "Oh, this is the potion of magic enhancement for which Rowena Ravenclaw gave you the formula?" Dumbledore peered at it. "Try it. Let us observe the effect." Scott nodded. He broke the wax seal, pulled the cork, and drank the potion in one gulp. A scorching flame ignited within him, burning from his stomach through his organs and into his limbs and bones. Heat flooded his blood, nerves, every cell. He gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan. "Scott, are you all right?" Professor Flitwick asked, alarmed. "It's bearable," Scott managed. "You don't need to speak," Flitwick said. "Don't worry. Albus and I will watch you." Scott's mind went white as his magic surged. The newly abundant power roiled like boiling water. His body felt swelling with it. He couldn't control it. Objects in the office flew up and spun in the air. Scott himself lifted off the floor. Dumbledore and Flitwick leapt from the sofa, their wands at the ready to stabilize the chaos. "Steady," Dumbledore called. "Take control of your sudden influx of magic." At first, Scott's efforts did little. His usually obedient magic skittered like mice. Scott felt like someone trying to bash them with a slipper and missing. He kept trying nonetheless. Slowly, perhaps the potion's immediate effect waned, perhaps Scott gained a grip, the surging magic began to settle. Dumbledore and Flitwick gently levitated the floating objects back to the carpet and steered a sofa beneath Scott as he fell. He bounced, took several deep breaths, and sat up. "How are you?" Flitwick asked. Approaching him, Scott closed his eyes to feel, then opened them. "My magic has increased significantly. I can feel it." He spread his fingers and clenched his fist. "I should be able to cast spells I couldn't before." Dumbledore nodded. "Although I cannot know the state inside your body, I can feel that the magical field around you has strengthened greatly." "Stronger than most adult wizards," Flitwick said excitedly. "With continued physical growth, you will have magic far beyond others in the future." "Thank you, Professor Flitwick, for arranging the potion and bringing it yourself," Scott said. "It was nothing," Flitwick waved a hand. "For something this precious, I wasn't going to trust an owl." Scott didn't press him. Flitwick could have sent a house elf, but his gesture meant a lot. Flitwick sighed. "It's a pity this potion is so rare. Belby had a hard time collecting the ingredients. The potion of magic enhancement can't realistically be mass-produced. If it were," Dumbledore mused, "young wizards' abilities could be raised quickly. More geniuses might emerge." "Belby won't publish the formula," Flitwick said. "He thinks this potion would widen gaps between wizards and fuel some people's ambitions." "He's right," Dumbledore agreed. "Its cost means only a few could access it. Most wizards can't afford the ingredients or have the connections for a potion master to brew it." "Belby is still trying to refine the formula," Flitwick added, "but progress is slow. He made a similar choice with the Wolfsbane potion. Price kept it from widespread use among werewolves." Scott listened and felt fortunate and oddly responsible. The formula had come from him, and Belby now had it by agreement, so Scott let the matter rest. Flitwick didn't stay long. He left after confirming Scott's condition so Scott could return to Hogwarts in time for Christmas. On Christmas morning, Scott woke to presents piled under his bed. Fred was awake too, rubbing his eyes and staring at his own pile. "Those owls really worked," he mumbled. Still in his pajamas, Scott began unwrapping gifts. Roger got up as well. "Oh, Mum's gifts are always so predictable," Roger said. Fred produced a red sweater from his pile. "Looks like Mrs. Weasley sent me something." Scott found an identical box and pulled out a bright blue sweater. A large bronze trophy was knitted on the chest, and below it in block letters was Champion. "Isn't this a bit boastful?" Scott held it up. "If I wear this before I actually win, I'll be laughed out of the school." "If you win it, I'll still laugh," Fred said. Only Percy would parade around with all his honors sewn on. "You have a point." Scott put the sweater aside and examined other gifts. Eddie had sent a mock article. "If you win the tournament, this piece will be on the front page of the Daily Prophet under Hollingworth's byline." It was full of praise and witty turns that made Scott chuckle. He hid the parchment before Fred and Roger could see it, a little embarrassing if they read it. Milton's gift was a music box. "I made this. The song Go Scott is for you. Good luck," the note said. Scott wound it and listened to the pleasant tune, feeling guilty. The gifts from Eddie and Milton were more thoughtful than his own. Luna's present was characteristically whimsical. A silver circlet with a golden seven-pointed star at the front, inlaid with painted pearls and a square red gem. It was all cardboard painted to look like metal and jewels. The circlet looked oddly familiar, but Scott couldn't place it. He read Luna's note. I made this circlet based on the style in Vlad III's portrait. I believe it will bring you luck. Go, Scott. Luck? Scott was speechless, but he put the circlet on anyway. He finished unwrapping the rest. Nothing else was particularly notable. Fred and Roger had exchanged the usual mail-order gifts. Hey, Scott, what's that on your head? Fred asked, staring at the silver circlet. Can't place it, Scott said. It looks familiar. Roger agreed. Scott shrugged. Luna made it, inspired by Vlad III's portrait. Fred and Roger laughed. Fred said lamentingly, Why didn't I think of that? I should have sent you a long, sharp wooden stake, England Impaler. It's not too late, Scott snapped. Go chop down a tree. If you send it, I'll accept it. Then I'll use it to hoist you up on top of the tower, Fred said, grinning. Come and see, Fred called, leaning against the dormitory window. Scott and Roger came over and peered through the glass. Bo Botton's graceful stonework had been transformed into something out of a winter fairy tale. The whole building glittered like a castle of ice and snow. On the great fountain plaza in front of it, countless ice sculptures in every imaginable shape and size had been set up. Even the LeMay statues in the center of the fountain were sheathed in frost. Snowflakes drifted like feathers, and from a distance the whole scene looked dreamlike. Wow, Roger and Scott said at the same time. Beauxbatons really went all out, Roger remarked. Those French do love exaggeration. You haven't seen Madame Maxime's office in the Sky Garden yet. It's all girlish, dreamy charm, Scott muttered. Hurry, get dressed. Let's go see. Fred darted back to his bed to change. Scott went to the washroom, pulled on a thick cloak, and joined his roommates downstairs. Breakfast was in full swing. Merry Christmas, they called to friends passing by, and marred greetings were returned. Angelina bounded into their table. You saw the Beauxbatons' decorations, right? Fred took a sip of hot soup. Saw it. They really don't mind the trouble. Hasn't anyone thought of decorating our tower? Angelina announced, looking around. Caccini took her hand. Angelina and I get along better for this sort of thing. Fred raised an eyebrow. Decorating the tower? Why bother? To show Hogwarts off, Angelina said. We won't let those tiresome French outshine us. That line earned immediate nods, especially from the girls. Since Scott's match points had been deducted, Hogwarts' students had a grudge against Beauxbatons. Fred waved his spoon. But that tower is only a tiny part of Hogwarts. So, we can't lose, Caccini declared. Angelina shot Fred a glare. Are you against the idea? No. Fred's expression brightened instantly. It's a great idea, Angelina. The Christmas ball isn't until tonight. We've got time. The boys exchanged blank looks, but still gave in to the girls' pleading faces. And so the plan was set. Decorate the tower and show the French what Hogwarts could do. Okay, everyone get to work, Angelina said excitedly. The girls clustered to plan the aesthetic. The boys hesitated, unsure where to begin. Scott stepped forward. We need a plan that everyone agrees on. Once the design is set, we'll divvy up tasks. He tapped his wand on the long empty table, and with a swift charm, turned it into a life-sized model of their tower. Let's test the decorations on this first, he suggested. The girls were thrilled. Skilled transfigurers among them turned fallen branches into ornaments, while others argued about color schemes and placement. Scott contributed ideas as they experimented. After 2 hours of tweaking, their model pleased everyone. Now to assign tasks, Scott clapped, but Ethan raised a practical point. Where will we get the real materials for these decorations? A hush fell. Even if we transfigure things, we'll need supplies of similar size, Ethan added. Are we going to cut down trees? Fred raised a hand. Scott can enlarge transfigured pieces, and engorgement charm will fix it. All eyes turned to Scott. He had a bad feeling. Angelina brightened. Then Scott can just make everything bigger from the model. Before he could protest, the room buzzed. That's perfect. Get to it, Scott. You're our champion, Scott smiled wryly. Fine, but you'll all have jobs too. He floated the model and walked outside toward the tower. Quidditch players, you'll handle installation. We didn't bring our brooms, Fred shouted. Scott set the model down in the snow and flicked his wand. Flock of birds. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows answered, cawing happily. Engorgement charm. Scott cast repeatedly until several crows swelled to enormous size. He turned to them. These will be your mounts. Fred's eyes lit up. I've never ridden a crow. No way I'm flying on one, Angelina said firmly. Scott shrugged. He used a moving charm to lift the decorations off the model and arrange them. Take these items to the spots marked on the model. I'll make them the right size once they're in place. Several boys climbed onto the crows. Scott explained, the birds understand simple commands: up, down, left, right. The crows took off, and the boys cheered as they flew to their positions. Scott turned into a peregrine falcon, shot up to the tower top, and then reverted to human form, his cloak billowing to hold him aloft for a moment. Show off, Fred grumbled. No time, Scott said, pointing his wand and enlarging the golden star Fred clutched. Engorgement charm. Wait, I need to fix that onto the top, Fred protested. Scott tapped his wand again with a permanent sticking charm. We can remove it later with finite incantatem, Scott assured him. Dumbledore, standing in the tower top room, opened the window and called, Do a good job, lads. Understood, Professor. Fred bowed theatrically. Scott slipped into falcon form again, flew to Cedric, then back into human form, near the crow-born crew. Cedric remarked, You could just use moving charms for placement. We don't need to fly. Shh, Scott said with a grin. This is more fun. After another hour of busy work, the main installations were done. The lower part of the tower had been completed by students who couldn't or wouldn't fly. Scott shrank the crows back down, and everyone gathered on the lawn to admire their handiwork. They paused. I don't know why. It looks like a giant Christmas tree. The pointed tower, layered with garlands and ornaments, really did give the impression of a towering tree. Scott had suspected this while designing it, but he'd let it go because he liked the overall effect. Why didn't it look like that on the model? Angelina fretted. No harm in a Christmas tree, Fred said cheerfully. At least ours is bigger than any of Beauxbaton's. Maybe we should add fairy lights, Angelina suggested. The girls brightened. Scott proposed, Fred's good with little gadgets. He can do the lights. Perfect, the boys chimed, assigning the task to Fred. Scott offered his broom. You can borrow mine. Fred blinked at the gift and then beamed. Angelina shoved him toward the broom. Get moving, Fred. He started to protest. George is the one good at gadgets. But Scott had already turned away. We'll go to the lake for ice and make some sculptures too, he said, and the other boys followed with a cheer. Fred's complaints were left behind as the group dashed for the shore, laughter trailing them and drawing curious looks from Durmstrang students on their ghost ship. At the lake, Scott tried a cutting charm on the thick ice. It merely scratched the surface. Roger tried Reducto. The slab shattered with a splintering crash and sent everyone scrambling back. Scott in falcon form flew to the center, turned human in midair, and, hooded briefly by his floating cloak, cast Confringo. The ice cracked loudly. He landed on an intact chunk and signaled to the others. Let's move that big piece back, he called. Together they lifted the huge ice block with combined moving charms and brought it to the tower. The girls spilled out to sea, Fred sprinting ahead to gawk. Cedric patted Scott's shoulder. It's your turn. Scott walked up, pressed his wand to the ice, and chanted. The rigid block softened and flowed like molten glass, then glimmering ancient runes spread from his wand tip across its surface. The reshaped ice wound and coalesced, climbing and wrapping around the tower until it hardened into 4 crystalline creatures. At the peak, a magnificent peregrine falcon clutched the summit, wings unfurled as if about to take flight. A sinuous serpent wrapped the tower's shaft, mouth open in a silent hunt. On one side lay a proud lion, limbs draped over the stone, eyes half closed in lazy authority. Guarding the entrance, a nimble badger crouched on the steps, alert and quick. Though carved from ice, each creature was intricately detailed and startlingly lifelike. Scott glanced at the runes and estimated his reserves. If he'd attempted such a transfiguration before the potion they'd shared earlier, he would have been drained. Now he still had plenty of power left. Well done, Scott, Cedric said. Others echoed praise. It looks so much better. Majestic and beautiful. Soon they fell into amiable argument over favorites. The falcon, the snake, the lion, and only the badger was spared ire, representing Hufflepuff. Those runic circuits, what do they do? Cedric asked. Scott smiled. They don't do anything complicated. They glow. He snapped his fingers. The ice animals lit up from within in different colors, casting brilliant light across the tower. Wow, everyone breathed. It's daytime now. Wait until night, Scott said, pleased. Fred won't have to make as many magic lamps. Fred cheered. Angelina shot him a glare. What did you mean by damned magic lamps? Fred backpedaled. Oh, you misheard. Beautiful magic lamps. You're being ridiculous, she scolded, punching his arm playfully. Say it right. Fred grinned. Angelina, you are truly damned beautiful tonight. She laughed, satisfied, and let him off with only mock indignation. Scott and the others had expected a proper dressing down. They were slightly disappointed by the light-hearted outcome. The tower drew a crowd. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students came to admire the icework. A few Durmstrang fellows suggested decorating their ghost ship, but the majority declined. The ship's eerie presence didn't suit the Christmas revelry. Better, they agreed, to leave it bleak and save decorations for Halloween. After dinner, everyone prepared for the Christmas ball. The girls primped and applied potions and makeup in the common room, exchanging laughter as they finished each other's hair. Scott and his roommates fussed with their own appearance. Scott used a drying charm and a quick wand-style hair tidy, then set his waves with a potion Roger had mixed. He donned the formal robes he'd had made in Hogsmeade, fitted trousers, a crisp white shirt, a black waistcoat, tie, and a dark blue satin robe embroidered with silver patterns that would catch the lights in the ballroom. He pinned the Hogwarts badge to his lapel. Roger wore somber black. Fred chose a dazzling red. A bit flashy, aren't you? Roger complained. Your hair and robe practically fuse, and those red freckles. Fred straightened his tie with a grin. I want to stand out. I heard Angelina's dress is red. Your red hair is enough to match her, Roger muttered, rolling his eyes. Try complimenting her instead of matching. Nope. I want people to see at a glance that Angelina and I are a pair. Before they left, the magic mirror on Scott's desk glowed. Fred picked it up and George's face appeared. Fred, you look like a red howler. That's the idea, Fred said. We're off to the ball. No live streaming, though. George tried to argue about purchasing a red howler outer coat with their joint funds, but Fred cut him off. It's Christmas. I'm going with the girl I like. No one's making me broadcast it. He hung up and shoved Scott and Roger toward the common room. The boys settled on the sofa, waiting for the girls. Caccini descended in a white gown. Without a wig, her short hair didn't matter. Makeup and jewelry had transformed her. Roger sighed with relief. Crumb won't be suspected of his orientation tonight, Caccini glared. I'll remember that. Dumbledore descended the steps, smiling. Are you all ready? Ready, they answered. Fred sidled up to Angelina in her red dress. Does it match? She covered her mouth and giggled. Yes, you look like a howler. They walked out together. Outside, the tower animals shone brilliantly against the night. Dumbledore smiled at Scott. You should do something like this at Hogwarts all the time. At the Beauxbatons Plaza, the ice sculptures were different up close. The space had become an enchanted ice forest, full of fantastical beasts, flowers, and plants rendered in crystalline detail. A pale mist rose from the ground, glittering faintly like starlight. Inside the castle, the ballroom had been transformed. Drifting snow, rows of Christmas trees, diamond-like ice sculptures, starlight on the dance floor, and mistletoe, ivy, and golden bells everywhere. The atmosphere was dreamy and perfect for a ball. Students from the 3 schools, all splendidly dressed, entered to a cheerful tune. Madame Maxime, regal in her robe, stood by the edge of the dance floor. Champions, bring your partners, she boomed. Scott met Fleur in her pink-blue gown. Crumb and Caccini took their places. Everyone sat, while Dumbledore and the judges took the front seats. Madame Maxime clapped. Next, let us welcome the Wood Nymph Choir. Applause surged through the ballroom. Many Beauxbatons students beamed at the announcement, pleased to see their preferences reflected in the evening's program. A burst of clear laughter rang out. Scott looked up. A cluster of sparkling little creatures flew out from the mistletoe and ivy that draped the ceiling, small magical beings like fairies, a touch larger than the usual sprites, delicate and adorable. Thin, green, translucent wings fluttered from their backs. Their dresses were woven from flowers and vines, and each held a tiny, exquisite musical instrument. They circled the ballroom, scattering pinpricks of light as they went. After a while, they returned to a higher bough, splitting up to sit among the garlands of the mistletoe and ivy, swaying gently. The music stopped, then began again, and the fairies started a sweet, melodious song. Madame Maxime signaled for the champions to come to the floor. Scott turned, bowed slightly, and offered a hand. Fleur smiled and placed her hand in his. They stepped out onto the starlit dance floor, Krum and Caccini following behind. Once at the center, Scott slipped his other hand around Fleur's waist and they moved to the rhythm. Soon other students joined them. "Did you hear?" Fleur whispered suddenly. She drew her words down to an almost inaudible level. "Waldo's been making a fuss ever since he recovered. He wants revenge on you, but Professor Gerard sent him home." Scott shook his head. "No wonder he didn't show up tonight." "That's not the Gerard family's way," Fleur said. "They'd normally make a scene." Scott kept smiling but held his tongue. Fleur pressed on. "I asked why. Apparently the Rosier family intervened. They won't allow you to be harmed here in France." She looked at him with curiosity. "Why would the Rosiers do that?" Scott lowered his voice. "Maybe they're doing it for Professor Dumbledore." "You're joking." Fleur rolled her eyes. "The Rosiers look more liberal than the Gerards, but they're still a pure-blood family. Pure-bloods don't do favors, they do interests." "You're right," Scott said. "Maybe there's some arrangement between Dumbledore and the Rosier family." Fleur didn't look convinced. "Never mind. If you won't say, I won't pry." They fell silent and focused on the dance. During a spin, Scott took in the room. Fred had clearly accomplished his aim. He and Angelina, both resplendent in red, were dancing with an exuberance that made them impossible to miss, like a pair of raucous red howlers. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime were hard to miss too. Her steps were elegant, but the size difference made Dumbledore's movements almost comical. He actually had to spring up at times just to reach for her. His pointed hat barely reached her chin. When the song ended, Scott and Fleur released hands and stepped off the floor. "Good," Fleur said. "Today's part is perfectly finished." "Yes," Scott breathed. "All for a few minutes, and look at the trouble it caused." Fleur glanced back toward the fairies. "Sorry, I didn't think. During the tournament, I thought he might be more considerate." "You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. Besides, I was the one who asked you to come." Fleur laughed. "True. All right, let's part here," she said. "To avoid trouble, I should go back." "You're skipping the rest of the ball?" Scott asked. "I already arranged it with Madame Maxime." She looked toward the two still waltzing. "I don't want a string of invitations." It was the most natural thing in the world to her. In the time they'd stood talking, more than one young man had already been casting glances their way. Scott understood. If he left, someone would almost certainly step forward to ask Fleur to dance. He nodded. "If you don't want anything romantic, avoiding it's the best plan." Fleur rolled her eyes. "Oh, Scott, if you were clever, you'd tell me now. You'll stay and dance with me all night." Scott raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you want? Never mind." She studied him a beat, then waved a hand. "You're handsome, but I don't like boys younger than me." "That's a shame." Scott spread his hands. "Sounds heartfelt. After I'm gone, you can invite some other girls to dance. They'd be delighted." Fleur laughed. "I wouldn't have invited you if I wanted that," Scott said. "Well then, have fun. Good night." She turned and slipped away between the rows of Christmas trees. Scott went to a table and sat. Cedric was there alone, looking comfortable. "Where's your dance partner?" Scott asked. "I didn't invite one," Cedric said. "I didn't dance. I'm not a champion." Scott teased him. "You're a faithful boyfriend, then. I'll tell Cho. She'll like you more." "I already did," Cedric said, smiling. Scott remembered the day Cedric had come to the dormitory to borrow the magic mirror and regarded him with new appreciation. "You know how to be loyal." "Don't make me the example," Cedric laughed. "So where's Miss Delacour?" Everyone was envious just now. A few boys, some from Beauxbatons, some from Durmstrang, rounded on Scott. "Trollope, where's Miss Delacour? Where'd she go?" "She felt a bit unwell and left early," Scott said. "So she won't be back at all tonight?" A Durmstrang boy asked eagerly. Scott nodded. The boys looked crestfallen and drifted away. A string of girls came over to ask Scott to dance. Some asked Cedric too. Both refused. "I don't get it," Cedric said. "You don't even have a girlfriend." "Because I don't like this sort of thing," Scott said. The two settled into observing others. Roger was dancing gracefully with a blonde. Krum and Caccini were still on the floor, and Fred and Angelina had melted into their corner of red. Soon boredom set in, and Scott suggested they head back. Cedric agreed. He was hungry, so they slipped out of the bustling great hall and through the ice and snow forest in the square. Passing through, they disturbed a few secret trysts and offered hurried apologies until they left the square and finally breathed easier. Back in the tower, they ate another large meal before going to their dormitories. In the common room, Scott picked up the magic mirror on the table and saw several missed communications. Most were questions from friends asking about the ball. George's message cursed Fred's red outfit, wishing it would explode like a howler. Scott was about to reply when another reflection flashed on the mirror. Luna. Good evening, Scott. Merry Christmas. Luna sat wrapped in a thick blanket by a small fireplace in the Lovegood house. Merry Christmas, Luna, and thanks for the gift, Scott said. Her eyes widened. Why are you in the dormitory and not at the ball? The ball was dull. I came back early. You should be joyful when there's joy. Luna sounded genuinely disapproving. Scott told her about the decorations and the ice sculptures and, carrying the mirror, stepped out to show her the courtyard. Luna admired his ice sculptures, but suggested earnestly that a few giant dirigible plums might have made them more imaginative. Then George's message popped up. Scott linked to George at the same time. Scott, find Dumbledore. Harry's been attacked. George's background was the hospital wing. Scott sat bolt upright. Luna's eyes widened on the mirror. What? At Hogwarts? Yes, we don't know who did it. Harry's injured. He doesn't know who it was? George explained. He was hit from behind and knocked out. When he woke, he didn't know who attacked him. The professors haven't tracked down a culprit yet. Even Professor Moody couldn't find anyone. The attacker must have stayed in the school for the holidays. How many are there? A few from each house stayed. The professors are checking. Is Harry badly hurt? He had his wrist cut and lost a lot of blood. So they didn't finish him off, even though they had the chance? He was found in the fourth-floor corridor by Professor Moody. Maybe the attacker heard Moody's footsteps and fled. You know, Moody has a wooden leg, so his steps are loud. Then the timing must have been tight, Scott muttered. Madame Pomfrey said the blood at the scene was less than normal, George added. I'll tell Dumbledore. I'll call you later. Scott ended the link with George, said goodbye to Luna, and hurried through the square, no longer bothering to avoid the couples. He could have brushed past them. He strode on and only paused when he almost collided with Fred and Angelina. Those two red figures were impossible to miss. They were locked in a kiss until Scott cleared his throat. Angelina pushed Fred away with the force of someone used to Quidditch. He staggered and nearly fell. Their faces darkened when they saw him. Oh, Scott, what on earth are you doing? Fred snapped, annoyed. Can't you see we're busy? Or do you want to join us? Angelina added. Cough. Scott tried to speak. Don't even think about it, Fred barked. Of course I wasn't inviting him, Angelina said quickly. Ahem, sorry. Scott ignored their embarrassment. Is Professor Dumbledore still in the Great Hall? George messaged, Harry's been attacked at Hogwarts. Both of them sobered. What? Dumbledore was at the table when we left, Angelina said. I'll go find him, Scott said. You two carry on. Wait, they dashed after him. Tell us what happened. Scott recounted George's report as they walked. By the time they reached the castle, they had lowered their voices to whispers. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore was at the front table, deep in conversation with the two French ministry officials attending the tournament. Scott had Fred and Angelina wait at the door while he made his way alone to Dumbledore's table. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, Monsieur Lefebvre, Monsieur Joly, Scott said, bowing. There's news from Hogwarts that needs the headmaster's personal attention. He gave Dumbledore a quick, meaningful wink. The French officials, curious but discreet, stepped back and allowed Dumbledore to attend the urgent matter. Dumbledore apologized and rose. I'm afraid I must break my promise, he told Scott. I must return to Hogwarts. Tell everyone I'll do my best to be there tomorrow. I understand, Professor. Lulu, Dumbledore said, snapping his fingers. Lulu, help us. A small house elf, the one called Lulu, shimmered into sight and stared up at Dumbledore with huge round eyes. Esteemed headmaster, do you need Lulu? Take me out of Beauxbaton's range, please, Dumbledore said. Lulu obeys. The elf took Dumbledore's hand, and with a soft pop they disappeared. Scott took out the mirror and linked back to George. I told Dumbledore, he's on his way. Good. George glanced aside. Did you hear that, Professor McGonagall? Harry? Professor McGonagall's voice came through, a little sharp. Yes, we heard. Thank you for letting us know, Mr. Weasley. You may return to your dormitory. George bristled. No, I want to stay. That's because our Mr. Trollop has a poor memory. Professor McGonagall's tone grew more displeased. He forgot to give Professor Flitwick a communication device. Phileas is away, so I had to rely on you. Scott felt slightly awkward. He had a habit of forgetting to share new gadgets with the stern Transfiguration professor. McGonagall did not dwell, though. She thanked George and insisted he could go. Dumbledore's back. He came fast, by Phoenix, George cried, then hurried off. Scott watched as Dumbledore passed through the mirror's reflection on his way. Is Harry healed? Angelina asked. Madame Pomfrey healed the wrist wound, George said, but he's weak. He needs plenty of potions to replenish the lost blood. Fred nodded. Dumbledore's gone back. Keep us posted on what happens next. Maybe, George said sulkily. I'm busy too. He cut the connection. Scott, Fred, and Angelina returned to the tower. The mood had cooled. Neither Fred nor Angelina felt like romance now. In the common room, Cedric, in pajamas and reading by the fire, looked up puzzled when the three of them entered, and Scott told him what had happened. They all sank onto the sofa and discussed the incident in low voices, mostly speculating. Who would steal Harry's blood, and why? Fred asked. Maybe to curse him through it, Angelina murmured. But why not just kill him? If the attacker drew blood but didn't kill him, maybe they planned something else, Fred said. Angelina hugged Fred's arm. Don't say it. Thank goodness Harry's okay. Whoever did this is Harry's enemy, Cedric observed. We don't know whether the enemy is inside Hogwarts or has used dark magic to control someone. This is terrifying, Angelina said. A dark wizard or a controlled student hiding in Hogwarts. Don't worry, Fred murmured, putting an arm around her. Dumbledore's back. He'll find the culprit. If it's a dark wizard or a puppet, he won't let them escape. At the mention of Dumbledore, Angelina visibly relaxed. I hope we hear good news tomorrow. I hope Harry's blood can be recovered, Cedric added. Some dark magic uses the connection between blood and person. I'm afraid it might be too late, Scott said. One owl could have carried that blood away. He had other, darker thoughts. Whoever had orchestrated this, whoever wanted Harry's blood, was likely connected to Lord Voldemort. For Voldemort, any resurrection had been imperfect. Harry was protected by the sacrificial magic of his mother Lily. Her selfless love had been woven into Harry's blood, a protection that had stopped Voldemort from touching or killing him when he first attempted to do so. Quirrell had died because he could not touch Harry. If Voldemort were to obtain Harry's blood and incorporate it into himself, that protective bond might be neutralized. That would explain why the attacker didn't simply kill Harry outright. Voldemort would likely prefer to secure the blood himself before acting. Scott suspected Dumbledore would recognize the implications immediately. Scott, what are you thinking about? Fred asked, breaking the silence. I'm thinking about who's behind this and what they want, Scott said. He had guesses, but no way to explain his reasoning. We were just discussing that. Right, Fred said, puzzled. The person behind this might be trying something specific because of Harry's identity. He's the boy who lived. This could mean something bigger. Don't say that name, Angelina shrieked at the slightest mention. Fred and Cedric went pale. Scott tried another phrasing. You know who, Cedric replied awkwardly. Maybe Dumbledore is right. He draws strength from fear, but people are already so used to being afraid. All wizards in Britain are scared of that name, Angelina whispered. They say he cursed his own name so he can sense whoever says it. If I said it at home, my mum would beat me and move us out that night, Fred muttered. It's Beauxbatons, Scott said, trying to ease tension. Even if he could sense me, I doubt he'd come here. Angelina wasn't reassured. Who knows? He broke into the Quidditch World Cup final with hundreds of thousands of wizards around. He almost abducted Harry then, and Dumbledore stopped him. This might be his doing too, Cedric said. He wants to study Harry's blood to learn why he couldn't defeat him. Angelina's eyes widened. So he's been hiding since the World Cup to prepare. And when he's ready. Maybe he won't succeed, Fred said. Harry seems ordinary apart from the scar. Maybe the reason he survived is something no one can explain. Seeing the mood darken, Scott suggested they stop spiraling and wait for Dumbledore's investigation. "Let's ask again tomorrow," he said. "You're right," Cedric agreed. "Speculating now won't help." "So let's do something fun," Scott announced. He pulled out his wand, transfigured a simple flying chess set, and drew them into a game. Early the next morning, as soon as Fred got up, he couldn't wait to send a message to George. When the magic mirror lit, it showed George's profile buried under a quilt. "Damn it, Fred, I'm still sleeping," George grumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Good morning. Any progress last night?" Fred asked. "How would I know?" George snapped. "I haven't been out since I came back," Fred laughed. "I don't believe you. After something like that happens, how could you sit in your dorm and not go check it out?" All right. I knew you wouldn't let it go." George sat up, scratching his messy hair. "Peeves told me the news, only because I promised to help him with his next prank." "So, what did he say?" Fred pressed. "The culprit was Cassius Warrington from Slytherin, the fellow whose delegation spot you ended up taking," George replied. Fred's eyes widened. "Warrington? No wonder. I've always thought he was trouble. Lucky I grabbed that spot." George wasn't joking. Professor Dumbledore confirmed Warrington was under the Imperius. "Oh." Fred sounded almost gleeful rather than embarrassed. "Well, that's his bad luck. I picked him because he looked unlucky." George's face sobered. "Anyway, he took Potter's blood and sent it away by owl." The words made the grin fall from Fred's face. "That's everything Peeves overheard before Dumbledore chased him off," George added. Fred stroked his chin, thinking, then turned to Scott. "Scott, what do you make of it?" Scott climbed out of bed, stretched, and said, "What we think doesn't matter. Professor Dumbledore will handle it." "What exactly happened?" Roger, who'd come back very late the night before and wasn't clear on the details, pulled back his bed curtain. "Potter's blood?" Fred filled him in. The three of them fell quiet, trading uneasy looks. "Are we having a run of bad luck this year?" Roger sighed. "I have a feeling things in Britain are going to get worse, and we won't even be graduated yet. We could be dragged into it." "We'll be safe," Fred said firmly. "We're at Hogwarts. With Dumbledore there, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world." "Not necessarily," Roger snapped. "Those people are dangerous. They might attack Hogwarts directly and drag us into a war." "If it comes to that, we'll stand for Hogwarts and show them what we're made of." Fred clenched his fist. Roger looked at him as if he were mad. "I'm not so sure I'd fight, Fred. I might leave." "Oh yeah? Transfer to Beauxbatons for your last year?" Fred shot back. "Maybe I will," Roger replied. The brief argument left the mood strained. "Stop," Scott said, holding up his hand. "This is getting out of hand. You're both too worked up. It's pointless to argue about a war that might not happen. Nobody can predict what they'll do until the day comes." Everyone knew that an attack at Hogwarts meant Voldemort's influence was reaching into the school. That made them tense. Scott tried to calm things. "Roger's just hedging. He might not actually leave. If your classmates are in a fight, would you really go?" No one answered, but the edge came off. At breakfast in the Great Hall, it was clear the news had already spread. Most of them had forgotten the Christmas ball's cheer. A heavy shadow hung over the room. To their generation, which had grown up in a period of peace, the idea of the Dark Lord returning was terrifying, in a way their elders had learned to dread. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, being attacked inside Hogwarts suggests that the school's legendary safety might not be absolute after all. For students who had never faced the previous war's harsher trials, no basilisk to petrify, no Sirius escaping Azkaban, no Dementors in corridors, the shock was sharper. Hogwarts, the place they had always thought of as an absolute haven, had a crack in its armor. As discussions grew heated, unease turned to accusation. A few Slytherins found themselves eyed with suspicion, even though none of them were known Death Eater descendants. Scott hadn't expected how quickly nerves would fray. He stood up. "Stop talking like this," he said. "We're at Beauxbatons for now. We can't let anyone outside Hogwarts see division among us." His words quieted the table. Cedric, who had come with them, was the first to speak in agreement. "He's right. We shouldn't turn on our companions and create needless mistrust." After a long silence, those who'd been overzealous apologized. The surface reconciliation didn't bring back the old, easy camaraderie. Everyone finished their meal in quiet. Scott muttered as he left for the dorm. I thought I could get everyone to make up. Cedric looked dejected. When something like this happens, we should be even more united. Scott shrugged. Brits only unite when facing the French, he said, and Cedric forced a laugh. Roger shook his head. That's only because we're at Beauxbatons right now. Once we get back to Hogwarts, we won't be sitting at the same table. No one disagreed. The old rivalries between houses ran deep. Scott hoped Dumbledore would return soon. He needed someone with enough authority to restore confidence. Dumbledore came back in the afternoon, and to everyone's relief, seemed in good spirits. He acknowledged the breach and took responsibility. A lapse in Hogwarts protections occurred. That is mine to answer for. But rest assured, it will not happen again. His optimism lifted them. When Ethan asked where Warrington had been cursed, Dumbledore didn't hide it. After investigation and Mr. Warrington's recollection, we confirmed he was imperious before the Christmas holidays during a Hogsmeade weekend. Will Hogsmeade weekends be cancelled? Fred asked. Not cancelled, Dumbledore replied. The Ministry of Magic is sending Aurors to station in Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts' protective enchantments have been reinforced. The magic will detect people entering and leaving the castle and check their status. That news cheered everyone, and the next few days were calm. Scott's brewing project moved forward. After 2 major stages of fermentation and distillation and over a dozen smaller procedures, his pure malt whiskey was finished and put in storage at the end of January. Scott couldn't claim to be a connoisseur, but after the tedium of the process, he was relieved and proud. Fleur and Crumb finished their brews around the same time. None of them had visibly failed. The second round of the competition, the Rune Horses tasting, would take place on February 24th, and only then would they know whose whiskey was best. February was otherwise quiet, apart from Valentine's Day. At Hogwarts, though, 6th years were preparing for apparition lessons and the qualification exam. George had been boasting to Fred about how fast he was learning, which made Scott and the other 6th years at Beauxbatons a little envious. Apparition was the kind of magic everyone wanted to learn, the ability to go anywhere in an instant. The Ministry's Department of Magical Transportation required a practical exam to qualify. Fortunately, Dumbledore announced he would personally teach them apparition. They would only need to return to Hogwarts at the end of the year to take the Ministry's test. When lessons began, Dumbledore led them to a grassy area a little distance from Beauxbatons Castle. 7th years, who had already qualified, came along. They were curious to learn from Dumbledore and pick up tricks to avoid splinching. Dumbledore addressed the group and confirmed with Madame Maxime that there were no apparition restrictions on the ground they were using. He had them stand with a space of about 5 feet in front of each person. Then he drew his wand, and a shimmering circle appeared on the grass in front of every student. Remember the 3 most important points when practicing apparition, Dumbledore said loudly. Destination, determination, deliberation. First, he explained, focus your attention on your destination. The circle in front of you is the place you must hold in your mind. Fix your attention there. Second, determine to occupy that space. Let your intention, your desire to be in that spot, fill you. Third, after I count, spin and enter a state of void. Be deliberate in your movements. 1, he counted. 2, 3, Scott spun. For an instant, his vision went black, and his body felt squeezed from all sides, as if compressed through a narrow tube. Then the pressure passed and his sight returned. He was standing inside the circle. He wiggled his fingers and toes, relieved to find nothing missing. He'd succeeded at a short-distance apparition. The sensation had been far more unpleasant than being apparated by someone else, but it had worked. When he looked around, however, the scene was chaotic. Fred had succeeded, but one of his legs had been splinched. Dumbledore was briskly reattaching it. Roger had lost an arm. One of Cedric's ears was gone. 7th years scampered to help. Those who had simply spun in place without arriving were watched over by the experienced students. Dumbledore moved down the line with his wand, healing the injured as he explained. Splinching, the separation of part of your body, happens when your determination falters, he said. Keep your attention fixed on the destination. Do not panic. Remember, destination, determination, deliberation. They tried again, The uncomfortable pressure lessened with each attempt. After several practices, most of them were apparating successfully, and no further splinching occurred. No surprise, considering these were some of the school's best pupils. An hour later, Dumbledore declared the session over and warned them sternly not to practice alone. Unsupervised apparition could be fatal. On the walk back, Fred fussed about how easy apparition seemed and how he'd soon outpace George. Scott teased him about Fred's earlier misadventure. Fred retorted that George had simply kept quiet about his own first failure. In the middle of February, Scott was also preparing a birthday present for Luna, whose birthday fell on the 13th. Using alchemy he had picked up at Beauxbatons and a Transfiguration, he created a talking, singing dryad he named Seleno, an homage to the choir of dryads that had performed at the Christmas ball. Having drunk an enhancing potion, and with runic circuitry to stabilize the form, Scott could make long-lasting transfigured constructs without a philosopher's stone. He even gave Seleno an invisibility skill through runes and made sure it could defend itself if surprised. After putting Seleno to sleep for transit, he sent it to Luna, who was delighted. Scott had been candid in his note. The creature was a transfiguration, not a true dryad. But Luna treated Seleno as a friend and set about building a little castle for it. The successful gift increased Scott's confidence about making his planned summoned beasts. Unlike Lambo, the titanium alloy construct he'd made before, these beasts would represent wind, fire, water, and earth, and play a more active combat role. Titanium had been tough, but had low magical affinity. Lambo required a runic inscription made with Scott's blood and a single-use philosopher's stone to stabilize. Scott didn't have another stone, and to craft elemental beasts, he needed materials that took to magic better, materials that required real alchemical synthesis to produce. So Scott dove deeper into alchemy. He studied under Professor Duran in Duran's classroom and visited Professor Roussel's alchemy classroom repeatedly, borrowing books and asking questions. The Ravenclaw mentor, an ancient and brilliant being, agreed to share knowledge, but his style and depth of explanation weren't ideal for beginners. Professor Roussel filled in the gaps, and both he and the mentor benefited from their exchanges. Scott learned quickly with such resources and practice. Lucio also helped Scott a great deal. The only downside was cost. Alchemical experiments burned through supplies and galleons. Scott, who had never known want, found his savings dwindling. There were limits to how much Muggle currency he could exchange at Gringotts, so he began to think seriously about ways to make money. Because he had spent his galleons recklessly in a short time, Scott had to pause his alchemy experiments. Earning enough to support his consumption quickly was unrealistic, so after some thought, he asked Lucio for advice. "You've been a bit crazy, Scott," Lucio complained at first. "When I do alchemy, I'm always careful. I never waste this much material." Scott shrugged. "If I want to make rapid progress, this level of consumption is unavoidable. At least I don't think it's wasted." He had learned a lot. The galleons had bought experience as well as supplies. Lucio looked at him flatly. "You make a lot of sense, but almost no one does that." "So how do you keep funding your alchemy?" Scott asked. "Since I started, I haven't needed my parents," Lucio said proudly. "I support myself. By selling alchemy items? Doesn't that take time?" Lucio shrugged. "I rarely sell at school unless someone commissions me, and even then, the rich go straight to famous alchemists. Mostly I make popular magic items and consign them to Professor Roussel's family shop. Remember that water attribute ancient runes circuit I found over the summer for skincare? Those things sell like hotcakes. Witches love them." Scott remembered the story and the disgruntled look Lucio had given before about that second-hand treasure hunt. "What kind of look is that?" Lucio pouted. "I wasn't exactly satisfied either. That set of circuits only makes money, no other use." He glanced around and leaned closer, patting Scott's shoulder. "If you want materials close to the four elements, I can customize them. For me, that's basic," he smiled. "The galleons you spent could have bought a lot from me." Scott wasn't moved. "You said it's basic alchemy. I'd rather master it myself than keep buying." Lucio grinned. "What's wrong with selling your work? Isn't that what we're for?" Scott raised an eyebrow. "Don't be greedy. You've made a decent profit off me already." "All it cost, my friend," Lucio protested. Scott just stared. Lucio held up a thumb and forefinger to show a tiny distance. Well, a tiny profit, he admitted, and then, but I have a gift for you. He produced a small wooden box and handed it to Scott. The inside was divided into 4 compartments, each holding a knuckle-sized metal piece, blue, green, and brown. Scott probed them with his magic sense. They were wind, fire, water, and earth metals, and surprisingly pure. Isn't that a bit small? Scott said, picking up the blue wind piece and tossing it in his hand. His transfiguration summons tended to be large. These aren't cheap, Lucio snapped, as if he wanted to snatch them back. Scott slid the pieces back into the box and quickly put the box into his deformation lizard skin bag. Thanks, he said. Lucio probably hadn't lost money overall, but he'd likely spent much of his profit on the gift. Scott decided the friendship was worth it. Just don't forget to exchange alchemy knowledge with me, Lucio said. Me? Scott feigned surprise. Lucio smiled slyly. You have a mysterious mentor who's an alchemy master. Otherwise, why would Professor Roussel give you so many conveniences? Scott laughed. As Professor Roussel's closest apprentice, Lucio would have noticed. He couldn't talk to Scott's mentor, so he aimed to learn from Scott instead. Scott didn't mind. At least Lucio was honest. Exchange? Sure. After saying his goodbyes, Scott returned to the Hogwarts Tower. With Lucio's gift, he could stop worrying about money for a while. Although the 4 material pieces were small, Scott's magic had grown. His transfiguration, too, was entering its final phase, the triple layering of transfiguration, ancient runes, and charms. Changing the size of a summoned beast now only required an enlarging charm. He still intended to study alchemy thoroughly. He couldn't rely on buying materials every time. Back in his dormitory, he didn't rush into a summoned beast. He took out his notebook and further optimized his designs, making more use of nesting ancient runes circuits, using multiple circuits to grant a summoned beast extra skills. He'd first used this nesting technique on Lambo. Lambo technically had 2 skills, swift flight and concealment. Let Lambo fly fast. Concealment made it harder to detect in shadows. Back then, Scott's level was limited. Even with a one-time Philosopher's Stone, only swift flight was truly effective. Concealment was weak, and clues remained if someone looked closely. Nesting multiple circuits was difficult. Without the Philosopher's Stone, he might have failed. Later, he managed the feat by his own strength with the sailfish, combining water prison and water blade. Because those 2 circuits shared the water attribute and many runes, nesting them was easier than Lambo's mix. Scott turned to the page where he'd sketched Edgar Allan Poe, the Fire Raven. He wanted the Fire Raven to have swift flight and an integrated fire circle. He put his goal on paper, took fresh parchment, and began designing a 3-circuit nesting diagram. To test it, he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the ink, so the ink would carry a trace of his magic and make the circuits react slightly. The reaction would be subtle and safe, a quick way to verify a design. The first attempt failed immediately. The nested circuits collapsed and an invisible force shredded the parchment. He calmly took another sheet and tried again. After tearing through more than a dozen parchments, the difficulties of nesting these 3 circuits became clear. He had to find the correct arrangement of nodes and connections. Rather than brute force trial and error, he used arithmancy. With sufficient known variables, arithmancy could show the single correct solution. He waved his wand and left a stream of gold numbers twisting in the air. He'd simplified some of the arithmancy steps. Numbers rolled, collided, and disappeared until one answer remained. He closed his eyes to decipher it and then wrote furiously. Repeating the process and adjusting the failed nodes, he completed a new design. When he channeled magic into the circuit on the parchment, the paper began to smolder and burn slowly, proof the nesting design worked. He copied the diagram into a fresh bottle of ink and put it away. Next, he redesigned the sailfish. Its water prison and water blade let it move freely outside water and attack powerfully, but it could only move in a straight line. He decided to add a concealment skill so that when the sailfish activated it, its body would merge with the water in the water prison, making the direction of attack unclear. Time slipped by in busy work. By the time Scott had become comfortable with apparition casting and completed the sailfish nesting diagram, the second round of the Tri-Wizard tournament had arrived. February 24th was the scheduled day. Early that morning, the three champions came to the forest where the brewing cabins stood, collected their brewed pure malt whiskey, and headed to the venue under Mr. Jolly's supervision. "Champions, show your results," he called loudly in front of a cabin. Each champion produced a wine barrel. "Very good, let's go. The audience must be impatient." They left the forest and boarded a carriage. It flew over the castle and manor to the venue, the Pegasus Ranch, the ranch surrounded by mountains where Beau Battens kept its magical horses. Several viewing platforms had been built along the ranch edge, like Quidditch stands, and were already full. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second round of the Tri-Wizard tournament." Mr. Jolly greeted the crowd with booming magic. Amid the cheers, he first showed the audience the champions' scoreboards. In second place, the champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, 43 points. The scoreboard went up. Tied for second place, the champion from Hogwarts, Scott Trollope, 43 points. The announcement of Scott's score provoked an uproar. Many in the crowd didn't know why Scott, who had finished first last time, had 5 points docked. Mr. Jolly explained loudly, Mr. Trollope had a conflict after the last competition, so the judging panel unanimously decided on a 5-point penalty. Vague as it was, the explanation quieted the audience. The French spectators didn't much care why a British student lost points. Any reason would please them. Inside the carriage, Krum finally spoke. "That's unfair," he said. "That matter had nothing to do with the competition." Fleur's face darkened. "It's not my decision," she said coldly. Professor Hartman agreed to Mr. Jolly's proposal. Then Mr. Jolly announced, and currently in first place, the champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Krum's expression grew even grimmer. "Sorry," he said to Scott. "I believe a competition should be just about the competition." "Don't worry," Scott said. It was a joint decision by the judging panel, including Professor Dumbledore. "Now, let's welcome our three champions," Mr. Jolly urged as they stepped down from the carriage. "Don't let what's already happened affect you." Scott pulled back the carriage curtain and was first out. He waved his wand so his giant wine barrel hovered at his side, then waved toward the Hogwarts stands. A huge banner caught his eye. "Scott Trollope, England Impaler. Go, victory." The big blue banner sparkled with those words. Fleur and Krum saw it too and looked at Scott oddly. He shrugged. He didn't care about the nickname. Mr. Jolly continued, "Next, let's welcome the partners for this round." 3 giant rune horses led by a wizard strode in elegantly. They are the finest horses from the Pegasus Ranch, Mr. Trollope's partner, Pergasus, chosen by Mr. Krum, Chrysor, as beautiful as Miss Delacour, Hippocrene. Under the wizard's guidance, the 3 rune horses stopped before the champions. Scott confirmed with magic perception that the horse in front of him was indeed the one he'd chosen. "Hello, Pergasus, I'm Scott," he said. Pergasus's bright red eyes regarded him with intelligence. It scrutinized Scott from above, but didn't approach. Chrysor and Hippocrene did the same to Krum and Fleur. Mr. Jolly announced, "Now the champions will present their personally brewed whiskey to win their partner's favor. If the whiskey is unpalatable, you may lose your partner and be at a disadvantage." Scott lifted his barrel lid and stepped back. "Please, Pergasus, this is what I made for you." Pergasus snorted, sniffed, and then cautiously licked the surface. It soon began to drink in big gulps. Good, his brew hadn't been rejected. Krum and Fleur's horses also drank. Scott wasn't sure whether that meant all 3 champions had brewed well or the horses simply weren't picky. "Oh, very good. All 3 horses accepted the whiskey. Success," Mr. Jolly declared. The horses drank the barrels dry and raised their heads. Pergasus snorted twice. The scrutiny in its eyes had gone, replaced by a calm expression. Scott tried to stroke its neck. Pergasus didn't resist, but didn't respond enthusiastically. Chrysor let Krum approach, but stayed aloof. Only Hippocrene lowered its huge head and rubbed against Fleur, almost knocking her over. "It seems Hippocrene really likes Miss Delacour. That's a good sign," Mr. Jolly crowed. "Miss Delacour may have the upper hand in this brewing round." Scott and Krum exchanged helpless looks. For now, Fleur had the advantage. "Champions, take time to bond with your partners. The competition is about to begin," Mr. Jolly said as he hurried to the judge's high platform. Scott covered his barrel, stood on it, and combed Pergasus's silver mane with his fingers. Pergasus shook its head but didn't move away. Listen, Pergessus, Scott murmured. This is between me, you, Crumb, and Fleur. You don't want to lose, do you? Pergessus snorted. Scott continued, quieter now. You're the strongest horse here, but others might not know. Prove you're the best. Crumb, nearby, heard and scoffed. Are you sure it understands English? They're French horses. I don't know, Scott said, still combing Pergessus's mane. Pergassus is clever. It might. Pergessus gave a small shake that Scott took as a nod. Happy, Scott told Crumb so. Crumb climbed onto his barrel and leaned to whisper in Bulgarian into Creasor's ear. The horse didn't like it and shook him off, dumping Crumb onto the grass. He rose, glared at Scott, and then at Fleur, and scowled. Be patient, Victor, Scott said. Crumb nodded and got up. What Scott didn't tell Crumb was that Pergessus probably didn't understand his words. His closeness was the result of magic. He'd adjusted the frequency of his magic fluctuations to approximate those of a savanna druid's type. He couldn't replicate it perfectly, but the similarity, combined with the grooming, was enough to make Pergessus more willing to accept him. Gentlemen, ladies, the competition is about to begin, Mr. Jolly announced from the platform. Champions, are you ready? They nodded. Very good. I will now reveal the specifics of this round. As he spoke, a mist rose from the center of the ranch and formed a dense cloud. Within it, an image appeared, like an old, slightly blurry film. A scene high above the clouds, a blue sky overhead, and a white sea of clouds below. Countless metal cubes floated silently, arranged in 3 rows of 15 each. At the end of each row hovered a giant metal ring. The audience buzzed with curiosity. Scott squinted and looked up at the judge's platform. Did you see it? This is the high-altitude track for this round, Mr. Jolly announced. The 3 champions will start at the beginning of the track and race to pass through the finish rings as quickly as possible. But there are restrictions. Listen carefully. 1. Both the champion and your partner must pass through the rings to finish. 2. After entering the track, champions may not stay mounted on the rune horse for more than 10 seconds. Exceed that and you score 0 for this round. 3. Apparition and animagus are forbidden. All magic items are forbidden. He then stepped onto one of the floating metal cubes. It rose straight up, carrying him into midair. The cubes were small, just enough room for one person to stand, a precarious foothold if you couldn't keep your balance. The restrictions have been stated. Now the good news, Mr. Jolly continued. These are your footholds. Don't worry about safety. If you fall, your partners will catch you. But note, each track has hidden traps. Among the 15 boxes, 3 will trigger a confinement effect the moment you step on them. Confinement time, 5 seconds. Good luck. Scott felt confident. This round favored him. Banning animage and apparition played to his strengths. No wonder Dumbledore hadn't objected. He hardly knew how he could lose. A cube materialized beneath him and he stepped on. Let's go. Conquer the sky, champions. Depart. Mr. Jolly commanded, and the cubes began to ascend smoothly. A magic barrier formed around each cube, securing the champion to it. Only now do you get this sort of safety, Mr. Jolly called as a strong upward thrust pushed them toward the clouds. The cubes rose like rockets. They passed into the white cloud bank and lost sight of everything aside from muffled screams. Then they broke through above the clouds into a vast white sea. The ascent slowed and stopped. The cubes began to move horizontally toward their respective tracks. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jolly's voice carried clearly across the open air. We are now at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Scott Trollope watched him with interest, then extended his magical perception to take in his surroundings. He was curious about how Beauxbaton's live broadcast system worked, but for the moment he sensed nothing that resembled a camera. He focused instead on the track ahead. He hadn't noticed it while watching the broadcast, but up close the footholds, individual cubes, were spaced a long way apart, roughly 200 meters each. With 15 cubes in total, plus the final ring, the whole course stretched about 3,000 meters. On foot, that would take minutes. On a large flying Pergassus, it would be much quicker. The distance made the task easier than he'd imagined. The key was time allocation. Contestants were permitted to be on the Pergassus for only 10 seconds at a time. With those 10 seconds and the footholds spaced as they were, most competitors could reach the finish without risking disaster, unless they triggered one of the 3 hidden traps among the 15 cubes. each trap causing a 5-second confinement. The condition was fair. In theory, everyone faced 3 traps unless someone could bypass them. Scott probed the nearest cubes for hidden wards or mechanisms, but could perceive nothing unusual. Excellent. Our horses are here too. With a few excited neighs, the 3 Purgassi they'd passed earlier broke through the clouds and took up positions behind them. Attention, champions. The safety measures will now be lifted. As Mr. Jolly finished, the magical barrier around Scott dissolved. Scott turned and reached out. "Purgasus," he said to the horse, "don't worry about me. Just fly for the finish as fast as you can." Purgasus blinked its clear red eyes. Scott wasn't sure it understood, but the others were surprised. Even Mr. Jolly hesitated. "Are you joking?" Fleur demanded. "I must remind you, Mr. Trollop, animagus forms are forbidden in this round. Flying brooms are forbidden as well," Crumb added. "I know the rules," Scott said, shaking his charm. "I won't use any tools except my charm." Mr. Jolly smiled. "Good to hear. Miss Delacour, Mr. Crumb. Any questions?" Scott, Fleur, and Krum all shook their heads. "Very good. The competition is about to begin. Champions, step up onto the starting foothold of the track." They glanced at one another. The cube under their feet had been brought close to the track, but they still stood about 10 meters from the starting foothold. Without a run-up, that distance was impossible with a standing jump. It would depend on each contestant's method. "Mr. Jolly, if Chrysaor carries me over now, will that count toward the 10 seconds? Crumb asked. "No," Mr. Jolly replied. "The competition hasn't officially started." "That's good," Fleur said with a smile. Then Crumb moved. He looked back at Chrysaor, crouched slightly, and leapt. Chrysaor spread its wings and flew beneath him. Crumb ran a few steps along its broad back, and then launched himself onto the starting cube with practiced ease. Fleur went next. "Wingardium Leviosa," she murmured, casting a levitation charm on her robe. The floating fabric carried her lightly forward to the starting foothold. Hippocrene followed obediently. All eyes turned to Scott. Purgasus sounded a few impatient neighs. "Don't worry, Purgasus. The competition hasn't started yet," Scott said reassuringly, then used the same method as Fleur. Wingardium Leviosa. The levitated charm helped him onto the starting cube. Crumb, perhaps conscious of his size, cast multiple levitation charms on his clothes. Fleur frowned. "Using that makes landing hard to control," she said, clearly displeased. "I've practiced it a long time," Crumb answered. "I knew the competition would be high in the sky." Scott and Crumb stayed silent and unconcerned. Fleur snorted and fell quiet. "Champions, one last question. Are you ready?" "Ready," the 3 answered together. "Very good. On my command, 1, 2, 3. Let the competition begin." At once they leapt, and the 3 Purgassi launched themselves. The horses flew slightly below their riders to avoid interfering. The distance between the first and second foothold, about 200 meters, was greater than any single jump could cover, even with levitation. Fleur and Crumb both used their mounts as temporary springboards, touching the horse's back for less than a second to gain leverage. Scott, by contrast, did not coordinate with Purgasus. The horse appeared to understand and flew straight toward the finish line without offering him assistance. As Scott began to descend, there was no foothold beneath him. Mr. Trollop told his mount to ignore him, but now he appears to be in grave danger, Mr. Jolly cried excitedly. "Oh my goodness, he's going to fall." Fleur and Crumb glanced back in alarm. "Flock of birds," Scott flicked his charm. From its tip, a scatter of dark crows burst forth, cawing and circling him. "Carry me forward," he commanded. The crows clutched at his cloak with their talons and bore him onward. "My word," Mr. Jolly exclaimed. "Mr. Trollop has cast a special flock of birds, letting the birds carry him." Hearing the commotion, Fleur and Crumb both waved their charms and cast flock of birds as well. But theirs were the normal transfigured sorts, colorful little songbirds conjured by charm work. Small and few, they offered barely any lift. Why was Trollop's flock different? Because his wasn't a transfiguration at all, but a summoning charm. He'd mastered summoning crows in the latter half of his 4th year after finding an ancient contract technique in Helena's study. With a proper summoning contract, he didn't need to conjure the birds. They were real creatures answering a call. Chanting "flock of birds" was just to mask the spell. Like a vampire born on dark wings, Scott was carried forward by living birds, and soon shot ahead of Fleur and Crumb to take the lead. Mr. Jolly's commentary turned triumphant. "Do you see that? He doesn't need his Pegasus to cooperate. He doesn't even need the footholds. He'll avoid those 3 5-second traps perfectly. Miss Delacour and Mr. Crumb will have to adjust their strategies." Crumb reacted simply. He cast a powerful Oxio ahead and leapt into the wind, letting the gust push him forward. In an instant, he surged past Scott. Fleur, not to be outdone, enlarged her hat by loosening its strap and wrapped it around herself. The enormous hat acted like a sail under her Oxio, and she sailed past Scott even faster, closing on Crumb. Just then, Pegasus darted through the finish ring and, seeing Scott lagging, let out an anxious neigh. Chrysor and Hippocrene answered with triumphant cries. Scott smiled. "Looks like I can't keep showing off. Can't let my partner worry," he told the crow beside him and cast an engorgement charm. The crow swelled until it could bear him comfortably. He settled on the back of the giant crow, a bubblehead charm sealing him from the wind. "Accelerate," he commanded. The giant crow cawed, spread its wings, and shot forward. From then on, there was little suspense. No matter what Fleur or Crumb tried, they couldn't compete with flying creatures at full speed, unless they stayed on the Pegasi the whole course, which the rules forbade. Within moments, the crow carried Scott through the finish ring and landed him on the large floating platform beyond. He restored the crow to its original size and dispersed the flock. Pegasus finally came over and nuzzled him, rubbing its head against his chest in a friendly gesture. "The undisputed first place in this round," Mr. Jolly announced. "He is the champion from Hogwarts, Scott Trollope. He took first place effortlessly with exquisite charm work. Oh, many will want to learn that flock of birds trick." Scott glanced back along the track. Fleur was approaching the 12th foothold. Crumb was around the 10th. The course seemed to favor Fleur, but then, as Fleur landed on the 12th cube, it flashed red. "Oh my goodness, the trap has been triggered. The first trap today," Mr. Jolly shouted. "Miss Delacour will be confined for 5 seconds." Illusory chains snapped into being around Fleur and wrapped her, binding her in place for the required time. In previous rounds, the traps had gone untriggered. Luck had let competitors bypass them. Crumb reached the 11th foothold, cast a powerful Axio, let the wind push him forward, used Chrysor briefly to gain leverage, and cleared the 12th and landed on the 13th foothold, only for the cube beneath him to flash red as well. Illusory chains spun around him too. "Oh, Mr. Crumb has encountered a trap as well, even though he cleverly bypassed box 12, Mr. Jolly cried. "But remember, the trap locations are random. Miss Delacour's encounter is no guide for you." By the time the announcer spoke, Fleur's confinement had lifted, and she surged past Crumb again. "Sorry, I'm a bit lazy today. Only 4,000 words. I'll update another 8,000 words tomorrow." The competition had reached its final moments. Just as Victor Crumb was frozen at landing point 13, Fleur Delacour seized her chance. If Fleur could cross the finish line within 5 seconds of Crumb's immobilization, she would take second place. From landing point 12 to the finish was roughly 800 meters. Ambitious, but not impossible. Fleur had already used her hat like a sail to pass point 13 and overtake Crumb. 2 seconds had ticked away since he'd been held. Hippocrene. She didn't pause at landing point 14. She called straight to her partner. The Pegasus, which had been flying below the track, rose at her voice. Fleur landed lightly on its back and gripped the long silver mane. The whole maneuver took another second. "Accelerate," she shouted. Hippocrene beat its wings and surged toward the finish line ring. Miss Delacour has entrusted her final sprint to her partner, and she has only 2 seconds left on horseback. Mr. Jolly's voice rang out, fast and excited. Crumb, too, had 2 seconds remaining before his immobilization would end. 2 seconds was hardly long, but a strong Pegasus could cover nearly 500 meters in that time. The instant Crumb's binding snapped, Fleur and Hippocrene were already streaking over the finish together. "Oh, she did it! Miss Delacour has secured second place," Mr. Jolly shouted. Fleur leapt from the Pegasus and landed lightly on the large platform where Scott Trollope stood. Crumb crossed immediately afterward. When the 3 champions were assembled, Mr. Jolly announced the end of the round. "Congratulations to you all." Crumb's expression was a little grim, but he bowed and congratulated Fleur and Scott with courtesy. Your luck wasn't with you today, Victor, Fleur said with a smile. He nodded. Fleur then turned to Scott, teasing, I must say, your advantage is overwhelming, even with Animagi banned. Scott shrugged. There's still a third round. Nothing is decided. Mr. Jolly joined them on the platform and launched into an interview. First of all, congratulations on completing the course without mishap. Brilliant performances all around. Thank you, they answered. Mr. Trollope, he said, fascinated, I noticed your flock of birds was a little different. Care to explain? Fleur and Crumb leaned in, curious. Scott smiled and gave the rehearsed reply. It is a bit different. I like that charm, and I like crows. With help from the professors, I made some modifications. He was joking through a straight face. No one was about to contradict him. Modifications, Mr. Jolly pressed. Did you enlarge the crows with an engorgement charm because of those modifications? No. Scott shook his head. The modifications only changed the small birds into crows. The engorgement charm was the result of my personal research into Transfiguration. Mr. Jolly's curiosity deepened. Many noticed your Transfiguration last round was sophisticated, a combination of Transfiguration and rune circuits, was it not? Yes, Scott nodded. Mr. Jolly's eyes were full of probing interest. Scott kept his answer respectful but guarded. I love Transfiguration, and the professors were very supportive. Hogwarts encourages bold innovation. Mr. Jolly didn't seem entirely satisfied with such an official answer, so he turned to the other two. Crumb was terse. Fleur gave a friendly sentence of her own. Mr. Jolly wrapped up awkwardly. All right, now it's time for the judges to score. The platform began to descend smoothly. 3 other Pegasi that had taken part in the event circled them and followed down to the ground. Compared to Chrysaor and Hippocrene, the victorious Pegasus was particularly lively, neighing in excitement as they neared the hippogriff paddock. When the platform stopped beside the judge's high stand, Mr. Jolly took his seat and addressed the crowd. Since the 3 champions have now determined their rankings, our scoring has a slight change of rules. Scott Trollope, who finished first in the task, will receive an additional 2 points on top of the judges' scores. Fleur Delacour in second receives 1 extra point. Victor Krum receives no bonus points. He raised his wand and went first. A large 8 floated from it. 8 points. Mr. Lefebvre followed, also 8. Professor Hartman raised his wand. 9 points. Madame Maxime showed her score 7 points. Finally, Dumbledore, 8 points. That brings Mr. Bet Crumb's round score to 40 points. His total for both rounds is 85. The scoreboard flipped Victor's total from 45 to 85, temporarily putting him in the lead. The crowd applauded. Crumb bowed to the judges. Next, Miss Delacour. I'm giving 9 points. 9 points, 9 points, 9 points, 9 points. That's 45 points, plus 1 bonus point, 46. Fleur Delacour's total is 89. Fleur bowed to the crowd as applause swelled and the scoreboard shifted her above Crumb. Finally, Mr. Trollope, our first-place finisher, let the scoring begin. For Mr. Trollope's brilliant performance, I give 10 points. 10 points. 9 points. Professor Hartman's 9, he had given 9 to all 3, drew a ripple of disapproval from the stands. Are you sure, Professor Hartman? Mr. Jolly asked. Hartman nodded calmly. Of course, it is my judgment as a judge. Madame Maxime displayed a 10. Dumbledore did the same. The judge's total for Scott was 49, plus his 2-point bonus, bringing the round to 51. That put Scott's combined total at 94, and his name leapt to the top of the scoreboard. Loud cheers erupted. Even though only 20 or so Hogwarts students had come, they were chanting energetically, "Scott champion!" with Fred Weasley theatrically conducting them. Mr. Trollope received 49 judge points plus 2 bonus points, 51, bringing his total to 94. Mr. Jolly announced, I declare this round finished. The third and final round will take place on June 24th, he added. Believe me, it will be even more exciting. Our 3 champions will compete for the ultimate prize. As the crowd filtered out, the platform gently set down on the grass. Scott's friends hurried up to him, crowded round, cheering. Fred grabbed him in a jubilant hug. That was brilliant, 10,000 meters high. None of us expected it. Fred handed Scott a small magic mirror. The Great Hall was full of Hogwarts students watching the event. Many were waving. Scott waved back. We were all on pins and needles for you. Roger shoved Fred aside and clapped Scott on the shoulder. You did it perfectly. You had an absolute advantage. Glasses were raised, congratulations flowed, and Scott was coaxed into a belly full of butterbeer. Later, Mr. Jolly called the three champions back up. They were a little apprehensive. No one wanted another awkward incident like last time, but Mr. Jolly smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. You don't need to prepare anything for the next round. Scott breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Fleur pressed for details. Mr. Jolly smiled again. Scott detected the same mischievous look and said only, "The third round will be harder than the first two. It will be a comprehensive test of all of you. That's all I can reveal. Keep yourselves in top form and give us a show." "Is that all?" Scott asked. "Yes," Mr. Jolly replied and left. "Did he say anything at all?" Fleur complained. "Nope. No advance prep needed," Scott said. Back at Hogwarts, the common room was exuberant. Taunts about the French contingent were loud and merciless. The French plan failed. Even with a 5-point deduction, Scott is still undeniably first. They toasted him. Fred speculated wildly about the final task, perhaps in the water since the last one was in the air, while Roger insisted it would be an arena duel and told Scott not to pull punches against Fleur. Cedric suggested a brutal exam-like test. Fred scoffed. The guesses ran from dragons to giants. None seemed likely to Scott. "Pay attention," he said. "The organizers have learned from past tragedies. They're making events relatively safe. Controlled beasts, alchemy constructs, things that avoid casualty. If they use alchemy," someone muttered, "the French might rig it in favor of their champion." Scott's friends felt some events would be fairer than others, but the only certainty was they'd have to be ready for anything. In the days that followed, Scott continued classes while working on his summoned beasts. He finished multi-rune circuit diagrams for the fire and water beasts first. The fire raven was Edgar, named for the poet Edgar Allan Poe, and had 3 skills: arson, fireline, and swift flight. The water creature was a sailfish called Siren, named for a Scottish sea monster, with water prison, water blade, and concealment. Next came wind and earth. For wind, fitting for Ravenclaw, Scott envisioned a golden eagle, the fiercest raptor. He chose rune circuits he called wind shear, gale, and sharpness. In his mind, the eagle would spit sharp invisible blades, whip up gales with its wings, and use an incredibly sharp beak and talons for close combat. He named it Horus, after the hawk-headed Egyptian god. For Earth, he chose a Komodo dragon, Muggle's magic dragon, built as a tough frontline fighter with rock armor, burrow, and potent poison. He called it Golzon, after the ancient monster from a show he remembered. Edgar and Siren were more familiar. Scott had successfully created disposable fire ravens and sailfish many times with Transfiguration. Horus and Golzon took more experimentation. After multiple single-skill transfigurations of eagles and Komodo dragons, and with the help of arithmancy to speed his calculations, Scott finalized the designs by the end of March. He didn't immediately create them. Without the aid of a philosopher's stone, producing more than one at a time would drain him completely. He decided to make them one by one, starting with Edgar. When the dormitory was empty, Scott called to the Ravenclaw portrait. The portrait mentor appeared, and after Scott explained the designs and showed the blueprints and the materials Lucio had given him, she inspected them. "They're decent toys," she observed. Toys. The verdict stung a little. "Don't be disheartened," the Ravenclaw mentor said gently. "That means you've taken an important step. You'll refine them through practice." Scott nodded. She examined his blueprints carefully. "I found no errors. You are already proficient with ancient runes and rune circuits. What remains is practice. These materials look acceptable at a glance, but if you want them stronger, you will need better materials." Scott admitted the truth. He'd been neglectful of alchemy. He had once thought Transfiguration could substitute for material change, but alchemy produced materials that were sturdier, more enduring, and better suited to rune embedding. Better materials reduced the magic required, increased durability, and allowed longer-lasting creations, necessary if the constructs were to survive repeated rune operations and to improve over time. Alchemy, expensive and cumbersome as it was, had become indispensable. With the mentor's approval, Scott began production. He set the knuckle-sized red metal, soaked in fire salamander blood, on the stone slab and concentrated. He walked through the transfiguration pattern in his head, drew his wand, and called the incantation. Rune light danced across the metal. It was swallowed by a sphere of fire that shivered and then shaped itself. A tiny beak formed, miniature wings emerged, and as the flame eased, a dark red little raven sat on the stone. It was only a fifth of Lambo's size, perfectly compact. "Hello, Edgar," Scott murmured. "Caw, caw, caw," the bird replied in a bright, childish voice. It nuzzled Scott's finger, hopped onto his palm, and settled there. Scott felt warmth seep into his hand as he stroked its feathers. Edgar chirped happily. Unlike Lambo, Edgar could not speak. Scott had deliberately left it that way. These were tools, combat constructs, meant to be effective, not companions. Lambo would remain his closest living friend. "Time to test you in a real combat scenario," Scott told Edgar. "Not here. We need an isolated place." He tucked Edgar into his pocket, slipped out of the tower, and walked along the lake to a secluded little valley hidden by a rise that shielded it from view of the Durmstrang ship. He produced Edgar. "Swift flight," Edgar blurred, circling at a speed Scott could barely follow. "Arson!" The bird burst into a flying ball of fire. "Fire line!" A thin white line of flame leapt forward and scorched a neat hole in a nearby tree trunk. The wood smoked, then caught. Scott flicked his wand. "Aguamenti!" Water washed the flames away. "Normal state. Slow down," he ordered. Edgar relievedly retracted its covering flame and slowed. "Good. Let's see how big you can get." "Engorgement charm," Scott commanded. Edgar swelled, growing until, when it landed, its head rose above Scott's shoulder. Scott released the charm. "That seems to be its maximum. Enough." Edgar's cry deepened with sighs. Scott pointed at a rock. "Fire line." The raven opened its beak and spat a scorching beam. The heat was almost unbearable. Scott took a step back as the rock cracked under the blast. "Stop." He shrank Edgar back to normal. "Well done." The flames were hotter and longer lasting than those in earlier transfigurations. Material made the difference. Satisfied, Scott folded Edgar away and left the valley. He missed Hogwarts. Beauxbatons felt foreign and inconvenient. Back in the dormitory, Fred and Roger were already there. "Your date's over?" Scott asked. "It wasn't my date. Angelina," Fred retorted loudly. "Roger's was with his third French girlfriend." "The fourth," Roger corrected. "Who cares?" Fred said, and the banter continued as Scott sat at his desk and drew out the red metal soaked in fire salamander blood. He set to work on the unfinished dagger, feeling the steady, exacting pull of the next task. By April, the weather had finally warmed. The people of Beauxbatons traded heavy sweaters and cloaks for lighter spring clothes, and with the sun came a surge of flirtation and new romances. Whether it was a carryover from the Christmas ball or just the girls dressing more beautifully, Scott noticed more couples on campus than before, and none of it seemed to concern him. "Shut up, Fred." Scott turned to glare at Fred, who had been prattling behind him in a mock narrator voice. "Aren't you a bit smug lately, ever since Angelina agreed to be your girlfriend?" Scott asked, helpless. "Am I?" Fred shrugged. "Sorry, I was just speaking from the heart." Scott glanced at Cedric, who was smirking, and then pushed on. "Really, Scott?" Fred fell into step and threw an arm around Scott's shoulders. "Over the summer, I thought Luna was your girlfriend. Didn't you even visit the Lovegoods?" "Luna and I are friends," Scott said flatly. Fred nodded. "Right. Luna and Ginny are about the same age. You might have to wait." Scott rolled his eyes. "Oh, really? How about I go after Ginny then?" Fred only grinned. "I don't mind. But I should warn you, you must have noticed, Ginny's got a thing for Harry." Scott had no answer for that. Fred clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm worried about you, mate." "You sound affected," Scott said with a deadpan look. Fred ignored him. "Since Christmas, you've rejected a bunch of confessions. Even Cedric turned one down." Cedric gave a modest little smile. Fred fixed Scott with a look. "What's your reason?" "Because I'm about to die," Scott snapped. "Oh, Merlin's socks, is that true?" Fred jumped into an exaggerated act. "What happened, mate? I didn't even know." Their voices rose until students passing through the corridor began to stop and stare. This stretch of corridor led to Professor Duran's alchemy classroom. Beauxbaton students were everywhere. "Shut up, we're going to be late," Scott hissed. Fred reached out and grabbed his arm, still playing the dramatics. "You haven't finished your veer, Scott clapped a hand over Fred's mouth. "If you want to avoid humiliation, help me out." He looked at Cedric. Cedric nodded, and the two of them tugged the still animated Fred all the way into Professor Duran's classroom. Fred kept muttering, "I'm only worried about you. You can't disappoint a friend," and Scott ignored him. He knew only a third of Fred's concern was sincere. The rest was teasing. Romance had crossed Scott's mind now and then, but he'd never truly fallen in love. More important was the prophecy. Miss Slytherin. It had shown few signs, but it existed, and he refused to pretend it didn't. He didn't know how his story would end, and he had other burdens. Joining the Tri-Wizard tournament and becoming a champion had been partly to change his environment and relax. He'd forged his own magical path and no longer needed to attend every class in the ordinary way. The Ravenclaw mentor answered his questions when he needed and had approved of his coming to Beauxbatons instead of hold-up research at Hogwarts. The tournament had rewards. In particular, he'd built a solid foundation in alchemy with Professor Duran's help. Professor Duran was a plump, kindly older man, older than Roussel, competent at basic instruction if not as eminent in alchemical research. "Good morning. I'll start roll call," he said, and after the roll, tapped his wand on the blackboard. A sun-patterned sigil bloomed. "We all know alchemy grew from attempts to turn everything into gold," he lectured. "No one succeeded except Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. In alchemical symbols, the sun denotes gold," he said, drawing a circle with a dot at its center. "This is Dalton's symbol system, published in 1808. He reviewed the development of symbols, then explained experimental formulas for transforming two metals, and the students settled into practical work. The course used common metals, inexpensive enough that Scott's remaining funds could cover the materials. He'd advanced faster with Professor Roussel's help than the class pace, but he still took Duran's lessons seriously. This was where he found and fixed gaps and reinforced fundamentals. After morning alchemy, Scott waved his wand at Fred and joked, "Should I use a permanent sticking charm to seal your mouth, or densaugio to make talking awkward?" Fred clapped a hand over his mouth. "Come on, Transfiguration next." Scott and Cedric walked on. Fred fell in beside them. "I'm going to propose to Angelina after I graduate," he said with mock solemnity. "Scott, when we get married, you have to be our best man." Scott tuned out. In Transfiguration, Professor Baptiste insisted Scott demonstrate as much as possible. Since Scott's talent had become known in the tournament, Baptiste had been particularly eager, asking about Hogwarts teaching methods, comparing curricula, maybe flattering Scott or grumbling at McGonagall. It made Scott uneasy and drew annoyed looks from classmates who thought he liked to show off. "I must reselect my courses," he muttered at day's end. As a guest student, he could choose freely. He'd had enough of being called on. The afternoon went smoothly. After dinner, back at the Hogwarts Tower, Scott's magic mirror chimed with a message from William. He hadn't heard from him in a long time. The message was brief. "I might have found the location. Someone's been frequenting Edinburgh Castle. There might be a chamber of secrets there." The hint was vague, but Scott understood. William had noticed members of the whole Wizarding Council frequenting Edinburgh Castle and suspected Medea might be there. Medea, having earlier occupied Edinburgh Castle, could well have built a chamber of secrets. Scott replied that he'd be careful. William added, "Just a guess. Haven't checked." Scott promised to relay the information and left the dormitory. He climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's tower and knocked softly. The door opened. Dumbledore sat alone by the window, sipping tea. "Good evening, Professor." "Come in, Scott," Dumbledore said. "Is something wrong?" Scott showed him the exchange with William. "Miss Slytherin?" Dumbledore mused. "I've inspected all the chambers of secrets at Hogwarts, including hers." "I thought maybe she wouldn't hide at Hogwarts if I knew about it," Scott said. Dumbledore smiled wryly. "I didn't think Medea would hide here either, but do not assume portraits or ghosts can enter such places. Only Peeves can, oddly enough." "Peeves can enter?" Scott asked. "Unfortunately, he cannot bring anything out." Dumbledore went on. "Can't we just break down the chamber's door and retrieve its contents? Perhaps we'd learn more about Slytherin and Medea." Dumbledore shook his head. "The Chamber of Secrets is an intricate node in the castle's magical circulation. Violent destruction would seriously damage Hogwarts, and repairs would take a very long time. We cannot risk that while Lord Voldemort's threat remains." Scott asked, regretful, whether the Ravenclaw mentor could help. Rowena Ravenclaw is gone. There is only her portrait, Dumbledore said. A portrait is just that. There are many things it cannot do. Scott fell quiet. Under Voldemort's shadow, they couldn't jeopardize the castle's protections. Dumbledore then looked at the magic mirror in Scott's hand. If I'm not mistaken, Edinburgh is now under Muggle jurisdiction again. Scott nodded. Dumbledore said he would send someone to verify whether the whole Wizarding Council wizards were indeed frequenting the area. Scott hesitated. Are you worried about William? He asked. Dumbledore nodded. Always be cautious. William's report might be a guess, or he might be controlled or have mixed loyalties. I'll take the risk. The investigation is dangerous. No need to send others. Let me look into it. Dumbledore inclined his head. How would you go about it? Your transfiguration, your creations, might be the safest method. Scott had already pictured it. Send out a summoned creature, stay safe at Hogwarts, and monitor the mission remotely through his mirror. Control the creature like a game character and watch the battlefield from afar. He felt a spark of excitement at the thought. Dumbledore agreed it was sensible. Then he added some news about the whole Wizarding Council. They'd been active against Voldemort's followers. Scott asked about the connection between Medea and Voldemort. Dumbledore grew serious, poured tea, and sat Scott down. You don't need to be surprised. Your mind is beyond your years, Scott. I don't always treat you like a child. He smiled, then became grave. You once used arithmancy to calculate Lord Voldemort's Horcrux. There is an unexpected Horcrux, one even Voldemort didn't realize. Scott's brow furrowed. Is it Harry? Dumbledore nodded. On the night of Voldemort's defeat, his killing curse rebounded. Lily Potter's sacrifice left a protection on Harry that shattered Voldemort's soul. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, a fragment of his soul attached to Harry's body. That is why they are connected. As Harry grew, their souls merged. Even I cannot separate them now. Scott asked about Voldemort taking Harry's blood. That, too, Dumbledore said patiently, was tied to Lily's protective magic. Her sacrifice was powerful. Voldemort could not touch or harm Harry for that reason. He understood something at the Quidditch World Cup and believed that by taking Harry's blood, he could bypass the protection. That action did let him touch Harry, but if he tried to kill him, only the fragment of his own soul inside Harry would be destroyed. So the only way to remove that fragment is... Scott trailed off. Because he does not understand love, Dumbledore said with a small, sad smile. Lily's protection came from deep maternal love. Voldemort, who never understood love, cannot grasp that. It is his greatest flaw. Scott listened, then asked quietly why Dumbledore was telling him all this. Dumbledore's face grew earnest. You are a powerful wizard already. I would not preach at you, but eliminating Voldemort completely would prevent Medea from gaining his soul. Our aims may overlap with hers in that respect, but we must stop Medea from profiting by Voldemort's demise. You want me to help, Scott said plainly. Dumbledore did not mince words. Yes, I have few helpers I trust. Wizards as remarkable as you are rare, even if you are young. You wouldn't have said this before, Scott smiled. Is it because I'll be an adult in 4 months? Dumbledore admitted it. Yes, and I do not want an ungraduated student fighting dark wizards head-on. My expectations for you are twofold. Gather intelligence on the enemy and protect Hogwarts. That's it? Scott asked, surprised that there wasn't some secret lethal assignment. That's it, Dumbledore affirmed. Play to your strengths. Your transfiguration is unique, especially in versatility. You have ideas and creativity. You can accomplish much without appearing on the battlefield yourself. Scott's mind lit up with possibilities. Summoned beasts, remote control via the mirror, surveillance around the castle. He suggested installing monitoring equipment at Hogwarts, then Dumbledore stopped him. Hogwarts' protective magic was upgraded under Rowena Ravenclaw. It already does much of what you're thinking. Indeed, it was precisely those protections that allowed me to identify the culprit who harmed Harry when I returned. Scott persisted, thinking of magical creatures like house elves that might apparate unseen. Dumbledore answered that the house elves had re-signed magical contracts so they could move freely as needed. In short, Scott's little entrepreneurial scheme had nowhere to land. All right, Scott said at last. I'll get on it. I'll check Edinburgh and report back. If it proves suspicious, we will decide on further steps, Dumbledore said. They said goodnight, and Scott left the tower. Outside, he connected his magic mirror to the magic phone kept with Lambo. The mirror's screen blurred into Lambo's rough silhouette at Oak Cottage. "Scott?" came the cawed voice. Lambo flipped on the lights, cawed excitedly. "Finally something to do. I've been telling you I'm bored. There are more and more crows in the territory." "This time it's different," Scott said. "It's important. William found that Medea may be hiding at Edinburgh. You know what to do." "I know. Of course I know. Just wait for my good news." Lambo cawed and cut the connection, already airborne with purpose. After sending Lambo off to scout Edinburgh Castle, Scott returned to the tower with a quiet confidence. He didn't need to give the crow much instruction. Lambo had done reconnaissance before and knew what to do. He had even prepared some things at Hogwarts in advance. All Lambo had to do was lead the flock and plant the little eyes Scott had enchanted. Back in the common room, Fred snatched the magic mirror out of Scott's hand the moment he arrived. He'd already linked with George, and the two of them were whispering together in the glass. Scott wasn't worried about anyone looking through the mirror. Its deeper secrets only revealed themselves when it was held and activated by him. He walked to the window, sat down, and took out a sketchbook and pen. Tonight's subject was Beauxbaton's Castle, seen in the dark. Drawing was one of Scott's chosen anchors, a hobby he tried never to abandon. Lately, he'd been spending most of his energy on alchemy, so he'd switched to quicker pen sketches to save time. As soon as he began, Scott tuned the world out. Only the scratch of the pen sounded in his ears. Everyone in the common room was used to him doing this, and no one disturbed him. The sketch came together quickly. He signed and dated it, flipped through past pages, and then Fred came over holding the mirror. "Hey, Scott, we've got something to tell you." George and Eddie appeared in the glass, grinning. Scott knew immediately what they were going to say. The four of them were partners, and their conversations always turned to making money. He closed his sketchbook and asked with interest, "What's the plan?" He'd nearly burned through his savings on alchemy experiments and was more than willing to listen. "Of course, we released the 1994-1995 Triwizard Tournament Complete Record commemorative video," Eddie declared, practically vibrating with excitement. "Loads of people will buy it. We can even advertise to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students and take mail orders." "And we sell another batch of magic crystal players," George added. "I'll order the mirrors and crystals and make protective cases with the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang crests." Fred patted Scott on the shoulder. "You can start editing and producing the footage from the first 2 rounds." "I already asked Milton," Eddie piped up. "He'll do the soundtrack." Scott stared. "Let me get this straight. Video editing and post-production fall to me, and you want me to produce the players too? How many things am I supposed to handle?" He was the only one doing research and development in the little company of 4. The other 3 were pure salesmanship. That wasn't reasonable. He made a decision. "I'll authorize Fred and George to produce the magic crystal player. They can handle manufacturing and sales. We'll adjust the split so you two earn more." Fred and George exchanged looks and nodded eagerly. Negotiations began immediately. "If you authorize us, we'll give you 40% of the profit for every player," Fred said. "Too much," Scott said. "After costs and paying yourselves, 10% of net profit is fair." "Make it 30%, George countered. 10% is fine, Scott insisted. 20%, no less. No, 10, not less than 15%. "All right, stop bickering," Eddie interjected. "Scott, 15% is reasonable. After all, the wizarding market is much smaller than the Muggle one." "Fine, 15% it is," Scott shrugged. He didn't much care. He'd be relieved to only do the post-production work. Although he wasn't desperate for money, his family could provide if he really needed to. He preferred not to rely on them. Since coming to Hogwarts, he'd only ever used the annual galleon exchange at Gringotts. He'd learned to earn his own way unless absolutely necessary. "Start promoting now," Eddie went on, words pouring out. "Get the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students interested. Take orders." "That's your job, Fred," Scott told him. "You?" Fred asked. "Me?" Scott shrugged. "Editing the video." "That's not fair," Fred protested. "We'll make sure the profit split is absolutely fair. Whoever contributes more gets the bigger share." Then Eddie's face lit up. "Oh, by the way, Scott, would you be okay with your photo on merchandise?" "No," Scott said without thinking. "Absolutely not. That's a shortcut to making money." Eddie persisted in his most persuasive tone. "You're a champion. People are obsessed with you right now. The Tri-Wizard tournament made you and the other winners into real stars. Delacour and Crumb are hot topics too. I've even had stuff reprinted in the Daily Prophet. My articles were convincing enough they thought I was in France." Scott blinked. "Hollingworth?" Eddie beamed. "Yep. No one realized I was writing from here. I even did fake interviews. Delacour comes off arrogant, Crumb gloomy, and people ate it up. You're the most popular champion." Scott managed only a deadpan. "I won't say thank you, Eddie. I only amplified what was already there." Eddie, undeterred, pushed further. "Listen, taking advantage of your current fame, we could make a fortune. Badges with your photo would sell like mad, especially to the girls. Commemorative cases, postcards, albums, the works. We must jump on this while your popularity is high." Scott refused, firmly. Eddie's face fell. "Don't you want to reconsider?" Eddie prodded. "No," Scott said. "You're crazy. Those are galleons." Eddie looked wounded, then tried a different tactic. "Fine, but maybe your name on the badges? Or we could use images." George, ever blunt, interrupted. "You already sold badges with Scott's name on them." Eddie tried to explain them away as free tokens of support, but George had already heard otherwise. They paid 3 sickles each. Scott stared into the mirror. Eddie produced a round blue badge and pinned it to his lapel, grinning sheepishly. The badge cycled through fancy script. "Scott Trollope, Hogwarts champion, go!" Scott narrowed his eyes. "Eddie, I'll let this slide, but if you make money from it, I get a share." Eddie bristled. "No way. The Chocolate Frog Company never paid wizards on their cards, and that's how it works here. I asked for your input. I didn't just plaster your face everywhere." "If I do use your photo," Eddie rushed out, "I'll give you a generous share." He rubbed his fingers together to indicate money. Scott decided to change tack. He couldn't stop Eddie's appetite for profit, but he could limit the embarrassment. No real photos. Use stylized portraits, cartoon versions. Think Disney or Chibi style. Keep them clearly non-photographic. Eddie's eyes lit up. "I can do that? You draw them?" "I'll provide the portraits for all 3 champions," Scott said. "Conditions, no use of real photographs, and don't tell anyone I drew them." Eddie agreed, but asked for a range, different angles and poses for the merchandise. Scott was fine with that, and then named his price. "I want 75% of the net profit." "What? I can only give you 50% at most," Eddie protested. Scott held firm. "I'm selling my image and talent. 70% is fair." "That's impossible. I'm putting in time and money. 55% is the most I'll do." 65%, no less, Scott countered. 60%, no more. Deal. They shook on it, reluctant on Eddie's side, satisfied on Scott's. It was agreed. Scott would take the larger share for the artwork. Eddie would handle costs, production, and sales. Eddie still looked a little unhappy, but he was already thinking ahead to profits. "And the forest fairy toy I gave Luna for her birthday?" Eddie tried one more idea. "Those Transfiguration toys could be sold too." "No," Scott was blunt. "Transfigured toys aren't good merchandise. If made from ordinary materials, they won't last. If made from special materials, they'll be prohibitively expensive. Either they break and get complaints, or nobody buys them." Fred interrupted with a different vein of conversation. "By the way, did you hear? The Dementors that used to patrol Azkaban have all left. Minister Bones is planning to change the prison's model." Cedric walked over and confirmed it. "My father wrote. He says the ministry is talking to a merpeople colony in the North Sea to guard the waters around Azkaban. They'll also hire 2 dragons and some dragon-taming specialists." "Mermen guarding the seas?" Fred snorted. "They can only live in water. Dementors could fly." "They'll only guard the waters," Cedric said. "Aurors are short-staffed. The ministry's trying other options." Scott frowned. "That sounds risky. Aurors have the strictest training. Merpeople and dragons might help, but this isn't a solution for someone like you-know-who. Azkaban's been a backyard for him before. Unless someone like Dumbledore is constantly there, it's vulnerable." "Where did the Dementors go?" Scott asked. Cedric didn't know. His father hadn't mentioned it. 2 days later, Scott had feedback from Lambo. The Crow had taken 2 nights to deploy his enchanted eyes through Edinburgh Castle, 50 of them in all, and had spotted several wizards inside, including Milton's father, Mr. Greaves. Scott's feelings about Greaves were complicated. Greaves had always been ambiguous. Scott wasn't sure where his loyalties lay now. He decided to watch and gather more evidence before making contact, and not to tell Milton yet. "Good job," he told Lambo. "Send a crow to keep an eye on Mr. Greaves. You don't have to go yourself." Lambo agreed. Scott tapped the magic mirror and connected to the eyes in Edinburgh. The 50 monitors covered almost every interior and exterior angle of the castle. Switching between different perspectives, Scott quickly pieced together the layout. It was night, and apart from the Muggle caretakers, he saw no one else. He couldn't watch everything in real time, only fast-forward, saved footage. So he closed the monitoring window and let the system run. On the second day of monitoring, he finally had a breakthrough. In the surveillance footage from the previous night, a cloaked, hooded figure had appeared on the castle battlements. She had apparated into Edinburgh Castle, a single flash of black robes against the stone. From her build, Scott could tell she was a witch. The footage showed her only for a heartbeat before she vanished again. Scott switched feeds, cycling through the other eyes that monitored the castle. It took a while to pick her up again, this time inside the old royal palace in the upper ward. The lay hall on the first floor served as a banquet hall. The former royal suites now displayed treasures. The second floor had been converted into the Honours of Scotland exhibition. The crown, the scepter, the sword, the stone of destiny, with portraits of past kings and sculptures recreating coronations flanking the entrance. The intruder stood before the row of royal portraits. Scott zoomed in. The witch drew back her hood, revealing a face he dimly recognized. "Respected Miss Slytherin," she said, and bowed to the king's portrait. "Trinity Roll requests an audience." The voice from the mirror brought the memories back. This was Mrs. Roll, Caitlin Roll's mother and Elijah Caro's aunt, the distraught woman Scott had seen during Elijah Caro's trial. She looked very different now. Where he had once seen a grieving mother leaning on her husband, the woman before the portrait was gaunt and worn. Madness burned just beneath her eyes. Then the painting stirred. The line of kings shifted aside and a new figure appeared in the center. A woman in a green robe with wide sleeves, a gauzy black veil over the upper half of her face, silver snake jewelry glittering at her throat. Medea Slytherin. Scott hadn't seen her in a long time. "Why have you come, Trinity?" Medea asked from the picture. "Respected witch." Roll took a step forward. Her voice was rough with strain. "How much longer must I wait? I'm going mad." Medea's answer was calm. "Soon, Trinity. I promise you I will avenge your husband and our fallen comrades." "I can avenge them now." Mrs. Roll's tone broke into desperation. "I can act at any moment, even if it means—" "Patience, Trinity. Patience." Medea soothed her. "You need to stay where you are for now, to keep close to Tom, to gain his trust. You're doing well. They don't suspect me. I present myself as a grieving widow who left the council because you failed to save my husband." Mrs. Roll's words tumbled out. "I said Elijah Caro and the twins were killed, and that I pledged allegiance to you-know-who to preserve the Roll name. I even promised to choose one of the surviving twins, Flora or Hestia, to inherit. They believe me." She ran her hands through her hair. "But I'm at my limit every time I want to pull my wand and kill them, especially." "Calm down, Trinity." Medea's voice stayed gentle. "You know how powerless you are against Tom. You have no chance if you act rashly." Mrs. Roll bowed her head and let the disordered hair fall over her face. "I know. I can only hide my thoughts carefully. I don't know how much longer I can keep pretending." "I believe in you, Trinity. You are the most remarkable witch I have ever seen. Everyone underestimates you. Your occlumency fools even Tom." Medea's words were honeyed. "Remember my promise. Soon I will be whole again." "Really?" Mrs. Roll looked up, hope like light in her face. "Oh, respected witch. I'm not questioning you, it's just, I know." Medea's gaze was almost tender. "You've sacrificed so much. Do you remember what I told you?" I remember everything." Mrs. Roll knelt and reached to touch the hem of Medea's robe in the painting, looking at her like a supplicant. "You said you could bring my husband and my daughter back. You will both be returned," Medea said, seductive and certain. "Break the curse, and I can free your husband's soul. Kill Tom, and I can finish my revival. Don't forget, The resurrection stone is in my hands. It's an heirloom from Salazar Slytherin. Only a revived me can awaken its power. Then even your daughter can be pulled back from the other world. Do you believe me, Trinity? Medea asked softly. I believe. I believe you. Mrs. Roll clung to the promise like a drowning woman to a rope. Medea straightened. This is not for me or for the council, she said. It is for your husband and daughter. You must survive. Do not take risks. Live to welcome them back properly. Trinity steadied herself and rose. I understand, respected witch. I will do as you say. I will wait and welcome them back in the best condition. Good, Medea nodded. Go, Trinity. Don't come here often. It's too dangerous if the Death Eaters or Tom discover you. I will obey, Miss Slytherin. Mrs. Roll bowed one last time and apparated away. Scott felt a twist of unease watching. He knew the resurrection stone couldn't truly bring people back. Medea was feeding Trinity a lie to keep her useful and obedient. Trinity's hunger to see her family returned had made her a pawn placed where she could get close to Voldemort. Medea's arrangements were cold and deliberate. When Trinity left, Medea did not vanish. After a moment, two more figures in green robes materialized in the painting, bowing to her. Good evening, respected witch, one said. Medea smiled faintly. Good evening, my friends. They threw back their hoods. One was Mrs. Zabini, Milton's stepmother, whom Scott recognized. The other was a middle-aged wizard he did not know, Mr. Greengrass. Mrs. Zabini's voice was oily with charm. Do you really think Trinity Roll can be trusted? Of course, Medea replied coolly. To bring back her husband and daughter, she has no other choice. I'm not questioning her motives, Mrs. Zabini purred. I just doubt her competence. Medea only smiled. Wait and see. Trinity will surprise us. Mrs. Zabini bowed exaggeratedly to the painting. My apologies, respected witch. Medea waved her off. We are friends. You need not obey me blindly. Mrs. Zabini's tone turned sharp when she faced Greengrass. Mind your own business, Greengrass. Don't meddle in my affairs, unless you're very interested in mine and Greaves's. Get away, Zabini, Greengrass snapped and stepped back, scowling. She flashed a triumphant smile. Useless. Medea cut through them. You two aren't here to bicker. What news? Greaves hasn't betrayed you yet, Mrs. Zabini said with a sniff, but he won't let his muggle wife and half-blood son go easily. She spoke with contempt when she mentioned Milton and his mother. He's been working hard on his facade. He still has secrets, she added, voice dropping. That old man in the Greaves family has hidden things well. Even his children don't know them. Scott leaned forward. That was why Medea had maneuvered Mrs. Zabini into that marriage. There was something hidden in the Greaves household, something Medea wanted. No need to rush, Medea said. We have time. I will find that thing, witch, Mrs. Zabini promised. I don't believe the old man can hide it forever. Good. Medea nodded. Mr. Greengrass spoke then, matter of fact. The Ministry has captured another group of Death Eaters, but you know who still hasn't shown himself. Medea's expression didn't change. He has the boy's blood now. He's likely still studying it. I can't imagine why the Dark Lord would care so much about an underage child, Mrs. Zabini sneered. Harry Potter, the so-called chosen one. Does the great Dark Lord take such popular fawning seriously? He did suffer defeat because of that boy once, Greengrass said. There must be a reason. No rational person would believe Voldemort's failure was truly because of a baby, Mrs. Zabini said. Maybe the Potters, being an old wizarding family and their last stand, led to his temporary downfall. That doesn't explain Dumbledore's obsession, Greengrass countered. Dumbledore always wants a banner for the wizarding world, Mrs. Zabini said. It used to be him, but he's old and fading. Potter is a convenient successor. Whatever the explanation, Medea said crisply, Tom and Dumbledore both place importance on that boy. Speculation won't help us. We need the truth. Both Zanini and Greengrass bowed their heads. Respected witch, give us time. We will investigate this thoroughly. When Mrs. Zabini and Mr. Greaves apparated away, the figure of Medea in the painting slowly faded until she vanished. The portraits of the kings slid back into their places. Scott rewound the surveillance footage from the other cameras but found nothing else. He shut off the recording and switched to live feed. The old palace was full of Muggle tourists. The castle hummed with the same daytime bustle that made magical investigation difficult. Scott stared at the king's portrait for a long moment. He had hoped the presence of so many members of the Wizarding Council in Edinburgh meant Medea had awakened, that he could deduce her whereabouts from their behavior. Instead, she had only appeared in a painting. He had no way of knowing whether she'd left a fragment of her consciousness lodged in the portrait or whether her true self had already been roused somewhere nearby. Either way, surveillance wouldn't give him the answer. He clipped out the segment where Medea appeared, edited it down, and sent it to Dumbledore's magic phone. Then he opened the Triwizard Tournament recordings, flipped his sketchbook open, and picked up a pencil. He began designing cartoon versions of the three champions, including himself. After a few rough headshots, he switched to the Disney-esque style Eddie had mentioned. He pulled a handful of exciting clips from the match and sketched half-body and full-body poses, exaggerating movements and expressions for dramatic effect. When the sketches were done, he fed them into the magic mirror and sent them off to Eddie. Eddie replied almost immediately. "Good job, Scott. Our stuff will sell well. Draw more, enough for a whole album. Finish them, and color beautifully." The messages came in quick succession, all impatient and enthusiastic. Scott answered simply, "Received." Just then, Dumbledore's call came through. "Good afternoon, Professor," Scott said, propping the magic mirror against the bookshelf. "Good afternoon, Scott. Are you in your dorm?" Dumbledore asked. Scott nodded. "Yes, my roommates have all gone on dates, so it's quiet." Dumbledore smiled. "Oh, Scott, you should be like them sometimes. Enjoy your youth." "Professor," Scott said, "you know what I'll be facing in the near future." "I do," Dumbledore said softly. "But I don't think you should carry the whole weight on your shoulders. Your 16th year is almost over. It won't come back." Scott shifted the subject. "Let's talk about last night in Edinburgh. Do you think Medea is actually hiding in the castle? Or did she just leave a magical portrait there that can talk?" "I don't know," Dumbledore replied. "It's a difficult question. Unless I go there myself. I'll go." Scott was surprised. He also worried that Dumbledore's presence might alert Medea and send her fleeing. Dumbledore seemed to read his concern and explained, "Don't worry. I'll take Polyjuice Potion and blend in with the Muggle tour groups during the day." "That's brilliant," Scott said, relieved. Edinburgh Castle was busy with tourists, which both helped and hindered a fugitive like Medea. If she avoided attracting attention, she wouldn't show overt magic during the day. Dumbledore's plan would let him observe without causing a stir. "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome. This isn't only for you. Medea is an unstable factor for the British magical community as a whole." Scott hesitated, then said, "About Mrs. Zabini's objective, I'm not sure whether to tell Milton and his father." "You don't need my permission, Scott. Follow your heart," Dumbledore said. "But Mr. Greaves has already contacted me." Scott's ears pricked. "So what he told Milton was true? He really wants to leave the Wizarding Council?" Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, if you trust my judgment." That pleased Scott for Milton's sake. "Since you've already been in contact with Mr. Greaves, I won't reach out anymore. Too much contact would risk exposure." After the call, Scott checked in with Lambo. "The Crows followed Greaves for just one day and found nothing unusual," Lambo reported. "Mission canceled," Scott said. "I've already got the answer." "What's going on?" Lambo sounded disappointed, like a child who'd lost a favorite toy. "Is there anything else I can do? I'm bored." "There is," Scott said. Lambo excitedly flapped its wings. "Quick, tell me." "Another investigation," Scott said. "Have the Crows search for traces of Death Eaters and for any sign of Lord Voldemort. Be careful. Let them scatter and search. Don't send them into dangerous places. Report immediately if you find anything suspicious." "Mission accomplished. Guaranteed," Lambo crowed. Scott went back to his drawing. Over the next few days, nothing new turned up on the Edinburgh surveillance or in the Crows' searches. He wasn't anxious. He finished the full set of cartoon images and sent them into the mirror. Eddie answered with 2 brisk messages. "Great, George and I will speed up. And oh, don't forget the post-production on the video." Then went quiet again, probably occupied with work. 2 days later, Dumbledore summoned Scott to his office. "I've already been to Edinburgh Castle," Dumbledore said when Scott arrived. Scott remained outwardly composed. He hadn't recognized Dumbledore in the surveillance footage, so he hadn't known when the visit had happened. After investigating, I judge that Medea really is hiding in the castle, Dumbledore said, and then patiently explained his reasoning. He had examined the portraits of the Scottish kings and concluded that the Medea seen in those paintings was not an ordinary enchanted portrait, but a wisp of consciousness linked to her true self. If that was so, then her true body was likely nearby. "Can you find her?" Scott asked. "It's difficult," Dumbledore admitted. "Some of the castle's older magic seems to have dissipated since the last occupation. I haven't had the opportunity to investigate as thoroughly as I would like, so no clear leads yet." "If that's the case," Scott said, "the only way to be certain would be to search the castle inch by inch with magic. But with so many muggles during the day and the risk of being spotted at night, that wasn't practical." "That's still progress," Scott decided. "At least now we can keep track of her movements." "I'm glad you can remain calm," Dumbledore said. "I'll think of other methods." Scott told Dumbledore about the Crow's lack of results when searching for Death Eaters and Voldemort. Dumbledore did not sound alarmed. "You should understand the current situation of the British magical community," he said. Scott nodded. "There's a shortage of personnel. There aren't many Aurors left who can handle dark wizards. They have to keep the peace, and with Azkaban's demands, there's little spare capacity to chase down Death Eaters." "You see things clearly," Dumbledore sighed. "It's frustrating. Now is not a good time for a decisive battle with Voldemort." "Replenishing our forces won't be quick," Scott said. Dumbledore offered. "Once Ms. Burns successfully reforms Azkaban, some personnel will be freed." At the mention of Azkaban's reform, Scott's expression turned skeptical. Dumbledore noticed. "You've heard of Ms. Burns's plan?" he asked, smiling slightly. "You seem to disagree." Scott answered honestly, "Everyone knows that unless you personally guard Azkaban, no arrangement will stop Voldemort from breaking inmates out." "You're not entirely right," Dumbledore replied. "Even I am not 100% sure I could stop him." Scott blinked. He didn't believe Dumbledore's powers had declined. A wizard of Dumbledore's caliber only grew more formidable with experience, especially with the Elder Wand. Dumbledore smiled at Scott's surprise. "Although much is expected of me, I am mortal and I am old." Scott gave an awkward laugh and let it pass. Dumbledore then asked with genuine curiosity, "If you were Minister of Magic, Scott, what would you do?" "Me," Scott said, startled. "If it were up to you," Dumbledore said, watching him. Scott thought for a moment. "I wouldn't let the Death Eaters in Azkaban retain any hope of regaining their fighting power. If you can't stop Voldemort from freeing them, then at least make it so that those he frees can never be dangerous again." "You mean?" Dumbledore's face remained composed. "The death penalty?" Scott suggested bluntly. "I don't see why not for some of them. In the past, wizards used to sentence the worst offenders to the Dementor's kiss." Dumbledore cautioned, "Taking another's life is something to be done with the utmost care." Scott wasn't trying to argue philosophy. He was trying to be pragmatic. "I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying find a way to strip their ability to fight, taking away their magic entirely." "The Ministry has tried measures like removing wands," Dumbledore said. "What's the point of breaking wands?" Scott said. "If they get out, they'll find new ones." "If you truly remove a wizard's magic," Dumbledore said quietly, "that is not far from taking their life." "They don't need magic," Scott replied, matter-of-factly, "especially those sentenced to life. Under normal circumstances, they'd never have the chance to use magic again." "You must realize such a policy would cause an uproar," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Most wizards would oppose it." Scott shrugged. "I know. That's why I'll stay out of politics. I don't like compromise." Dumbledore smiled. "I thought as much. Fortunately, you have other ambitions." Scott felt compelled to say one more thing. "Those Death Eaters, some of them have killed countless muggles and decent wizards, tortured people horribly. They're executioners with blood on their hands. I can't think of a reason not to execute them." Dumbledore did not answer immediately. The office was quiet, but for the faint tinkling of the silver instruments on his desk. 480. Clues about Voldemort. Dumbledore said nothing in response to Scott's sigh. Scott met his gaze but didn't press the matter further. He was not ignorant of how the Ministry operated. Necessary compromises were made to preserve order. Most Death Eaters came from influential pureblood families. Their reach was too great. Not every pureblood family shared those beliefs, but the Death Eaters were a part of that network. Nobody would object to locking them in Azkaban or even giving life sentences, but executions or permanently rendering entire families into squibs would provoke fierce resistance from the pureblood aristocracy. Short of absolute dictatorship, no one could simply do as they pleased. Scott had learned that over the years since entering the magical world, and the realization left him weary. If we can't execute them, he asked, is there a way to take away their ability to cast spells, even if only temporarily? Dumbledore smiled faintly. You are not the first to suggest that, Scott, but we don't have an absolutely effective method. Even if such an effect could be achieved, it would be easily broken. So there's no point trying. That is why the Ministry chose to rely on Dementors in the past, Dumbledore said. It was the most effective means they could think of to continuously weaken convicted criminals. Scott had expected that others had thought similarly. He wasn't the only clever person in the wizarding world. What surprised him was Dumbledore's implication that even the best ideas had severe limits. He pressed on. Potions, alchemy, charms, there are so many branches of magic. Can't we find an effective, unbreakable shackle? An unbreakable shackle Lord Voldemort himself could not undo? Dumbledore shook his head. At least I cannot make one. Scott immediately thought of the door to Professor Roussel's alchemy classroom. Lucio said the door was made of an alloy transformed by alchemy, Roussel alloy. They claim no wizard can break it, and that no magic will work on it. That might have been an exaggeration. Perhaps ordinary wizards couldn't break it, but it was worth investigating. Dumbledore's interest brightened at the name. I will speak with Professor Roussel. If their alloy truly has that strength, the Ministry could adopt it. If shackles that even Lord Voldemort cannot break can be made, Scott said, it would solve a lot. Dumbledore nodded. Professor Roussel has agreed to try producing a pair of shackles. If they pass further testing, the Ministry has agreed to procure them in quantity at a high price. That's excellent news, Scott said. But Roussel alloy is difficult to work with. The Roussel family has only a few alchemists capable of shaping it. In short, Dumbledore said, even if the shackles are genuine, it will take a very long time to secure every Death Eater in Azkaban. Still, it's hope. Scott produced the magic mirror. By the way, Professor, the crows have placed eyes around Yaxley Castle. Let's take a look. Dumbledore agreed. Scott activated the mirror and, using the projection technique Dumbledore had taught him, cast the image onto the white wall. In the night, the castle on the cliff looked like a black silhouette, lights extinguished. It's hard to see inside, Scott muttered. The castle undoubtedly had protective wards. External observation could be misleading. But entering to place devices would be too risky. If discovered, Voldemort might withdraw. This was a last resort. We're not empty-handed, Dumbledore said, smiling. Where? Scott narrowed his eyes and studied the projection more closely. At the dock below the cliff, where Scott had once ambushed the Yaxley brothers, figures were moving. Because the shoreline was so dark, they were easy to miss. Dumbledore explained, to fully protect a castle, an anti-apparition charm is essential. That means they must come and go from outside the charm's boundaries. That's their loophole, Scott said. Portkeys could bypass anti-apparition magic, but their creation was monitored by the Ministry's Department of Magical Transportation. Making unmonitored portkeys was illegal, a fact Scott knew only too well. He'd obtained one thanks to Medea, who had her own motives. For all her help, Medea had wanted Scott, the non-existent, to alter the fate written in the scroll of history. On the screen, the dark figures climbed the path and the main door opened a crack of light. Scott zoomed and enhanced the image until their faces were clear. Golden-haired Lucius Malfoy, a fierce, desperate-looking Barty Crouch Jr., Mr. Parkinson, whom Scott had met before. The last was a tall, burly man, a head larger than the rest, bestial. That is Fenrir Greyback, Dumbledore said gravely. A notorious werewolf leader, Lord Voldemort has begun to draw the dark creatures to him. The four entered and the door closed. Darkness fell again. Scott recalled Greyback's reputation, the most brutal werewolf in Britain, cruel and savage, who delighted in biting children to swell the ranks of his kind. He aimed to breed an army of werewolves raised to hate ordinary wizards. Remus Lupin had been bitten by him as a child, The story of Greyback's crimes was well known. Scott felt a surge of revulsion. Perhaps the Dementors that left Azkaban are nearby too, he said. Since the Dementors evacuated Azkaban, Dumbledore replied, they have not reappeared. No one knows where they went. Is there any way to eliminate them besides Patronuses? Scott asked. Dumbledore shook his head gently. Wizards have no reliable method to kill Dementors directly. If you isolate them where no humans ever come, deny them emotional sustenance, they may eventually starve. But as long as humans feel fear or sorrow, Dementors can be born anew. So Voldemort has recruited werewolves and possibly Dementors, Scott said. Other dark creatures, vampires, giants, banshees, might join him too. Vampires and giants are already rare in Britain, Dumbledore said, but Voldemort could recruit communities from abroad. Scott frowned. Voldemort was gathering forces while the side of justice suffered a generational gap. Many of the older generation had already fallen more than a decade ago, and the new generation had not yet fully come of age. The imbalance was alarming. In the original story, justice prevailed, but at a terrible cost. Hogwarts' underage students had been forced to fight dark wizards and creatures, and many young lives were lost. Scott thought of his good friend Fred and others who might die. He had no wish to repeat that tragedy. Do you have a plan? He asked Dumbledore. If it comes to battle, I can contribute. My summoned beast could help.